Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries.
Building a better future.
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
Over the wicket he comes to Cook, who's driving uppishly but nicely timed. Again, typical Cook shot, square of the wicket. You've seen it 1,000 million times.
Passes the umpire, little bit straighter, leg stump. This time it's hit into the leg side. Beautifully timed to the deep square leg boundary.
Down the slope he comes again, Sean Abbott. Round the wicket to Cook, and Cook drives in the air. Oh, just over the right hand of...
Once more, wispy high cloud, bowls, and Cook with a drive between cover and mid-off for 4. Not a lot of foot movement there, but it's just crunched off the middle of the bat. Atkinson bowls, and this is edged and caught at third slip. Good delivery from Atkinson, the change has worked, and in the end it was almost steered off the open face there really by Brad. Bowls, and a slice drive which goes between third slip and backward point, but no control and forward of an untenanted third man boundary.
Atkinson is in over the wicket to Alistair Cook, who drives handsomely to a ball that's just over pitched and driven away beautifully.
He bowled a head-high full toss, which Fletcher wasn't impressed. Driven through the offside. It is pitched up, nothing wrong with that, but it pierces, it goes through extra cover. It pierces cover and mid-off, and they take 4 runs.
Around the wicket he comes to Cook. Cook. Oh, that's gone inside edge. What a catch that is from Ben Folkes. What a catch that is, and what a bit of bowling that is from Gus Atkinson. Over the wicket he comes to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence outside edge, gone. Beautiful bit of bowling from Sean Abbott.
Well, this is a slog sweep. It's gone for 6 into the Tom Pearce stand.
Comes in over the wicket once more, tossed up. Oh, slog swept again by Critchley. He's got a lot of this one. That's in the river. I think that one has gone into the river. Past umpire Middlebrook to Wesley, and Wesley, inside edge. Flies away for 4, looking to force off the back foot. But that will bring up the Essex captain's 50 from 127 deliveries. So it comes Abbott. And forward goes Critchley. This is nicely played to bring up his 50. He's just lent on that, and that has whistled through cover point. And that's a very nice 50 from Critchley. Short ball, Critchley's pulling. Oh, now James Smith down at long leg hasn't even picked that up. It was nowhere near him, but he couldn't pick it up at all. In over the wicket he comes again, and Wesley's driving this time. That's a handsome shot from Wesley. That's a lovely shot.
That have been dropped as this time it's wide, and caught beautifully by Rory Burns. It was wide, it was full. He's got at it, has Critchley, and Critchley has got a fine bottom edge of the bat.
Against Middlesex for the Surrey Twos.
Down the wicket, this has gone into the Tom Pearce stand. He had a sight of first ball, and second ball, he's dismissed it for 6 over long on.
As Jordan Clark, 224 for 5, Essex.
Jack's in. It's a reverse sweep, and yes, he's been given, and I think it's been caught off the glove by Folkes.
So this is a lofted drive and a good connection as well. That's nicely struck and away over extra cover.
As Gus Atkinson. Over the wicket he comes to Bracewell, bowls him off the inside edge. Nice bit of bowling from Gus Atkinson.
As this time it's been bowled, this is been a batting collapse. Another wicket here.
He got 53.
Yeah, vaguely.
Next one, oh, good delivery, caught behind. Well, that's a top delivery, and Surrey needed that. Is the next one, which is edged and out. It was a flailing drive from Harmer, and straight through to Folkes. 314 all out, and it's 6 to Atkinson. You can carry on in a similar vein tomorrow. Bowls again.
Quicker ball.
Yeah, that one quicker, just played defensively by Burns. A maiden for Harmer, one for no wicket.
So Tom, day of swings and roundabouts. At one point it looked like we were set for 400, then maybe 250 would have been a good score, and in the end 315. Around par, do you think?
Yeah, I think, look, we're reasonably happy with the day. Obviously we got off to a little flyer with Cookie playing as well as he did and as fluently as he did. Consolidated a bit after lunch with Tommy and Critch, who both played very well. Lost a little bit of momentum then, and then obviously ended the day well with Harmy and Sam. So yeah, we're relatively happy with where we are.
And that partnership between Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley, they both had brilliant years, and it was a really crucial one at a point in the game that potentially could have gone either way. It didn't look easy for batters to get in after their dismissals, so having that in-form upper middle order, I guess, is really vital and has already been.
And actually the balance between Tom and Critch was quite nice there, with Tom soaking up a bit of pressure and Critch sort of exerting pressure back on.
Yeah, and there's been quite a lot of focus, especially in off-season, around the approach that batters are going to take in the county championship. Obviously, getting maximum batting bonus points against Kent last time out was a massive confidence boost for the team, and again today going well over 3 and over. How's the batting unit feeling in that sense?
As I sort of alluded to there, like everyone's in a good place. All the top order have got runs now, and everyone's hitting the ball well, and more importantly than that, we all do. We like the intent that we're playing with. Cookie's playing very fluently at the moment. Obviously got us off to a flyer down at Canterbury, which sort of got us on our way, and played nicely there today. And then that's being backed up by the middle order.
Now there's only 5 points for a draw, and with every game being affected by weather so far this year, it looks like this game will probably go the same way. Do you take that into account when playing for bonus points?
Occasionally, but look, we're in the mindset where we're trying to win games of cricket, and as I said, we're looking to take positive options, be that with bat or ball. And yeah, ultimately we're looking to get results in games rather than just play for bonus points.
This was the first time Surrey have been hit for 300 this season, and there's always been lots spoken about the strong bowling attack, but with 3 players with international experience in the top 5, this is a batting unit to be reckoned with, and if we're going to go better than last season, you'd think it will be, the point of difference will be in that batting.
Yes, yeah. Look, everyone's come back from the winter sort of with a bit between their teeth. Dan obviously went to New Zealand. Critch had a bit of time with the Lions. Tommy feels like he's probably got a bit of a point to prove and has played lovely this year. And then there's Brownie and Cookie at the top, who just go about their business as usual. But everyone's come back trying to really influence games this year positively, and so far that's been good.
And as you alluded to a few times, Alistair Cook is in fluent form. The first 50 of him for the season, although he could have easily gone on a few after getting a few starts. Is there any guidance you can give him, or is it a case of giving him some throwdowns and letting him get on with it?
He knows he's going better than anyone. I'm just there to help him out, really, to throw him a few balls and try and get him in the best place possible. He's been there, done that, and as you say, he's been very fluent so far. So it's all about him enjoying his cricket, and he enjoys scoring runs and winning games of cricket.
Very good morning to you all and welcome to Chelmsford for day 2 of Essex and Surrey. Should be in a magnificent day's play to follow day 1, which saw Essex yesterday win the toss and make 314 all out, and in reply, just for the 2 overs last evening, Surrey batted and made 1 without loss. Well, the bowler of the day for me was Gus Evan, but firstly it's going to be a welcome to Mark Church.
Morning toppers, good morning everybody. Fascinating day of cricket yesterday. It had a bit of everything yesterday. Good toss to win, I think, for Essex. Runs on the board will be key here. 314, first side to go past 300 this summer against Surrey. Could have been much better. At one stage, Essex in the afternoon, 218 for 3. Wesley and Critchley, having put on 114, suddenly went to 245 for 8. And then a crucial stand at the back end of the day between Simon Harmer and Mr. Cook. 62 they put on. That got them up over the 300 and a couple of batting points. And then the 2 overs for Surrey to face last night. So really Burns and Sibley will start again this morning. I think with the conditions that we've got this morning, cloudy, there's been a bit of rain about. I think there'll be a bit there for the bowlers. I think this will be fascinating to see how Surrey go against a very good attack. We said that yesterday against a very good Surrey attack, how Essex would go. Delighted for Gus Atkinson. Career best figures for him, 6 for... And I think again it sort of shows what Surrey are all about and the strength of the squad. Gareth Batty always talks about that. It's not just the 11, it's his entire squad. Dan Worrell rested for this one. And coming into the side for the first time this season, Gus Atkinson, and picks up 6 for, and I thought bowled beautifully yesterday.
But he didn't come on till the 19th over, which was a small surprise, and he hit the deck. He's a little bit quicker than you think. He bowls over the top, and he's just got a little bit more pace than you think, and he hurries the odd batsman. You've got a great 4-pronged man attack. Essex today, well, they're going to be bowling at Surrey's top order that boasts 5 test, the top 5 are 5 test batsmen. But in Essex, the bowlers, they have a set of bowlers who bowl, generally speaking, a high percentage, very, very straight. So old-fashioned virtues there that the Porter and Cook, I'm sure, will open up this morning. We saw Simon Harmer bowl 1 over, mainly because Rory Burns being left-handed, he was on strike, so Harmer bowled that 2nd over last night. But I would expect to see Cook and indeed Porter bowl, and as I say, they bowl very straight, and I'm sure the Surrey top order will have to face a lot of deliveries. They would be happy to leave them, but I suggest they won't be able to.
I think the other thing with this Surrey batting lineup is they do bat the whole way down to 11, and also they always find someone who sort of steps up. So last week at Edgbaston it was Jamie Smith that stood up to the plate with 88 last week, which was probably worth a lot more than that in the context of the game. Sibley and Burns make their way out into the middle in shirt sleeve order today, because now the sun's out, so it's quite pleasant here at Chelmsford now. And then a last chat from Tom Wesley, and out come the Essex players. Burns with hair down as always, making his way out there into the middle now. Sibley already out there. Little punch of gloves between those two gentlemen to get themselves all set and ready for the day, as is the modern way, the old punch of gloves. And this is going to be absolutely fascinating this morning to see how this goes. And yeah, I think Surrey will have to be switched on, and there's no doubt that Essex will be switched on because they've got the runs on the board, and I think this first innings for both sides is going to sort of set this game up. Normally does, doesn't it? But I think it is going to set this game up, and it looks as if it's going to be Sam Cook to get us started from the Hayes Close end.
Would you like to pick ends today? As the visitor and our guest, I'd like you to pick ends.
Very I'll go with Sam Cook from the Hayes Close. As you were saying yesterday, a lot of your balls ended up in the Hayes Close. And 3 slips, a leg slip and a short leg. So on the attack straight away this morning. Cook with the first ball of this leg slip. As over the wicket comes Sam Cook to Sibley, who's forward to a good length ball. And pushes this one out towards Snater, and there is no run. I'll keep an ear out because Mr. Topley is going to do his first update of the day. The old 11 o'clock update I always think is a strange one because not a huge amount has happened really at 11 o'clock.
Is play on or is play off?
Yes, and sort of you're basically talking about what happened yesterday at 11 o'clock. Oh, we've got a bit of feedback there on those headphones. Oh, there we are. There we are.
Is that better?
As Cook is in to Sibley, lets this one go on a length outside his off stump. Little bit of shape away.
We've had our first correspondence this morning from a gentleman that's listening, probably in the Oxfordshire area.
Lovely.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Oh, we've got that again. I think it's that'll do it if that's all right with you there.
Mr. Ratcliffe has commented and looking forward to the day's play.
Good, good, good.
Jason, for the kind compliments.
Good morning, Mr. Ratcliffe. Hope you're well, sir. It's nice to hear from you, Ratters, as always. As in over the wicket comes Cook, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley. A little bit lift and climb there. I saw the great man last week at Edgbaston. Always a joy. See, Ratters, good player. Good player.
Became an all-rounder, you know.
Yeah, well.
I spent a bit of time with him in South Africa, in a place in the middle of South Africa called Kimberley. As
Very
a
nice.
young man.
Very nice.
Very young man in those days.
Happens to us all. As in over the wicket comes Cook. That one just coming back a touch at Sibley. Solid looking defensive shot though from Dom Sibley. Head over it, full face of the bat. Bringing it straight back up the pitch. Burns is down to do a little bit of gardening. Seen a bit of debris. Sorry, 1 without loss. Burns has that one from last night. Sibley's yet to get off the mark. And just a reminder, this all in reply to Essex's 314 all out yesterday after winning the toss and batting first. As Cook is over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley, that's wide outside the off stump, will have nothing to do with that. End of the first over of the morning, it's a maiden, and Surrey are 1 without loss.
Very quiet first over, really.
Turn to the BBC Essex Sport, and Essex will
Here we
look to
go
make
with
early
a
inroads into
little
the Surrey batting.
update.
Play resumes on day 2 of their county championship match at Chelmsford. At the close of play, the visitors were 1 without loss in reply to the Essex first innings of 314 all out. And Don Topley is at the county ground for us.
Yes, and a very warm welcome back here to Chelmsford, the county ground. The sun is out, there's a bit of cloud around, there is some blue sky, but we've just had the solitary over this morning, and that was a maiden. So Surrey remain on their overnight score of 1 without loss. Surrey have 5 serious top-class Test batsmen in their top 5. Essex, who bowl very straight traditionally, they will hope to attack by bowling straight, and they will hopefully put Surrey under extreme pressure. But after just the 1 over, it remains 1 without loss.
Don's commentary continues on the BBC.
To run around and defend on that long left-hander's leg side towards the flats square of the wicket. In comes Porter. Porter bowls. This is a little bit wide, just short of a length, which is punched off the back foot by Burns, where it goes out towards the Tom Pearce stand for a brace of runs. They move to 3 without loss.
Jamie Smith last week at Edgbaston against a very good attack. What he did so well, and there wasn't a lot of it, but if there was anything to score off, he took his opportunity, ran between the wickets. That's something that these two will look to do. Drop the ball, take singles, keep the scoreboard just ticking.
As Porter bowls, this time he does come slightly forward, which he plays into the offside. Burns looks quite secure this morning in the few balls we've seen him face, so he's certainly wants to book him for bed and breakfast here, because wouldn't it be magical? We don't know what the par score was, but wouldn't it be magical for Surrey to get a little lead? Any lead here would be important. Porter turns. He's going to try and stop Surrey getting that lead by bowls. A very good delivery on line and length there. Comes forward, does Burns, respects it, and it goes into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, the fascinating thing about this is these players all know each. Oh, excuse me. These players know all about each other so much. So they know exactly what the plans are going to be against each other. It's just how you sort of work those plans out as the day moves on.
Well, Porter's going to bowl straight. Burns knows it, and he has to play that ball yet again, just off the back foot into the leg side where Porter does the fielding, and there is no run. Well, the temperature's meant to be a degree higher than yesterday.
Ooh.
It was reasonably pleasant yesterday. There was a cold easterly wind in the East Anglia and southern England, but hopefully a degree improved on the temperature, but we are worried about the odd shower as Porter comes in, moves. Burns has to play, takes a quick single, smart cricket, well bowled, well batted, plays it into the offside. They come through for the single. Burns will keep strike as the score has moved to 4 at the end of the over. Porter's over without loss.
And as I say, there'll be a lot of that this morning from these two if they get the opportunity. There's hardly even a call these days. Batted so much together over the years. Of course, they've done it for England. So there's just a look, really, from the two of them. Know each other so well. And Cook will come round the wicket. Porter started immediately round the wicket to the left-handed Burns. And it'll be the same with Cook as he bowls at Burns for the first time this morning from the Hayes close end. Good morning to you if you're just joining us on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, and of course on the Essex live stream. And Surrey covered all day. So Essex will be very aware of that. Burns, sort of his modus operandi over the years has been let the ball go, let the ball go, let the ball go. You straighten up to me, bang, I'll work you through the leg side.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
There? Has he let any balls go?
Not as yet.
No, because we've seen more or less 12 balls, 13 balls, and Essex are making both batsmen play.
Cook is in to Sibley. Sibley forward he goes. Plays this one up towards mid-on. And there is no run. So yeah, the point being, if you get too straight to him, he will work you through the leg side. Huge part of the Rory Burns repertoire, that. Drove very well last week at Edgbaston. Sort of square of the wicket through the point region. Sibley settles over his bat once more. Again, 3 slips, leg slip, short leg for Cook. Down the slope he comes from the Hayes close end, over the wicket to Sibley, and that's a good one. Sibley, that's beaten.
4 byes,
yeah, and that's not great from an Essex point of view. Good delivery from Cook, kept a bit low on Pepper. It's got through him, but Sibley did play at that. Nice bit of bowling from Cook.
Well, it's one of the few that's beaten the bat, whether he's played at the ball or not. The point is that one's kept low, and Cook would like that one to keep low on the stumps.
Cook comes in once again over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's driving into the leg side and will get his first run. Off a thickish inside edge, picks up a single, and Surrey will move on to 10 without loss, and Burns will come on to strike. And for Burns again, Nick Brown will take off the helmet, go into a leg gully position, and 3 slips are in there. Snater's doing all his stretching exercises in there at mid-wicket. I don't think Harmer will be too long till he comes and has a little go, see what happens. He's stood at the moment at second slip, chatting away to Dan Lawrence. Alistair Cook at first slip. As round the wicket goes Cook, and forward goes the left-handed Burns. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, it's got a good feel to it, the cricket again this morning. In Surrey's first 3 games of the season, come up against very good bowling attacks.
Rory Burns, Dom Sibley took a single to get off the mark. Sibley-esque really, if you bowl a little straight, he looks to manipulate to leg side. a good player. I remember being in Cape Town when he scored a magnificent century for England in the Test match they won. Was it the New Year's Test match back in 2020? Literally, it was the last international series before COVID took place. I was there, I shared a little bit of time with him. Delightful man that has returned to Surrey this winter after winning the championship, the county championship with Warwickshire. Porter, right arm over to the right-handed Sibley, who plays with soft hands. It goes between gully and third slip, and he will credit himself with 4 runs. Well bowled, always annoying to the bowler to see a batsman get 4 down to third man, but it's well bowled by Jamie Porter, but very well played by the Surrey opener, the right-handed Dominic Sibley.
Yeah, really well played and really well bowled. Great length. Sibley, soft hands, didn't go at it, and just held the pose as it's whistled down to that third man boundary rope for 4.
Any batsman that would have gone hard at it would have nicked it and it would have gone to third slip. Porter returns, here he goes again. This is driven into a vacant extra cover. Mid-off has to move to his left to retrieve the ball. Sibley takes a very sensible single. Good calling. The score moves to 15, or is it 16? Looking at the scoreboard, it's 15 without loss.
The thing is, the really good players, they don't often hit fielders, do they? Even for singles, they often just get it to the left or right of a fielder and then get a single and keep the ball moving.
Third slip has come up closer to the stumps. Porter bowls an absolute corker. He's come around the wicket to the left-handed Burns. It's pitched it on and it's just gone away. It's gone away very late as the ball's travelled towards the batsman. That really was an absolute corking delivery.
Yep, and Rory Burns just played the line of that. And lovely bit of bowling from Porter.
Cook at first slip, Harmer at second, and Lawrence, who's come up at third. In comes Porter. Porter bowls nice and straight, respected by Burns, plays it back to the bowler, who collects on his follow-through, no run.
See, Rory Burns isn't far off 12,000 first-class runs now. So, you know, as an opener, that's pretty good. It's not an easy job, this, opening the batting. Sort of times you have to come in, and those 2 overs last night weren't much fun to come in. I heard at Yorkshire they had 2 night watchmen to protect Johnny Bairstow and they're both out.
Porter bowls. This is about middle and off, which is forced into the leg side. Burns takes 2. Good calling. He ran the first one quickly, was always looking for 2, and he came back for the second. 17 without loss. Not a bad ball, but about middle and off.
Yep, and typical Rory Burns. Again, just works it into the leg side. But yes, they were trying to protect Johnny Bairstow last night, Yorkshire, and sent out 2 night watchmen who both got out, and he had to go out there anyway.
Did he? He
Yeah,
had
which
a,
sort of
I think
sums
he had
up.
a decent day. He took some catches.
He did.
Folks, how many catches did he have yesterday? Was
a
it
few,
5?
5, I think. Yes.
Yeah. Porter. Off he goes, away from us, passes the umpire, round the wicket, and this time forces Burns onto the back foot, plays with an open face bat into the offside sensibly, and there is no run. That's the end of Porter's over, of which Surrey have moved on to 17 without loss.
Dom Sibley's just pulled his trousers down there to adjust his thigh guard. Little like you this morning in the commentary box, D. Topley. I turned around, there you were, adjusting yourself with your trousers. I wonder what was going on there, but you getting yourself comfy, weren't you, this morning?
Thank you, that's the word. I was just getting myself comfy.
It wasn't a sight I was expecting to see this morning.
They tell me, my spies tell me, you had a bit of culture last night.
I did. I went to the theatre last night, and it was very good. Very much enjoyed myself. Nice little sing-along.
David Gower-esque.
Yeah, Gower-esque it was. As here is Cook, and that hits the pads of Dom Sibley. Yes, that all comes from that magnificent press conference in 1989 when Gower was captain of England in an Ashes series. It wasn't going particularly well, I think it's fair to say, and he left the Lord's press conference to go and see, I think it was Anything Goes. I think it was that, because he had tickets for the theatre. 3 slips in there.
And of course, there was another great story about Henry Blofeld.
Going to the theatre?
Going to the theatre.
Oh yes, we were talking about that yesterday.
Were bowled
We're
out for 14
yeah.
on this very ground.
As in over the wicket comes Sam Cook, and forward goes Dominic Sibley. Plays this one off a goodish length out towards cover point. Snater gets round to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. There are some darker clouds sort of rumbling in. The wind's completely changed direction from yesterday, and now it's coming over the top of the pavilion.
We said about 1500 in the morning. They reckon at the end of the day 2,400 came through the turnstiles.
Terrific, absolutely. Well, why wouldn't you if you get the opportunity? 2 very good teams going head to head as Sam Cook is over the wicket to Sibley. Oh, now Sibley's looked to drive, thick edge all along the carpet, whistles off down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. So the length, as much as anything, is very good there from Cook. But Sibley picks up a boundary. He'll move on to 10. And Surrey will move on to 21 without loss. But the good length delivery that from Sam Cook. I do have another pair of headphones in my bag if you want to try those.
I'm having a little problem with the connection of my headphones actually.
Oh dear.
I'm not hearing you particularly well.
Ah, that's probably a good thing. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one solidly back up the pitch, and there is no run.
I have to say that's not by design.
Well, I do have another set of headphones in my rucksack if you wish to try those.
May we try them?
Yes, we can indeed. Is Mr. Newton there? No, he's not.
No, he's making.
Right, let me do this over, and then I will jump into my rucksack and pull out another set of headphones for you, D Topley. Not that you really want to be hearing anything I'm saying. 3 slips, leg slip and a short leg for Sam Cook. He's into Sibley, short ball. Sibley's fenced at that, and that has almost got to Critchley at leg slip. Now fence, I'm not sure he's got glove or bat on that. I think it was more sort of waistband, but it was nicely bowled by Cook. End of the over, and Surrey are 21 without loss.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, we've got a bit of cloud cover. Definition in the cloud, it's just not, there's no sun, it's not raining at the moment. I do think it might be raining to the extreme west of Chelmsford, and we'll look at that in a minute, and I'll change headphones at the end of the over if I may. Porter's going to continue talking to his captain right beneath us. We're about 4 strips away from this particular surface they're playing on, so we're not right in line, but Porter's about to commence his next over. Here he comes, 3 slips and a gully. Porter's in, bowls, driven back to Porter, good looking shot, good delivery of full length, trying to get it to swing or even nip.
Terrific bowler, Jamie Porter, over the years.
Very much so.
You know, he's a captain's dream, this fella, isn't he?
Big
Just keep going the whole time for you, and whenever you need him, he'll step up.
Throws the ball from right to left, back into his right. He's on his run. Here he goes at the crease, right arm round the wicket, and it's nicked down to 3rd man along the floor. Burns didn't go at the ball hard, he simply played with soft hands. It went down through the gap, and Essex simply have to go and collect the ball from the 3rd man boundary. Safe shot. That's now, is it 12 of the 21 runs that have come through 3rd man?
What this is an absolute examination of your technique.
We often talk about the bat pad, not a fashionable position, and probably in modern day cricket the 3rd man isn't always used. As Porter comes in, this time it's whipped in to the leg side, that it's well fielded at square leg. There is no run. Good looking shot that, taken off about middle and leg.
But as I say, this is an absolute pure examination of your technique. And at the moment, Sibley and Burns showing what good techniques they have. Proper opening batters, these two. Proper opening batters who've done it for years.
Porter Right arm round the wicket, bowls, good looking delivery. Comes forward, does Byrne, plays it out to Gully. There is no run. And when you talk about Surrey with Sibley and indeed Burns, two very watchful, and of course the opposition, the home team, Cook and Brown. So there are 4
proper opening batsmen.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good word, proper. You know, there's no one trying to play baseball. They're just playing proper cricket shots in the context of the game. Porter round the wicket. This is an edge onto the pad. It's squeezed between bat and pad. There's oohs and ahs, but it's safe.
Great
There's no
length.
run and no wicket lost.
Great length again from Porter. But yes, yesterday Messrs Brown and Cook put on 62 for the first wicket, and Surrey bowled well at them in the morning session. But yes, this as I say is pure examination of your technique from Cook and Porter.
In comes Porter round the wicket to Burns. This is driven again. It's cannoned off his pads into the offside. And that was obvious a lot of the time yesterday when Essex batted. No one went on to get a big score. We had 3 half centuries, but there were lots of squeezing of inside edge to pad. There was a lot of push drives which would go off to the leg side. And the batting coach, Tom Huggins, who I interviewed last night, said the lads who batted felt there was a little bit in it and it would do a little bit, and it was a bit of a dry surface and it just held its own. And it's going to be interesting to see how this wicket or this surface changes over the next couple of days, because on day 4 you might find with a lot of traffic on it, it just becomes a little bit more uneven. It may turn as well, but it may be a little bit uneven.
Sam Cook from the Hayes close end is into Sibley. Shorter delivery this time. Sibley, tall man, of course, gets onto the back foot, punches it up the ground towards mid-on, and there is no run. We're just doing a bit of technicals here for Mr. D. Topley. So fingers crossed he'll be able to hear through these headphones. So otherwise there could be a loose connection in the you've got the wrong headphones on, D. Topley. Those are the ones you unplugged you're wearing at the moment, so you won't be able to hear. As in over the wicket comes Sam Cook, little inside edge from Sibley, but got himself fully forward and plays that one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
I can
Better?
hear.
There you
I can
go.
hear.
There you go.
I was lip reading you.
Were you?
For the best part of 6 overs.
You did very well. You did very well. But yes, so that's good news. And those headphones will be here for all 4 days. As waiting over his bat once more is Dominic Sibley. Bends the knees now, and there'll be that little flick back of the bat and lets this one go. Outside his off stump, taken by Pepper, moving away to his right hand side. But yes, over the pavilion, a lot of dark cloud. Sort of menacing looking dark cloud as well.
That's west of Chelmsford.
Well, there is talk of showers today. There's talk of a lot of rain tomorrow as well, so I hope they've got a sort of a waterproof crown. As over the wicket comes Cook, that's way down the leg side, climbs, good take from Pepper. Simply got nothing on that, looking to help it down towards fine leg, and Pepper took off and took it airborne away to his left hand side. Seems there might be sort of coronation umbrellas needed tomorrow, I think.
I feel sorry for those soldiers who are going to end up being wet, eh? So we've got a forward short leg now in Brown under the lid. Critchley at leg slip, Cook at first, Harmer at second, and Lawrence at third.
Sam Cook is in to Sibley. That's well bowled, well played again by Sibley. Just hopped at Sibley off a goodish length. He picks up a single. Yeah, they've had the short leg and the leg slip since the start for the right-hander. And then what they've tended to do for Burns is have a leg gully, really.
And the reason they have the bat pad in because Sibley wants to come forward. I'm not going to suggest he lunges, but he's a very tall man who is happy to come forward. And he feels he's got enough time to go back if there's a bumper. but in coming forward, he may plant his foot a little bit. One, they want to get him LBW, or two, an inside edge onto the pad that balloons in the air.
Cook round the wicket to Burns. Burns just covers up once more, pushes this one away into the offside. No run, fascinating start this morning. 26 without loss, Surrey, on this second day. Under cloudy skies. I suppose the floodlights might be on for a bit today as well. 11 to Burns, 11 to Sibley. Those two have a little chat about everything out there in the middle, and a little punch of gloves as always. And Jamie Porter gets ready to continue below us from the river end.
In a moment, at past, we'll be joined by Paul Newton, BBC Essex. He'll take my spot, leave you with Mark Church, BBC London.
Lovely to see Paul. First time I've seen Paul this season.
Snap.
Ah, there you are, you see.
Our paths haven't crossed.
Marvellous.
So you do the job very much on your own. We share it with
Yes,
7.
Yeah, I know, there's 7 of you.
As Porter comes in up the hill, this is played with an inside edge all the way down to fine leg, where Cook does the fielding in front of the executive boxes in the Essex committee room that is at fine leg here at the Cloud FM.
The way I describe it is you've got your own 6-a-side team plus a sub.
We have, commonly known as the Mafia.
Well, yeah, well, I don't know about that.
Paul's nodding.
Really?
He is.
Well, it would be a good,
eclectic.
Be an interesting 6-a-side side, that one, I tell you. I'd look forward to watching that.
Porter round the wicket to Burns, and this has been dropped. It's a great effort, one-handed by Dan Lawrence, who may have just encroached onto second slip. He really did dive, and it was a great effort, but alas for Essex, it's been dropped. A chance against Burns. Burns is on 11. We'll have to record that, but listen, it would have been a spectacular catch, but I'd love to see it again on the replay. Porter on his way in, he bowls. This time it's quite straight. They take a quick single to Brown at mid-on. He can't stop the single. Good cricket there. Good cricket indeed by Surrey. And Essex, well, they've had Burns dropped, and now will he make Essex pay? A little in the same way Alistair Cook yesterday got to 13 and was dropped. He went on to 51. But will Burns make Essex play? Really interesting, that. Interesting passage of play, because it would have been a sensational catch. Did he encroach in Harmer's space?
I think he had to go for that, Lawrence. He did encroach, but I think he had to.
Would it have fallen short?
No, I think Harmer, it would have been a low catch down to his left boot.
Buckets Harmer. It's got big hands. This time it's driven into the leg side. A little too straight, which has gone down to Cook at fine leg, where he takes a single. One more to Sibley. Left hand, right hand combination. Well, changing ends almost per ball this over.
I think if you see it again, it's fully understandable why Lawrence went for that.
Well, it's an instinct catch
yeah,
again,
absolutely.
isn't it?
And it would have been low down to Harmer's left, but he got a good hand on it. It would have been a brilliant catch. It was a good bit of bowling from Porter as well.
He needed to parry it up in the air as Porter bowls. This is driven with a big bottom hand there for Burns. Played out to Brown at mid-on. There is no run. Yeah, he needed to parry it in the air where Harmer could then catch it.
Well, I think you always know, because Harmer sort of ended up down on one knee with his hands ready. But I can see why Lawrence went for it. He'd have seen that off the edge.
Instinct. And he is quite close. He's there, close for that reason. Porter bowls. This is driven again with a big bottom hand, maybe an inside edge. It's going to go across the netting wickets, where Burns is looking for 3, and he calls his partner back for the 3rd. Good looking shot, safe. Inside edge is always the batsman's, and the outside edge is the bowler. After 9 overs, Surrey have moved. They've had the one drop catch, that from Rory Burns, off the bowling of Porter at 3rd slip, Dan Lawrence, but they have moved to 29 without loss.
Yeah, and fascinating first half an hour of bowled Jamie Porter. Chance going down. D. Topley is going, so he's off, and Paul Newton's going to come in. Sam Cook is going to continue down there at the Hayes Close end, and there'll be 3 slips gully and the leg gully for Rory Burns. Sun's coming out again now, which is good news. It still looks pretty bleak over the top of the pavilion, but we have got a little patch of blue now, which is excellent. And Nick Brown's coming out from leg gully now and going into mid wicket, so no leg gully now for Rory Burns. He's sort of catching in there, is Brown. All his padding on as well for his short leg duties, and Sam Cook is getting ready to come round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns on the back foot just pushes this one away out into the offside. That'll roll there to cover, and Bracewell does the fielding. And a very good morning to Paul Newton.
Yes, very good morning, Mark, and remarkably we've got some play here, although as I was entering Chelmsford this morning, there was an absolute cloudburst, and at that stage it didn't look like we'd be playing at all today. So, but there is a rather ominous looking bank of cloud approaching, as you've been alluding to.
Yep, not here yet though. We have got a patch of blue at the moment as Sam Cook comes around the wicket to Burns, and don't bowl there to Rory Burns. He will clip you away through the leg side all day. Brilliant chase from Porter. Dives away in front of the pavilion. Prevents a boundary, they get back for 2. But anything straight or on leg stump, that is what Rory Burns will do. He moves on to 17. 34 without loss.
Played very well this morning, Rory Burns. Just that one life, and it would have been an incredible catch if it had stuck. As you rightly say, it had to be Dan Lawrence rather than Simon Harman to go for it. And a kindly critic would say, "You saved 4 runs, sir."
As round the wicket once again goes Cook to Burns, well bowled. That's a cracking length. Gets Burns pushing forward, beats the edge, and taken by Pepper. And Burns just comes down to see exactly where that's pitched, checks his off stump. A little bit like a putter there at golf. Just before you take your putt and look at your line there, Rory Burns.
Yeah, it's similar to a delivery from Porter earlier in proceedings that was angled into the batsman but then moved away off the pitch and off the seam, and he did well to avoid them.
Round the wicket again goes Cook to him. Burns is forward. Took a stupendous catch himself, Rory Burns, yesterday to get rid of Critchley off Will Jacks at first slip. Flung himself to his right and sort of plucked the ball out the air.
Well, of course, it's one of the key elements of Surrey's success. They are the defending champions, of course, and Will Jacks himself has taken some unbelievable catches. It's a fine fielding side, and it really does matter. It makes a big difference when you get a wicket from something you really wouldn't have expected one.
Well, it changed the afternoon. As round the wicket again goes Cook, and this is punched by Burns out towards cover point, and there's no run, because at that point, at 218 for 3 in a partnership of 114, Critchley and Wesley were going along very, very nicely. But then that catch, and then Wesley went pretty quickly after that as well, and it was an important partnership at the end of the day between Harmer and this gentleman, Sam Cook, to get Essex up over 300.
Was indeed, and as you say, an unbelievable catch then led to 4 more wickets going very quickly.
Round the wicket again goes Sam Cook to Burns, and Burns is forward, pushing this one up to a wideish mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. 34 without loss, Surrey. 17 of those to Rory Burns, and Dominic Sibley's on 30.
Yes, don't know what you made of one from Cook earlier, bowling to Sibley, that he fended off, and it was difficult to tell whether the ball quite carried to Critchley at leg slip.
Definitely didn't carry to him.
Yeah.
And I think it came off his hip as well.
Right.
So, but that was when Critchley was in that leg slip position for him, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, as you say, we've just had that one very, very difficult chance as we see the first bowling change of the morning. It's going to be Shane Snater, who had an unbelievable season for Essex last year. Hasn't really been able to follow that up so far this season, struggling to get a wicket and struggling to score more than the odd run. He was brilliant last year, and Essex will be very much hoping that he can quickly turn things round for this season.
I think there's a bit of rain as well.
Yeah, it's looking very ominous indeed, and it looks as if it'll be heavy when it comes, as Snater runs away from us from the river end here at the Cloud County Ground in Chelmsford, and they think about going for a single here as Sibley hits the ball down to Porter at mid-on, but Burns was having nothing of that from the non-striker's end, and correctly not. 34 for no wicket, 33 of which have come this morning, 1 for no wicket overnight from 2 overs. This is now the 12th over being bowled, and therefore the 10th of the day and of the Surrey reply to Essex's 314 all out yesterday, with Gus Atkinson taking 6 wickets. Snater's in, or good delivery. I think I heard a double sound there, inside edge into pad. There would still have been some doubt if it were pad only, because the batsman was coming forward and there might have been an issue over height.
Yep, and Snater's got this whippy action, hasn't he?
Very much so.
And got that one just to nip back and bounce a touch on Dom Sibley, but big inside edge from Sibley onto his back thigh. But yes, I've just felt a drop of rain come in through the window, so I'm just going to move this kit back a bit.
Good idea.
That's going to get wet.
On that subject in a moment, Snater bowls and is played to short mid-wicket for no run, 34 for no wicket, and Rob Mead emails us and says, "Hi there, it's pouring with rain here in Thaxted," which for the uninitiate is about 20 miles from Chelmsford, so there will be plenty of times when it rains in one or the other place without it raining in both, but even so, thank you for that, Rob. And John Bush emails to say, "Good to hear the words third man and batsman used in the commentary this morning, enough of third and batter." Thanks, John. Snater's in, bowls, and this ball's turned off the pad for a single. Nick Brown has to make about 10 yards to his right to prevent it being any more than that. 35 for no wicket, and Sibley moves along to 14. Dave Callan says, "Morning all, unfortunately rain is falling here in Writtle." Now this is a lot closer than Thaxted to Chelmsford, and we can see by looking to our right where it's coming from. As you say, just down the road from the county ground. Someone who's reasonably healthy and active would probably be able to walk to Writtle in about an hour. It'd be just 3 or 4 miles away. And Snater coming round the wicket to the left-handed Burns. And Burns plays this very solidly down to the skipper at mid-off, Tom Wesley. Score remaining 35 for no wicket in the 12th. Snater, in his first over of the innings, has had his hair sort of half-dyed blonde.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely. Streaks, I think they're called, Paul.
Streaks. Yeah. Now, in my day, a streak was an A4 Sir Nigel Gresley, a Mallard class engine. They were known as streaks.
I don't think that's what's in Snater's hair.
As this next ball is played up to short mid-wicket, and there is no run as Matt Critchley fields, he alone donning a sun hat among the Essex fieldsmen, but don't think he's going to see a lot of sun today. And at the end of that, the 12th over of...
Matt and his wife Jessica lost their daughter Florence last month. As forward goes Dominic Sibley, thick inside edge, that'll run away down into the leg side, and they will pick up a couple of runs. Florence had lived with Dravet syndrome, a rare form of epilepsy, and the family are going to run 5 kilometres each day of this month to raise awareness of Dravet syndrome.
Oh, they're going off. Sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Players going off.
It gives me the perfect opportunity to continue with this. And they're going to raise awareness of Dravet syndrome and raise funds for the Dravet Syndrome UK charity. And on day one of that contest between Surrey and Middlesex next week, Matthew Dunn and a team of runners will run from Lords to the Kia Oval, and then there will be signed commemorative caps worn by every member of the starting 11 from both sides, and those will be auctioned to raise funds for supporting the family's fundraising efforts. And both teams will also wear special t-shirts in the warm-up to the match to celebrate the life of Florence Dunn. So that'll be next week, but at the moment Matt and the family and friends are running 5k a day, so thoughts of course with Matt and and Jessica and the Dunn family, and Florence, so sadly 2 years old, passing away last month from Dravet syndrome, a rare form of epilepsy. And next week, that first day in the game against Middlesex, in memory of Florence. As you said, Paul, it's raining, unfortunately. I don't think it'll be it looks like a short, sharp shower to me, with Surrey 37 without loss. There's a few umbrellas up, but there are some dark clouds to our right, aren't there?
Well, there are. Depends exactly which ones we're going to get. If they come from a more westerly direction, I think we're sort of talking about probably, well, in fact, southwesterly, I should have said. It's a little bit brighter there, but if it comes from due west, we could be in big trouble. So we'll leave it there for the moment with the news that Surrey, in reply to Essex's 314, are 37 without loss, 17 to Burns, 16 to Sibley. And rest assured, as soon as we do get any further play, we will be back with you.
A very warm welcome back to Chelmsford here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London. Good news, players are making their way back out there. Little short shower there. Floodlights are now on, and it is very gloomy out there, but the umpires have been out there a while, and players are making their way back to the middle with Surrey 37 without loss.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted, Mark, I have to say. I can't remember play actually starting again in light as poor as this.
I think they're hoping, I think they think there's a blue patch possibly not too far away. But well, they've obviously gone out there and had a look on their light meters and they're happy with what they found. So everybody's out there ready to go, and now it's raining again, so they'll be back in a sec. This could be one of those days, I think.
Be interesting if there's only one ball bowled in this session.
If I'm Dom Sibley,
and it's a wicket,
my shoelaces are coming undone now, but he's going to face this ball from Sam Cook. Cook's into him, and that squirts away off a thickish outside edge because it's raining quite heavily again now, and the fielding's done by Snater, moving away to his left-hand side. But wow, if this is a passing heavy shower, then it's got to pass quite quickly because it is absolutely chucking it down out there at the moment. And I think our umpires are hoping it disappears. But if I'm Burns and Sibley, I'm wasting as much time as I can here. Well, Sibley's going to have to face this delivery from Cook as Cook's into him. Sibley's forward, good length delivery, well played by Sibley. And this really is a test of your technique now. He didn't push hard at that, that's hit the edge, that's flown off to the third boundary rope for 4. Well, this is a new one for me because at Edgbaston last week I sat there for an hour and there was no cricket while the sun was out, and here I'm watching cricket while it's pouring with rain.
Absolutely, yes. As I say, I'm flabbergasted that they're playing in this. I've seen so many occasions, including in one-day cricket, where conditions were much brighter than this and still they wouldn't come out. I remember umpire Richard Illingworth once here in a one-day game against Notts, going out with an umbrella when it hadn't been raining for a whole hour.
Day-night cricket this at the moment, as Cook is into Sibley and Sibley's in behind this one, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Now I think, to be fair, that shower has stopped now, so oh no it hasn't, it's still chucking it down. I can see it through the windows. So yes, well we're hoping this shower passes, but as I say, we've got a little bit of day-night cricket going on here at Chelmsford at the moment. This is not straightforward, as Sibley waits once again as Sam Cook is into him, and Sibley forward he goes again, just lets the ball hit the edge of the bat. All along the floor it goes, down towards that third man boundary rope. Lawrence gives chase, slides, gets the ball inside the rope. They'll get back for 3. Excellent running from Messrs Sibley and Burns, and they're experienced enough to not let this bother them too much. And I think that, has the rain stopped? Nope, still raining out there at the moment. You always get a good idea, I always think, with the sort of that star shape of the players' shadows with the artificial light taking over from the natural light. But at the moment the umpires are taking them off.
And relieved for them from their point of view for not losing a wicket, because they'd have felt, I think, justifiably hard done by if there'd been a couple of deliveries and a wicket went in one of them. But actually it's rebounded in Surrey's favour in the end, because I think we've had about 9 runs added in those 5 deliveries, and of course the ball's getting wet, so it doesn't make it easy for the bowlers to get a grip. Sibley has benefited particularly, moving on from, I think it was 16 to 23. Burns on 70, perhaps 7 runs added in that little thing is the accurate thing. 7 runs were added. It was 37 without loss. It's now 44 without loss. And once again, we'll be back with you just as soon as we have further play, which, judging by the way these umpires have enterprisingly got play going just now, may not be very long at all. Rest assured, as soon as they're back, so will we be.
The rain stopped again and the players are making their way back out into the middle. 40 minutes to go till lunch. Fingers crossed that's it for the rain breaks this morning. And Surrey 44 without loss. Starting the day 1 without loss. Porter and Cook and Snater the bowlers. And Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley have played extremely well. Sibley 23 not out, Burns 17 not out. I think Sibley did very, very well to get through 3 deliveries before we came off again for heavy rain, because he had to bat in heavy rain. So I think there's 1 ball to go in this Sam Cook over. Rory Burns will be the man on strike. Paul Newton has been heading his computer looking at stats and where he's off to for the rest of the summer with Dita. It's been a little bit like a travel agent in here, I have to say, during the rain break, with D. Topley and P. Newton talking about where they're off to with Essex for the rest of the season. I'm hearing that Mr. D. Davis is heading to Blackpool for 4 days, and I was relating the story of when I went there and didn't see a ball bowled for 4 days, but I did go to the pleasure beach. As Cook, with our first ball after the rain break, round the wicket to Burns, still under the floodlights, and Burns, as we've seen this morning, doesn't go hard at the ball, just lets it hit the bat off a good length. It squirts away down to third man. There'll be a bit of ball tendering here from Essex, because it will be damp out there, I would have thought, and they won't want the ball to get wet and soft. End of that over from Cook. That took a while. Probably took about 40 minutes, that over, I would say, with the rain breaks. And Surrey are 46 without loss, Paul Newton.
Yes, good description of yours of Burns letting the ball hit the bat. One occasion when he did go quite hard at it was when it took the edge, flew to third slip, and Dan Lawrence dived instinctively to his right and nearly pulled off a tremendous catch, but just couldn't quite hold on to it. It was very low to the ground as well. So that's been the only real risk for Surrey this morning. 46 for no wicket has been accomplished with remarkably little difficulty. Shane Snater is going to resume from the river end, where he just bowled the
of technique for Messrs Burns and Sibley. They've already shown what good techniques they have, and I was talking about it with Don Topley this morning. There are 4 proper opening batters in this game.
Snater around the wicket, the bowls, good delivery, not played particularly convincingly by Burns, but on the other hand, never much of a case that he might have got out to the ball, just momentarily as he ended up playing it to short mid-wicket. Matt Critchley, just momentarily the ball was in the air until it had just left the pitch area itself, but went to ground a long way before reaching Critchley. And Snater again. Around the wicket from the river end, bowls to Burns, and Burns has clipped this nicely off the pads, but straight to Nick Brown, fielding just in front of the square leg umpire. 47 for none.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday with Alistair Cook and Nick Brown. They put on 62 for the first wicket. Some good Surrey bowling. 47 have been put on by Burns and Sibley in tough conditions. So 4 proper openers on show in this game.
Snater again. 2 slips, a wide gully, bowls to Burns, who's clipped this one in the air but safely away from the diving Critchley at short mid-wicket for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. And up comes the Surrey 50. 51 for no wicket in the 14th over. And Burns will go up to 23.
Yeah, nicely put away by Rory Burns. It was upish, but he just stood up straight and threw that bottom hand into it, whipped it over the top of Critchley. He flung himself to his left, but nicely timed and whistled off to the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, one thing with Snater coming round the wicket to the left-hander, left-handers, and Burns are the typical of the breed, are very strong off their pads, and if you just stray an inch or 2 and bowl at leg stump rather than middle and off, you're going to get hit to the leg side boundary in all probability. And it all means, as Mark was alluding to as well, that now Tom Wesley, as ball dryer in chief, has quite a task to dry the ball for the bowler, who comes in again. Floodlights in evidence, and yet blue sky above at the moment. In bowls to Burns. Burns fends this off into the offside, nicely fielded at wide gully by Lawrence, and the score remaining at 51 without loss. 23 to Burns, 24 to Sibley.
Fact is, the outfield will still be a bit damp. If that ball gets beyond the boundary rope, it will be sodden. Because obviously the ground staff won't have been worrying about what's beyond the boundary rope.
51 without loss, and we've now had 14 overs.
Yeah, and the interesting thing now is the sun's out, so we've got the floodlights on. It's just disappeared behind a cloud, but there is a little patch of blue sky. But Sam Cook's going to continue. He's bowled unchanged this morning, down there from the Hayes close end.
And of course, another factor here, Mark, is that without the rain, we probably would already be seeing Simon Harmer in operation, but with a wet ball, Tom Wesley would want that ball to dry out before bringing Harmer back into proceedings.
Though I still think Harmer could probably bowl with a bar or so, and get it to turn and bounce.
Right.
As Cook comes down the slope over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, who's forward. And this one squirts away into the leg side. Up comes Nick Brown to do the fielding, so Critchley's still in this leg slip position for Sibley, and then there are two slips in there. There's the long leg, there's the square leg, a mid on, a mid off. There's a cover point, and then hiding is Snater down at third man. As waiting over his back once more is the right-handed Dominic Sibley. As Sam Cook comes over the wicket to him, and Sibley forward he goes again. Solid looking defensive shot that. Just walks into it. As Sibley almost follows the ball towards the fielder Bracewell. Stood up there at mid-on. So the crowd had to sort of head for cover and find stands to get shelter from the rain. They're all back in their seats now. Down in front of the pavilion as well. All dotted around on the benches down there and away to our left. As Sam Cook over the wicket, he comes to Sibley. Short ball. Oh, and that's hit Dom Sibley in the unmentionables, poor chap. That will hurt. Dominic Sibley goes for a little wander off towards square leg. He's okay. Just checking everything's where it should be.
Yeah, he had a very quick spot count there to make sure that the correct number was still in the slots. We've heard from Mike Garton-Sprenger. He says, living in Devon, I've sadly been unable to visit the ground for many years, so not seen the club's current merchandise. Is there a jigsaw with view of the ground?
Oh.
The early season green set against a lively cloud sky and sunshine would be ideal. Enjoying your coverage as always. Thanks, Mike. Great to hear from you.
Over the wicket once again. Comes Cook, forward goes Dominic Sibley. I used to play hockey with a lad who played up front, and his name was Jigsaw, because he always fell apart in the box. I think it's one of the better nicknames that I've ever... And he's still, even today, poor chap, he's the same age as me, never referred to as anything other than Jigsaw. It just stuck at him. That'd be nice, though. A Jigsaw of the county ground. How lovely.
Yeah. In answer to your question, Mike, I just don't know. I haven't seen whether they have a jigsaw.
In over the wicket once again is Sam Cook. This one's left alone by Sibley. Outside is off stump.
My favourite sporting nickname that I've ever heard concerned an Oxford United footballer by the name of Fitz Hall.
Way to his right hand side. End of the over. 51 without loss then, Surrey. Good. Solid over that from Sam Cook. Very well played by Dominic Sibley. He has 24 and Rory Burns is on 23.
We'll bring Don back in at the end of this over. David Phipps emails us, BBC Essex Cricket, and says, following on from the conversation of yesterday about the English Test team, there is a great chasm twixt county cricket and the Ashes. It can be compared possibly to the difference of club cricket versus county cricket, I would suggest. Crawley, in my opinion, does not and has never possessed the technique necessary at Ashes level, and so must surely be rested. What has he done since it's 170 against Essex? Snater's in, round the wicket, bowls to Rory Burns, solidly down to Tom Wesley at mid-off. Sun shining quite brilliantly on the ground at the moment. 51 for no wicket, 16th over being bowled. And David continues, A bigger problem is that of Stokes, whose fitness must be suspect. It could be queried where his priorities lie. If that is with England, then should he not have taken part in the IPL and used the time to work on his fitness? If he cannot bowl, then can he even run about in the field? Because in running, pressure is being put on the bad knee. More of that in a moment, but here comes the next delivery. Snater in bowls to Burns, who's absolutely smacked this away to the backward point boundary. It gave him the width and absolutely belted away. Don Topley actually will be joined in a few moments' time by Ray East, former outstanding Essex slow left arm bowler, great character as well, and took 1,000 first-class wickets. Just finishing off David's email, Bairstow has not had a game for how long? Surely it is better to retain Folkes and wait for Bairstow to show some form with the bat. Is Leach all that he's made out to be? I think not. It is accepted that no one should be dropped for one bad match, but surely there's a limit before hard decisions have to be made. Snater comes in again, bowls to Burns, and Burns hits this back to the bowler. 55 for no wicket up on the board. 27 Burns, 24 Sibley. Just finishing off David's email. Having watched all the Essex games, I've heard many suggestions that Sam Cook be given the chance. After all, he is fourth in the bowling averages currently, according to the Cricketer website. We cannot rely much longer on Anderson and Broad, and lately the latter has hardly shone, has he? In the conversation, it appeared that much reliance was placed on what certain players accomplished in the past, yet is the present not more important? Snater bowls again to Burns, and Burns has crashed this one, doesn't really get hold of it with any timing though, and he goes to short mid-wicket Matt Critchley, and he concludes, you all have watched more county cricket than I, so whilst I have not offered names of potential replacements, bar one, you are in a better position to do so. You may consider that my views are nonsense, however, I feel the points I raise are worthy of further discussion. Thank you, David. I'm sure we will discuss them further.
I think you might find Bairstow opening in Test cricket.
Yeah, I think you have to find a place for him, a potential match winner. And provenly so, as here Snater bowls, and that out of the middle of the bat here. Burns was looking to drive this into the offside, thick inside edge along the ground to Matt Critchley at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Surrey 55 for no wicket, replying to 314.
The other one I'd add to that is if Stokes is fit enough to bat and field but can't bowl, he could open in Test cricket.
Yeah, no, he could. He's got the technique.
Absolutely, and then you can slot Bairstow in there. So there's a few decisions to be made.
Snater to Burns, and Burns has cracked this one majestically for four into them. Sorry, I beg your pardon, I'm totally done by the window frame there, which was blocking my view of Nick Brown. If he'd hit it a yard either side, it would have been four. My apologies to Surrey supporters, but you're going to have to continue from 55 for no wicket, as Don Topley will be joined by Ray East now. And just to give you the nod-out batsman, Burns 27 and Sibley 24. I'm just going to allow Don to move in first so he can make sure that you're not left with a gap. Next over will again be bowled by Sam Cook. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21. Over to you, Don.
Thank you very much, and I now need my glasses. These days, it's going to be Sam Cook from the Hayes close end. On his way in, right arm over to Sibley. Sibley, he misses the ball. Perhaps it hit cannoned off his inner thigh into the offside, and there is no run. 55 for no wicket. And in a minute, as Paul vacates the chair, we're going to have Raymond Eric East, formerly of this parish for the best part of 25 years service to this great club. And in he comes, and I'll switch his mic on in a minute as Cook is in. Bouncer, very big bouncer, really very short. It's signalled 1 for the over by the umpire, and that really did sail over before it cannoned into the gloves of listen, he started already. I don't know if you could hear the chuckle. Ray East has presented me a copy of the East Anglian Daily Times, which everybody knows in this area that covers Essex cricket, and it's all about Ipswich Town as Sam Cooke comes in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. First of all, a very warm welcome to Raymond East. Good morning.
Thank you, Donald. Yeah, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody.
And let's get it out of the way. Ipswich Town, how pleased are you?
Waited a long time, Donald. We waited a long time for them. But yeah, it's fantastic performance. Really was.
And their goal difference.
Yeah, well, we're playing proper football these days. And
Cooke is in. Bowls, there's an LBW shout. He may have got a little edge on, inside edge onto it. It's ballooned into the leg side. There is no run.
Put a nick on that, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's just great to be here. I don't come very often these days. But,
and you've got a few old players around. Who have you come with?
Yeah, I'm with Lever.
John Lever.
Yeah, he hasn't changed much.
Does he still looks young?
Yeah, and David Atfield.
So the off spinner still following around in the left armer's footmarks as Cooke bowls, played in down to third man, the Tom Pearce stand, where Shane Snater does the fielding. There is just the one run for the right-handed Dom Sidley. The score moves on to 56 without loss. How are you?
I'm above ground, Tom.
You're above ground, is that how you describe it these days? And you're still involved in cricket, Raymond, because last time I spoke with you, I rang you up and I could barely hear you because you were on the roller.
I was, yes. I'm president of Cop Dock for my sins.
Cop Dock Cricket Club, which is just inside Suffolk, in the East Anglian Premier League.
That's correct, yeah. And I do my stint on the roller, having had a lot of experience at Ipswich School. Yeah, it's nice to be able to put something back, Donald, to be honest.
Brilliant, yes, and I'm sure you do that. 2 slips waiting, Cooke is in, and there's a nick to first slip, and he's gone. Burns has gone. That's a good delivery, and he's just slightly pushing at it, and it's carried through to Alistair Cooke, who's taken a very, very significant and important catch, Ray.
Yeah, well, it was a good catch, low down. A lot of people have difficulty with low catches at first slip. Good catch, and Cooke is bowling well. You know, there's a bit in it for him. The bounce looks a little bit inconsistent, and he's bowling it in the right areas, and that was just playing well.
It would be fair to say, Raymond East, that the 2 Cookes did spoil the broth. Oh!
I wonder how many times I've heard that, Raoul.
Cooke, bowl Cooke, but Rory Burns has played very nicely this morning, 27. He did have a life on 11, which would have been a magnificent catch by Dan Lawrence at third slip that sort of just came into sort of second slip's space. Harmer doesn't drop many, but it would have been a magnificent catch. We did actually see Rory Burns take a sensational catch at first slip. It was very reminiscent to me, and I hope people don't mind, but a lot of listeners will appreciate this. It was very much a first slip catch similar to Phil Sharp used to take, often behind the fielder himself. He took it going back. It was a sensational catch to get rid of Matt Critchley.
Yeah, well, of course, Phil Sharp, Yorkshire, was renowned for his slip catching, and that's probably what got him his England catch, to be honest.
And in those days, am I right in saying Phil Sharp often used to compete with Keith Fletcher?
Well, that was the problem, wasn't it, for Fletcher at Headingley? The test match, they left Sharp out, played Fletch and put him in at first slip, and I think he dropped about 3 catches.
Did he?
The thing about Fletch was he was good close to the wicket, but it was at short end, a silly pointer. And the Yorkshire crowd never forgive him for it, really.
I'm a little bit younger than you. Don't look it, may I say. Rex now will be looking to certainly impress on Surrey, having got a first wicket. This time a little slower, drags Dominic Sibley forward. He plays with the full face of the bat. There is no run. After this over, Raymond, I'll ask you to give you your thoughts about Simon Harmer. Harmer, right arm over the wicket, bowls. This is hit into the air. It's got to go over the boundary. It just avoids Jamie Porter that is standing on the rope. There was an element of risk there, but he's taken on the shorter boundary on the leg side beneath the player's balcony, and he only just cleared Jamie Porter. Bit of a risk there, risk and reward.
Very, very, very risky shot. Very lucky to get away with it too. You know, he obviously doesn't want Harmer to relax and bowl at him.
Harmer in again, a little quicker. This time it's forced with the full face of the bat just into the leg side with a spin. There is no run. Have you seen a lot of Simon Harmer bowl?
Not really, no I haven't. I mean obviously he's been fantastic for Essex, and you know, his wicket taking is unbelievable.
This time a little bit outside off stump, and Sibley saw that little bit of width and went at it against the spin. Harmer will be happy with that, but Sibley's gone after that into the offside and hit it up to the captain Tom Wesley at mid-off. Harmer turns only a few paces. Big man Simon Harmer. This time there's a bat and a pad. It's gone into the leg side, and I think it's Nick Brown under the lid who has dived behind square, but alas there is no wicket, no run. Good looking over, ambitious shot. Tell me about that shot again, Raymond.
Yeah, well he's obviously doesn't want Harmer to dominate with the ball, and he's going after Simon. Very fortunate, you know, he's taking him on, and he's very fortunate to clear the boundary. But, you know, I mean, he's a prolific scorer, a prolific spinner of the ball. You know, and what a fantastic servant he's been for Essex.
He's a very tall man. He would have played rugby at school, and he would have been second row, maybe number 8. He doesn't knock on. No. He's got huge hands and buckets at second slip where he normally fields, but he's able to get a lot of purchase on the ball.
Well, you know, it's a tremendous advantage to have, you know, big hands, as I say, to get purchase on the ball. And he does, and as I say, he's a prolific spinner of the ball.
Cook on the way in from the Hayes close end. Bowls driven by Ollie Pope. Pope of England, very fine player indeed. Surrey have got 5 Test batsmen in their top 5.
Yeah, that's a tremendous achievement. I think Ollie Pope looks a good player to me, but you know, like any batsman, early balls, you know, there's a chance.
Vulnerable,
yeah.
If you can get the ball to move a little bit.
Well, he's bowling the right line, the right length. He's bowling well, Cookie, and I mean, what success he's been for us.
Oh,
fantastic.
I admire him immensely. 2 slips waiting. In he comes. This ball just probably nips back. There is a little bit of a slope here at Chelmsford that has an accent away to the pavilion, and that has just gone a little bit back up the slope. Which end did you used to prefer to bowl here?
I used to bowl the river end, and I used to frequent the river quite a bit.
Did you?
Well,
There's a few that have done that.
Especially when they wanted to change the ball.
Fletcher brought you on, and yeah. Raymond, do me a favour, let's lose this one.
Yeah, it wasn't difficult.
Never to be returned as Cook comes in. That's a beautiful delivery. It's bounced on Pope, it's gone through to the keeper, and the keeper has not just missed it, he's parried it. It's almost bounced and carried through to the keeper with a decent bit of bounce there, Raymond.
That was a fantastic delivery. I mean, as you say, it's held.
You won your first, you won the double in 79.
Yeah, I mean.
And can I, for Surrey listeners, what is important here is the Benson and Hedges. Was that against Surrey or Yorkshire?
Surrey.
That was against Surrey. Can you remember the day?
Well, I should do, yeah, because...
Cook is in, bowls, is played very sensibly, smartly, played with an open face bat. It goes squarer of cover. He takes the quick single, does Dominic Sibley, and he gets through. Good calling, good cricket there. Score moves to 63 for 1.
Yeah, we were fortunate in the respect that Sylvester Clark was fit to play for Surrey.
Oh, really?
Yeah, obviously.
I never knew that.
Yeah, big.
Cup final 79.
Yeah, and so then Gucci got a fantastic number.
In comes Cook. Cook, another decent delivery that bounces and goes through to the keeper. Well bowled, Sam Cook. Good over.
Very good over, yeah. Another ball, as you said, that just held its line and bounced quite, quite a lot. I mean, it really sort of took off a bit. And he's bowling exceptionally well. He really is.
As the score after the 18th over, 64 for 1. We've had 2 rain breaks. You're listening to BBC Essex. We're here at Chelmsford. There's a bit of grey cloud around, and the lights are on. And Simon Harmer to begin another over. Comes in bowls. This is whipped into the leg side. That's going to go for 4. I would suggest, Rais, that was a round off stump.
Yeah, he's playing with a turn. But once again, I mean, mid-wicket field, he's looking positive. Sibley is trying to hit in. He's going to go. He's not going to let him bowl if he can help it.
This time he throws it a little further outside off stump, looking to try and get in between the gate. But soon as he bowls that line, Sibley's looking to play an in-to-out shot against the spin, isn't he? Harmer again, once again, just outside off stump. He doesn't want to keep being whipped with the spin into the leg side.
No, he wants Sibley. He wants Sibley.
That might be a part of the reason. Just hang on a second. Just going to rearrange as your headphone as Sibley this time plays off the back foot into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, Simon wants Sibley to try and force him through the offside. That's why he's just bowling a little bit outside off stump. And hopefully the ball will turn and bowl him through the gate, maybe.
Harmer, and again, this time it's whipped into with a spin sensibly to Snater at short mid-wicket. There is no run. Essex could do with a wicket here just before lunch. 2 slips, a slip and 2 leg slips, or a leg slip and a forward short leg, where there is no run. End of a decent over. We can see Sibley's intentions against Harmer, and Pope will be a little more watchful, I would suggest. Raymond, you had a career for 25 years. You were talking about the Benson and Hedges win over Surrey. Can you remember much about that Surrey side?
Yeah, I mean, they were a good side, but as I say, without Clark, it made a big difference. But it was an amazing day because we won the toss and batted, and Gucci and Mike Dines walked out to the middle, and I mean, most of the supporters there were Essex fans, and it was a tremendous noise. And then they watched Gucci get 100, and Kenny McEwen got a beautiful, I think he got 80 odd. Fletch got runs, and we got 290, I think. And that was a big score in those days. And then when we went out to bowl, I was at mid-off, and I said to JK, I said, for goodness sake, don't let him hit one to me. I said, I can't feel my hands. I was that nervous. I really was.
Really?
I've never played in front of a crowd like that. I mean, normally,
And of course, this was really for Essex's first final.
Yeah. And when we normally played Middlesex at Lords, there was probably 2,000 there, not 28, whatever it was.
Yes.
And
yes.
and I think I got one of the first wickets. I think Monty Lynch, and that set us on our way.
The New Zealander Doug Bracewell was into the attack from the Hayes close end, bowls just short of a length, which Ollie Pope stands up, forces to mid on. There is no run. I'm trying to think of who was their wicket keeper back then.
I'm not sure. That wasn't Richards, was it?
No, it wouldn't have been Richards. Surrey's wicket keeper at that cup final.
So we had Robin Jackman.
In for a very long run up. Currently used to live in Suffolk, actually.
Right.
Bracewell comes in. This is forced into the leg side. That's a cracking shot that goes across the netting area very quickly. It was probably about middle, but Pope, as we've seen in international cricket and with his international class, has just played that beautifully. That was, for me, that was a little bit of Kenny McEwen about that.
Yeah, he could play a bit, couldn't he? But that was angled in. He wants the ball off stump, doesn't he? Top of off stump. That was angled in, and players like Pope are not going to miss shots like that, are they?
We've got a field change. We've taken out the leg gully. He's gone into mid-wicket, so we have 3 in front of square on the leg side. Mid-on, quite square. A short mid-wicket catching, and Nick Brown at square leg. Bracewell's in. This is just a heavy ball, short of a length, which Pope gets back and across to the off stump. Good line, that delivery, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's brought the man over, and he's going to attack the stumps more. I assume he'll bowl a lot straighter.
So he's just given himself the opportunity to have an extra man, not to feel as naked on the leg side.
Yeah, precisely, yeah.
Some bowlers mentally prefer that. They just don't feel as vulnerable.
No.
So as a captain, are you happy to give him that? Bracewell in, short of a length, played on the crease line again. Good looking delivery from Bracewell, but no run.
I would like to think, having seen Cook bowl very well and bowl some really good balls that pitched off and held, that they would have carried on with that line. I think bowling straight, it does give them a chance to clip the ball away.
Pope, class player, 2 slips waiting, bowls. This is an on-off stump. He tries to come forward, plays it off the splice of the bat. Bracewell, probably not express, but quick enough, and he hits the bat, hits the splice. He bowls a heavy ball. How would you describe that?
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen him bowl, and he certainly hits the deck. What speed was he? 80, just over 80, probably.
Yeah, I would say early 80s.
Yeah. So if he bowls the right line, I just think that he should have carried on bowling with the 2 slips and a gully, and bowled off stump.
Harmer to continue.
This is the man.
You like him?
I do like him, yeah.
Fantastic cricketer.
Yeah.
Essex need him to prise open the Surrey middle order. This time Sibley comes down the wicket, seeing him use his feet, and he just gets it on the half volley and drills it down towards the Tom Pearce stand, where he takes a quick single. Good cricket from Sibley.
Yeah. As
a spin bowler, how did you used to combat players like Sibley who used his feet then? Wait for this ball to be bowled, and please, pray tell, because that's an important part of an appreciation of the opposition's batting, and you must have done that many, many times as Harmer. Right arm over to Pope. Pope plays in and just allows the ball to play with an open face back there to get a single as he runs the ball out to short third man, 1 run.
Well, every batsman's different, and somebody like Sibley does like the leg side. And being a spin bowler trying to get the ball to move away, I'd quite like bowling at him, I think.
As Harmer's in this time, sensibly just plays it back down the wicket to the bowler and collects on his follow through. Sensible shot from Sibley, certainly looking to get on the front foot and manipulate and use the onside with the spin. This time it's a slog sweep, it's in the air, it's cleared the tent, and I think that's heading for the river that used to be known as River East.
Well, the East River, yes, it did, I think. Yeah. But
you're only just talking about that.
But it's a short boundary, isn't it?
Oh, very short, very short.
Do you know I got only hit 2 first-class sixes in my career? They were both here.
Into the river?
No, just the other end, Hayescliffe, and it's against a chap called Knocker White.
Knocker White,
yes.
Notts and Middlesex.
Yes, and they're both against him, and he retired at the end of the season. Well, I think probably had something to do with it, I think.
Do you think so? Yes. Well, the ball's come back. The umpires had a quick look at it. Don't know if it did go into the water, but you can retrieve them here. And of course, it's the River Can. We're only joking when we talk about. Nick Sibley has 39, and with him is, a very fine player, Ollie Pope. He's on 5.
To be fair to Sibley, he's batting well. He's not letting Simon dominate him. He's decided to, take the ball by the horns a bit, but he's batting very well. A little bit unlike, I mean, obviously Test matches are different, but he's certainly more attacking than I've seen him, and yeah, he's doing very well.
Bracewell to commence his second over. He's on his way in, 2 slips waiting. This time it's forced into the leg side, and one of those 3 fielders in front of square on the big boundary that is the flats that used to be, in your day, the hospital.
Yes,
didn't
yes.
it?
It was a handy place for a couple of our lads who got hit on the head. They just went straight round there.
Was there a private gate through there?
Yeah, there's a very good casualty man who used to look after us, yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, Doctor.
Oh, very good.
Dr. Lyle, very nice chap.
Well, that's a big hit for Pope or Sibley to find that boundary today. This time it's forced into the leg side. Good looking shot, quite a straight delivery that is well fielded by Brown at square leg. So we've got square leg chatting to the umpire just in front. We have a short mid wicket, and then Sam Cook has just swapped with, I think could be Tom Wesley, who they've swapped from mid on to mid off. So it's 3 guys in front of square, looking to bowl quite straight, 2 slips waiting. In comes Bracewell, he's in, bowls. Decent ball, you could see and hear how it hit the bat hard.
Yeah, right line, right length, good.
Good bowling.
Excellent, yeah.
Hitting the deck hard.
Yeah, yeah. The thing about Ollie Pope, I think, is he's a fine player. He doesn't like being dominated by the ball. And, you know, he's a shot maker. He likes to play his shots.
Just talking to you about your children. Your 2 boys have played serious cricket in the East Anglian Premier. This is forced into the leg side. Same kind of line. Brown can't stop the ball. It beats him and goes for 4 at deep mid wicket. Good looking shot. 80, is that 76 or 80? 80 for 1 now. Very good shot indeed. Your 2 boys play, and now the next generation of Easts have started their little careers.
Yes.
Plays for Suffolk. Is a leggy?
He is, yes.
Played in the festivals last year at the Royal Hospital School, if I remember.
And my granddaughter, left arm over.
They're just going off now for an early lunch now as it's starting to rain. And you can hear there's thunder around and potentially some lightning as well. So that's not a good end to the morning's play. Surrey have played absolutely superbly, in particular Dominic Sibley, 39 not out. The total is 80 for 1 with Ollie Pope watching. He's on 9. Raymond, just finish that off. You've got your granddaughter.
Yeah, my granddaughter, she's 15, plays for Suffolk under 15s, bowls left arm over and swings it, Donald, naturally. She doesn't know how she's doing it, but she swings it.
Keep her going.
Yeah, she's...
Don't anyone coach that out of her.
No, certainly not. I mean, it's
if you're a left armer that swings it, you are much sought after.
Yeah, that's what I told Lever when he started. I said, you know, if you can swing the ball in, you'll be reasonably successful.
Let me tell you, he had such a beautiful action. John Lever could have bowled left arm spin and did.
Yeah, he did. He did occasionally when at the end of my career. Yeah, he did. Bowled left arm spin. Yeah, he spun it. Yeah.
Well, listen, Raymond, it's been an absolute delight to have you in the commentary box. I hope you've enjoyed your little bit of cricket knowledge. Expressing it and being with you is just simply a treat. I'm going to say cheerio to you because I'm just about to do an update for BBC Essex.
Thank you for having me. It's been my pleasure. Enjoyed it. Thank you, Don. Cheers.
Thank you, Raymond.
So that brings us to lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We would normally be due to start again at 13:40, but it will obviously depend on the weather.
wandering away from us to the square here at Chelmsford, day 2. It's been a rather long lunch break because we've had 3 interruptions for rain and a slightly extended lunch break here, but Surrey will resume on 80 for 1, and that's a very positive score. Good afternoon, Mark Church.
Good afternoon, Don Topley. Yes, well, I think Surrey will be fairly pleased with where they find themselves. That was a fascinating morning of cricket this morning with rain breaks. I think Burns and Sibley there, we said it was going to be an examination of their techniques. They passed it with flying colours. I thought they were outstanding against Sam Cooke, who bowled beautifully from the Hayes close end. He did get his 1 wicket, that of Rory Burns, caught by his namesake Sir Alistair at slip off Sam Cooke for 27. That was 56 for 1. Sibley 39 odd out. Like the way he played Simon Harmer. Didn't just let Harmer bowl to him. And Ollie Pope is 9 not out. That all in reply, of course, to the 314 of Essex. We'll keep our fingers crossed that we get no more rain. Tea will be at 4:25 today, whatever happens. So just mark your cards. Tea at 4:25. So still plenty of cricket to be played today. And as I say, fingers crossed, that's it for the rain, because it did hammer it down during the lunch break. There was a bit of thunder.
We had,
yeah, a bit of thunder, a bit of lightning as well, which was all very exciting.
Yep.
And with yourself and Ray East in a thunderstorm just before lunch, and Don Topley.
He was so nice to chat to. Good man. Good servant here, 25 years worth of a cricketer, second team coach, an ambassador. He was actually vice captain to Keith Fletcher for a good couple of years, but he's just a good cricket person. Now serves Copdock and Old Ipswichians, and obviously helps Suffolk. In we have Doug Bracewell to continue and finish his last, well, he's got a couple of balls left, nearly 2 or 3 balls left of this over. And he's bowled a decent ball which has bounced and got big on Ollie Pope, played out to backward point where Dan Lawrence does the fielding. Good delivery, that.
Yeah, that did spit at
That wasn't
Ollie
a
Pope.
loosener at all.
He's got a slingy action, hasn't he, Bracewell? There's a bit of the Craig Whites about it.
Yes,
when I stood
very
outside
true,
and watched,
very true.
There is a little bit of the Craig Whites about his action.
Hits the deck hard. In he comes, he bowls. This is driven into the leg side, well fielded. Good looking shot from Burns. And that completes the part over that we had prior to lunch. 80 for 1.
It's funny, isn't it, when you watch someone, you immediately sort of see other players in the way they go about things. And the first thing I thought with Bracewell was Craig White, who was a fantastic cricketer. I really like Craig White as a cricketer. But he of course, was a spinner, wasn't he? And then turned himself into a good, he bowled spin, and then turned himself into a really good. He was quicker than you thought as well, for a very short run, like Bracewell.
He is.
Slippery action.
Bowls a very, very heavy ball.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see as well, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. When he got to 25, Dom Sibley, 7,000 first class runs. So good effort that, isn't it? 7,000.
Can I just add that is a similar benchmark that Nick Brown has passed this summer.
There we go.
Similar cricketers.
Harmer, round the wicket he comes to Sibley, who's forward and just turns this into Nick Brown, who's in there at short leg. Alistair Cook is in there at slip. There's a leg slip as well.
Similar cricketers, but one has played for England and the other one hasn't.
Yep. And Sibley wants to get that place back. As round the wicket again goes Harmer. He's using his feet, clips this into the leg side neatly and tidily. Won't get a run on this occasion because Snater is round quickly to do the fielding. Captain Tom Wesley stood up there at mid-off at the moment, working out his plans for the afternoon. Bit of sun now as round the wicket goes Harmer again. Quicker one and just flicked leg side by Sibley. You probably heard the call there of no from Dom Sibley. He wanders off towards square leg. Ollie Pope with his bat leaning against his legs at the non-striker's end. Harmer, round the wicket he comes to Sibley. That's nicely bowled, nicely played by Sibley. Good use of the feet, and then tucks this away out towards deep mid-wicket. It's our first run after the lunch break. And Dom Sibley will move on to 40 Surrey moving on to 81 for 1. We didn't see an awful lot of Pope facing Harmer. It'll be interesting to see how Pope goes about it. Busy as always, Ollie Pope. Harmer will go over the wicket to Pope. Harmer is in to Ollie Pope, and Pope is forward and just opens the face and guides this down towards third man. Deliberately played that by Ollie Pope, and it sent Alistair Cook on a bit of a chase, but then he left it to Porter, and Ollie Pope's just rehearsing that. Just again, this way of playing the spinner where you just let the ball hit the bat. And Ollie Pope, you could see him there just rehearsing that. Picked up a couple of runs. End of the over, 83 for 1 then Surrey. Pope has 11 and Sibley's on 40.
Interesting you just described about playing the ball late. And in my coaching career, Zimbabwe, Greek Rhine West, at school for 23 years with the Royal Hospital School, one of the most challenging things to get across to kids, all the skills cricket offers, I'm happy with, but trying to get kids to play the ball late was the hardest. It's going to be Bracewell bowls, and this time Sibley does come forward, but he doesn't come forward as early as he might have, and he squeezes the ball into the offside. There is no run. And the reason I mention about playing the ball late is you play it under your eye line, allow the ball to travel as close as to you as possible, but there are still kids, or there are still players that play and reach for the ball, where you don't play the ball late. As you reach for it, you end up playing it earlier than you would want to, and I was like that, but I found it very difficult to get kids to play the ball late.
I think if you watch any cricket these days, the modern player, you watch them, Ollie Pope will do it a lot, Dom Sibley does it as well, is they'll actually rehearse just that bat slightly raised just under their eyes, away, not away from their bodies, and that's just them playing the ball late.
Bracewell in, played nicely, take a quick single, sensible single. Brown can't stop the Surrey single run there. That's good cricket all round. Well, a bad ball, just turned into the onside pleasantly by Sibley. He moves to 40, score 83 for 1.
If you watch Ollie Pope for any amount of time, you'll see that. It's a mannerism he has now. Sort of looking where his off stump is and just playing the ball as late as possible.
Bracewell's in, outside off stump, length ball carries through to Pepper, the keeper, and there is no run.
He's done it immediately after that delivery again, Ollie, but it's almost like he's just trying to hit the ball on the top of its bounce, just popping it on the top of its head. And then when he let that one go, he watched it into Pepper's gloves, and then he held the shot, but he was just, imagine the ball coming straight up and he's bonking it straight on the top of its head. That's what he wants to do, play it as late as possible.
Good players play the ball late. Bracewell in, played into the leg side. It's going to go out to the deep square leg, who's come in front of square to retrieve the ball. Just the one run to Surrey and one to Pope. 84, 5 for 1.
One of the most fascinating hours I've ever had with cricket was watching Kane Williamson against India in the Test Championship final. Was that last year at the Ageas Bowl? And he batted we batted for a while, but didn't make a huge amount of runs, but he played the ball so late with it swinging round corners.
2 slips in a gully. Bracewell's in, good delivery, just coming away, possibly off the slope there, or indeed a little bit of swing. That was a gorgeous delivery.
Lovely piece of bowling, wasn't it? There was, I think, a little nod from Sibley back towards him there, as if to say that's a good one from Bracewell.
Now, whatever movement there was, that was late movement, which we talk about playing the ball late as a batsman. The bowler, if you can allow the ball to move late, then you become a more potent bowler. In comes Bracewell, bowls, and this is clipped into the leg side, goes straight to the short mid wicket, and that completes a good over. There was no run, but it's now 85 for 1. We have a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of blue sky to the west. There's certainly plenty of definition in the clouds here, so I think we're going to be all right for certainly an hour. Can't promise anything later than the hour, but certainly now, listen, I'm going to embarrass you on air. You were naughty at lunchtime, weren't you?
What did I do?
You were naughty.
Loops forward, turns this one down into the leg side. That's picked up by Nick Brown in there at short leg, and there's no run.
I think it's called resting your eyes.
Yes. Well, you look very comfy, I have to say. Very comfy, well
Promise me that
refreshed.
photograph won't go
Well
anywhere.
refreshed as down the pitch comes Ollie Pope. Shot. Just picks it up, chips it straight over mid-on. And because the boundaries are fairly short here, it's gone flat for 6. It's a very good bit of batting that from Ollie Pope. Again, just sort of saying to Simon Harmer, I'm just going to let you bowl at me. And down the pitch he came. He's hit that pretty flat for 6. And with these short straight boundaries, you know, as long as you get enough on it, you're probably going to pick up your rewards. Harmer is in once more to Pope, and Pope forward. That's well played as well, isn't it? Again, he's just playing that top of the bounce straight down in front of him. The thing with Ollie Pope and really good players of spin, if they go back, they go right back. If they go forward, they go right forward. And the really good players tend to play a lot of this off the back foot, as this one's turned by Pope into the leg side. And they will pick up a single. One more to Ollie Pope. He'll move on to 19. Surrey move on to 92 for 1.
These two are playing Simon Harmer as well as anyone I've seen, and that's a serious accolade, to be honest. I saw Simon Harmer be played quite well against Warwickshire Edgbaston a couple of years ago.
Here goes Sibley again. Great shot, wonderful use of the feeds, and then picks it up and launches it into the top of the Tom Pearce stand for his 3rd maximum off Simon Harmer. They're giving Harmer something to think about here. There's a lovely, clean, casual shot from Tom Sibley. He moves on to 47, and Surrey move on to 98 for 1.
Yeah, that was a very good over for Surrey. Both England batsmen have shown how they're going to attack Harmer. They're not going to allow him to bowl. Men around the bat. Will Essex keep men around the bat? I suggest they will for a little bit longer. But it'll be interesting to see how Harmer bowls. As I say, I remember Warwickshire, Yates, Hayne, and they had an Indian player who played for Warwickshire for 2 or 3 matches. That's going to be Bracewell comes in. This is driven into the leg side to short mid wicket. There is no run. He played in 2019. When did 20? He played only a few games for Warwickshire. He had a short name. Only played a few games, but again, I watched that day. He played Harmer at Edgbaston. It was a driest pitch, and my word, he didn't half play well. In comes Bracewell. Bracewell bowls. This is a model forward defence out of the MCC coaching annual.
I was saying to you, the other thing here is Surrey are going along at about 3.5 and over. So they're ticking along. We're in the 27th over.
Near a 4.
Yeah, 57.4 overs remaining in the day.
Tea's strange. Tea's at 4:25.
Yeah, well, we had lunch at 1:45 last week.
Was that your second lunch? Bracewell bowls. This is cut beautifully. Slightly short and wide. Got the treatment. No complaints about that. Beautifully executed. That's the 100 up for Surrey. There are some Surrey fans and members in the ground. I witnessed a few. There's one particular gentleman from my own small town of Hadley. I often see him in a supermarket
Lovely.
with the brown tracksuit top of Surrey on. In comes Doug Bracewell. This time it's a slightly better ball, just swinging away, but this time Pope allows it to go through. Better length. Yeah, it's the brown Surrey jacket tracksuit top is often not seen up in Suffolk and in particular Hadley, but funny enough, whenever he goes to the shops, I happen to be at the shops and we bump into each other.
Very nice. Over which section, which aisle are you in when you see it? The frozen section, is it, or the fruit aisle?
As Bracewell bowls, driven up to mid-off. Tom Wesley is chasing. He's had to have a long chase because he was quite an extra cover rather than mid-off, where there is 2 more runs to Ollie Pope. 104 for 2, I think it is. 104 for 1, sorry. What aisle would it be? It would naturally be the fruit and veg.
Lovely.
You can tell.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Bit of pawpaw, papaya in South Africa.
Lovely.
Just for your knowledge, because I know this, well, funny enough, yes, for some people they want to improve on their higher white.
Oh no, I can
blood
understand that, but you wouldn't put the 3 things together at the same time, would you? You'd have your cup of tea and maybe some Marmite and then some papaya. I'm not sure you put
papaya followed by Marmite on toast
with a cup of tea. Simon Harmer coming round the wicket to Sibley. Now that bounced a touch on Sibley. He's pushed forward, plays it down into the leg side. Harmer's getting some encouragement away to our right. There's a bit of captaincy going on from the stand.
The top of the top.
Yes, quite right too. Harmer in once again. Sibley forward, pushing this one back down the pitch. The sun's out now, which is very pleasant. So we've got a bit of sun. We had a lot of rain. The ground staff did a brilliant job actually to get the covers on as quick as they did, because the rain was absolutely torrenting down at lunchtime. Ground staff all around the country worked so hard. Forward goes Sibley, turns this one down into the leg side.
Just bowled it a little bit quicker there, hasn't he?
Yep, it's interesting that he's coming round the wicket to Sibley, but over the wicket to Ollie Pope. Round the wicket he comes again, and this is clipped by Sibley neatly and tidily out towards deep mid wicket. They'll pick up another single, 1 more to the total.
Field placing's interesting there. They had a leg slip for Sibley earlier, but they've put him back on the 1, 45 at 1 on the leg side. But for Sibley doesn't really sweep, I don't think, that much. So for Burns, they put the 45 on the 1 back out to deep square leg on the sweep, and they brought in the slip again, leg slip.
Pope, quicker one from Harmer. He's just up on his toes, works it leg side, and rehearses punching down the ground. Snater gets across from mid wicket to do the fielding. Yeah, there's the slip, the leg slip, and a short leg for Ollie Pope, and Harmer's coming over the wicket to Pope. Pope's turning this one straight into Snater once again, in there at short mid wicket. End of the over. So Surrey moving along at the moment. 105 for 1. Sibley 48 from 82 balls. Pope 25 from 33. Harmer now 7 overs, none for 31.
We're in bright sunshine here at Chelmsford, the Cloud FM County Cricket Ground. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC London, and on the app and on the streaming here at Essex. You're listening to Mark Church, Don Topley, and we also have Paul Newton in the commentary box. Day 2. Day 1 was enthralling. Day 2, well, Surrey are in the ascendancy now. Doug Bracewell to continue talking to his captain at the top end of the ground here, the Hayes close end. In front of the white sight screen, to the left is the black sight screen, in line with the 2 pitches for the Ireland Bangladesh ODIs next week. Playing a miss. Oh no, he's nicked it. He's nicked it. Finally goes. He looked guilty, did Sibley. Sibley's played at it. There was a gap between bat and pad. He's nicked it, but he followed it and looked at the keeper to see, has it been caught? That's always a sign in the professional game of whether the player's nicked it. And he looked to walk, and eventually there was a slight delay before the umpire has given him out. So he wanders off. He'll be desperately disappointed, too shy of a half century. He's being applauded now at the players' gate here, square of the wicket. Good knock, 105 for 2, and I'm afraid to say for your Surrey listeners, well, Dom Sibley has gone for a very fine 48 runs.
Yeah, I think it hit the inside edge of the bat. He was just looking, reaching a touch to push it into the covers, and I think it just came back and caught the inside edge of his bat. So it's a good innings from Sibley. He'll be disappointed to go at that point, and it brings Jamie Smith to the middle, who played a wonderful innings up
not Folkes.
Not Folkes. He's been at 5 all season, folks. So it's Jamie Smith out there at 4. He's done the job before, and 88 he made at Edgbaston. Hugely crucial innings in that game, but just pushing at that one a bit was Dominic Sibley, and it hit the inside edge of the bat, seeing it again, and a good low catch from Pepper.
Technically, he probably has batted superbly for his 48 runs for the morning and the afternoon session, but then it looked to me as if he just slightly had a gap between bat and pad, and he played away from his body. Thus, as you rightly pointed out, he got the inside edge.
It looked as if he was just looking to push it into the covers, really. A little bit of movement back, and then just brushing the inside edge of the bat.
New man at the wicket brings in a bit more of an attacking field. 2 slips and the gully. Third man's come up to backward point. In comes the New Zealander, Bracewell. Having just got the wicket, this is a decent ball, which is played with an open-face bat out to Lawrence at gully, and there is no run. Well bowled.
Yeah, that 88 from Jamie Smith was worth a huge amount more of runs, because it was the context and in the game and the attack, and I think probably the best innings he's played for Surrey in many ways. He's got 234 not out for Surrey, but it was 88 off 150 balls with 9 4s and 2 6s in a low-scoring game.
Yeah. In comes Bracewell, slips her down. He bowls. A little bit of bounce there as Smith gets off the mark. He tickles it round the clips waiting, driven into backward point. Square drive, good looking shot by Pope, well fielded by Dan Lawrence. There is no run. Great cricket all round. And of course, you mentioned about things like that. There used to be, and I've forgotten the chap's name, he was there in my day. He was a big mate of Curtly Ambrose at Northampton.
Oh, he's still there.
What's his name? Can you think of who I'm meaning?
He's a lovely
He's always
fella. I met him last year with his big flag.
Third man down at
with his
the
big
scoreboard, shouting out every second ball. Bracewell's in. This is a model for defensive out of the MCC coaching annual, dare I say, that is driven into the offside. There is no run. Quick fielding change here. Essex have sort of advertised that they've sent mid-wicket back to the boundary, the long boundary. Now, for Ollie Pope, no boundary's too small, but will he take him on to the flat side, square of the wicket, with 2 men back? It's a very large boundary, or will this be an element of double bluff from Bracewell? He's on his way in. He's coming down the hill from the Hayes Close end. He bowls outside off stump, and it doesn't really bounce. It bounces short of Pepper, and it hurts Pepper, but that concludes the end of a decent over there. 106 for 2 with the man in, Ollie Pope on 25, and young Jamie, who's just come to the crease, he's on 1.
Yep. And good over that from Bracewell, picking up the wicket of Dom Sibley for 48. Harmer will now get the opportunity to have a bowl at Jamie Smith, who's a good player of spin, is Jamie Smith. He likes to go inside out over the covers as well. He'll look to be positive against Harmer, well, Jamie Smith, but yeah, that 88 was an outstanding innings last week at Warwickshire from Jamie Smith. Got Surrey up to a good first innings total and a lead, and then bowling Warwickshire out cheaply on the Saturday. Harmer, over the wicket he comes then to Smith, and Smith is turning this one between short leg and leg slip for a single. Smith will move on to 2, and Surrey moving on to 107 for 2. So they trail now by 214. Surrey. No, they don't. They trail by 207. As over the wicket then goes Harmer. Forward goes Pope. Nudges this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Spectators have waited patiently. With all the rain that we had, and now they're being rewarded. Plenty of cricket still to go on this second day. Here goes Ollie Pope, using his feet again, clips it into the leg side off Harmer. Snater tumbles across to his left. That straightest mid-wicket position. Sam Cook is out in front of the away team marquee now. They use a big marquee as their dressing room. Used to be the two dressing rooms up in the pavilion, one home, one away, but now the away team have a big marquee as Pope plays this one off the back foot off Harmer.
Well, with so many Surrey support staff, they felt that the away team in the dressing rooms upstairs is just so small.
As down the pitch goes Pope, opens up his feet. Harmer saw him coming, fizzed it in. Pope won't get a run. Again, clips the ball straight into short mid-wicket. I think it started, didn't it? With COVID, I think they had to obviously split the teams up. Harmer's in once again. Pope goes forward, nudges down into the leg side. Brown, good diving stop to his right in there at short leg. End of the over. Just the single off it. And Surrey 107 for 2.
Jamie, where does he come from? Is he through the Surrey pathway?
He's come through the whole system and then made his Surrey debut back in, gosh, where are we now? 2019? In the MCC Champion County game with Ollie Pope on a huge amount of runs, got 100 on debut.
Yes.
And he's a very fine player. England Lions during the winter made a brilliant 100 against Sri Lanka in quick time. But yes, gosh, it's 2019 now when he made that first class debut for Surrey.
I vaguely remember it. Did he score a T20 100 somewhere? As Bracewell bowls, this is driven up to mid-off.
Not as yet, no.
Did he? Was it Will Jacks who did it abroad?
What Will Jacks did abroad was, it was on that tour. He got 125 balls against Lancashire, yeah.
I knew it, yes.
Yeah.
I was nearly there.
Yeah, and that was on a pre-season tour ahead
Abu Dhabi and Dubai?
Yeah, Abu Dhabi and Dubai, ahead of that sort of first game of the season, Champion County game.
Phenomenal to launch yourself, and he really is a decent performer for me, Will Jacks. Bracewell on his way in bowls, driven down the ground, collected on his follow through, well driven indeed.
It was interesting because it was just a warm-up game, that's all it was.
Yeah.
But it got onto the ticker tape on Sky, the yellow ticker tape, because it was in such a short amount of time. But then in that, as I say, in that Champions County game, Jamie Smith made 100 on debut, big partnership with Ollie Pope. Pope got a double 100 from memory. Sam Cook played in that game.
Bracewell racing down the hill. He bowls. This is driven back to Bracewell on his follow through. He parries it up to mid-on where there is no run. Wesley shining the ball, collected the ball, putting it onto his rump and shining it hard, trying to buff up that leather, that red leather.
But I think Messrs Lawrence and Wesley played in that game for the MCC.
Did they?
Dom Sibley played for the MCC in that game.
BBC London sent you out there?
We went out and we did commentary on it. Yes, indeed.
Fantastic.
It was good. Sat on a roof in Dubai as there was a sandstorm.
As Bracewell bowls, that is a fantastic delivery. Squared him up. Jamie Smith has been beaten and he's going to have to go. That's a cracking delivery to get the edge. 107 for 2 becomes 107 for 3. Smith has gone caught Pepper. Bowled Bracewell for 2. Bracewell's got a couple of these wickets and has had Mark Church a very good spell from the Hayes close end, bowled nicely.
As indeed, that's a great ball actually in your innings.
Excited me that.
Yeah,
That
just
really did.
straightened, had its line of touch on Jamie Smith and just found a faint edge. Jamie Smith knew it's one of those where the head shoots straight round, both feet pointing back up the ground, and bowlers like those.
I don't care whether it was Jamie Smith or Steve Smith. It was a damn good ball.
It was. We're just seeing it again now. He's got to play at this. That's an absolute cracker. It's come in on the angle and then just straightened up a touch on Jamie Smith. Lovely bit of bowling from Bracewell, and that brings Ben Folkes. Very well known in these parts, of course, Mr. Folkes. He's making his way out there into the middle. He's in pretty good nick this season in the 2 games he's played in.
Fiona Folkes, his mother, is here today. Delighted to have a long chat with her, who was a school teacher up in North Essex, and delighted to introduce her to Paul Newton just before lunch. And talking of Paul Newton, at the end of this over, I'm going to welcome him back.
Lovely. Now, in the
Was
first,
that a nice
did
link?
it very well.
Nice link?
Very, very well. Seamless. 76 in the first innings against Lancashire and 103 not out in the second for Folkes, and then 39 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. So Bracewell's into a very nice spell here as the wickets of Sibley and Smith. That was a good bit of bowling to get rid of Jamie Smith. So 107 for 3. So
Bracewell has the ball in his hand. He's bowled a super spell for Essex from this Hayes close end since lunch, where he had to finish a part over, if I remember rightly, 2 balls as we went off for rain. Bracewell's running in to Folkes and he bowls a short ball. Another effort delivery. What a delivery. Well bowled, sir. And welcome to the wicket, Ben Folkes.
Yep, good one to get first up. And both Pope and Folkes are having a little conflab about that. But that did bounce from Bracewell. Good bit of bowling. Nice first delivery. I think Ben Folkes played that pretty well. It's always dropping the hands.
Turns on his way in. Bowls outside off stump. Good pace through to the keeper to conclude a fine wicket taking over for Essex. Well done, Doug Bracewell. 107 for 3. And about to face is Ollie Pope, who's looking good. He's set on 25 not out. And I shall welcome back Paul Newton from BBC Essex.
Thank you, Don Topley. The Toppers will be back in about half an hour. Yes, interesting this. A couple of wickets now for Essex. Oh, Toppers has dropped his pen. Oh, there you are.
Thank you.
Got it? Yes, well done. Well done. Need that for notes. So it's going to be Harmer from the river end of the ground. It'll be Ollie Pope, the man on strike, on 25. So Burns gone for 27, Sibley for 48 and Smith for 2. Harmer comes in over the wicket to Pope. Pope's using the feet, tucks this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid wicket. Slater does the fielding and there's no run. Welcome back, Paul Newton.
Thank you, Mark.
Harmer bounces in once again. Over the wicket he comes to Pope. Pope's forward and then just wristily drives this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. He'll take one more. He'll move on to 26. Surrey moving on to 108 for 3.
Look very good so far, Ollie Pope.
He has. Well, he's in good nick. 91 and 100 not out against Hampshire.
Very wristy push that last one into the covers.
Yep. Again, the modern way of playing the off spinner, that.
No, he's a very fine player, as we know. Many think England captain-elect.
I think he's definitely England's captain-elect from what we've seen so far. We keep giving him the job when Mr. Stokes isn't available. Just waiting for the field to settle. Harmer keeping Ben Folkes waiting. As Harmer comes over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes off the back foot turns this one into the leg side. They'll scamper a quick single. Lots of oohs and ahs as Brown dived away to his right at short leg. Ben Folkes moves on to 1.
Important partnership this for Surrey, having just lost 2 wickets very quickly. Bit like Essex yesterday, who were approaching 100 with only 1 down and quickly lost 2 vital wickets in Cook and Lawrence.
Harmer is in. Pope is working this one down into Nick Brown at short leg. Good bit of work from Nick Brown. There we go. Bit more encouragement for Mr. Brown there at short leg. Waiting once more is Ollie Pope. Simon Harmer over the wicket to Pope. Pope's forward, clips it leg side again. And Snater will get round to do the fielding. Good tidy over this from Simon Harmer.
Yep, you feel that the 2 batsmen, though they are looking to play attacking shots, but you feel that they would both realise that having just lost 2 wickets so quickly at 105 and 107, they don't want to be losing a 4th wicket in a hurry.
Round the wicket goes Harmer to Pope. Pope is forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over. Now it's a nice afternoon now, Paul.
It is, and there is still, it'd be wrong to say there was no threat from the weather for the moment, but certainly it looks a whole lot better than it did throughout the morning session. And with any luck at all, we'll get through to tea without further interruption. 109 for 3 up on the board. I'm not sure when the tea interval will fall now.
4:25. Whatever the overs are.
4:25.
4:25 tea today. That was the announcement that was made.
And just waiting, Doug Bracewell, who bowled such a good wicket maiden in his previous over. Wasn't just the wicket he took, but there were 2 other beauties in the over as well. And like anybody else, they bowl better when they've got their blood up and a bit of success in the tank. As here he is bowling, and this ball is well played by Folkes down to mid-off. Doug Bracewell at Canterbury, it's the only other time I've seen him, didn't have a lot of joy up there. It looked a little bit innocuous, but you couldn't accuse him of that today, having removed both Sibley caught behind for 48 and Jamie Smith caught behind for 2, and he's bowled some really fine deliveries.
He has, and sort of they needed those couple of wickets, Essex.
Yeah, very much so. Surrey replying to Essex's 314. They now have their first bowling bonus point as Bracewell is in bowls, and that's well judged leave by Ben Folkes. And score remaining at 109 for 3, and we're in the 33rd over of the innings.
Yeah, 218 for 3. Essex were yesterday afternoon, but then they had that loss of 5 wickets.
They do rather specialise in collapses at Essex. I counted at least 5 or 6 such last season. 5 wickets fell for 11 runs, and in the game that Essex eventually beat Yorkshire by 1 wicket, the key part of Yorkshire going down, actually, I break in because Bracewell's in, bowls, and Folkes a very stylish off drive or cover drive. It's fielded by Nick Brown. There's no run there. 109 for 3 remains the score at the moment. Brilliant sunshine. In that game at Headingley, Essex declined, needing 165 to win, from 50 for 1 to 64 for 6, and it was down to Shane Snater that Essex eventually pulled off a most unlikely 1 wicket win, with Porter having to survive 2 deliveries from the excellent Steve Patterson, who at the age of 38 and in his penultimate ever game took a 5 wicket haul. Bracewell's in, bowls, and that's sufficiently wide of off stump for Folkes not to have to play a shot. 109 for 3.
Yeah, it sounds. I remember that Snater.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah, I remember seeing clips of all of that.
No, it's fun. He just came in and hit the second ball he received from Patterson to the boundary, and all the other Essex batsmen had become becalmed, and he just batted And that wasn't the only time. Many a time last season he came in and belied everything that had gone before and made a very good and brisk half-century. Here's Bracewell in, bowls to Folkes, who's going to take a single to mid-on. The run always on, provided that the two batsmen went straight away. Jamie Porter did his best to rush in and take a shy at the bowler's end, but Folkes was well home. And he has 2 and the score at 110 for 3 at the conclusion of the 33rd over of the innings. And having bowled such a magnificent wicket maiden the over before, Bracewell this time just didn't quite find the right line and length.
Yeah, but he bowled very, very well. Simon Harmer to continue from the river end. It's warming up in this box now as well, isn't it? I'm going to stand up. Nobody minds. Just stretch the old legs, get a bit of energy in this afternoon, but very pleasant it is now.
Always pleasant.
Yeah, always sunny in Chelmsford, isn't it? Always sunny. Birthplace of radio, as I was saying yesterday. Of course,
indeed.
Paul.
The famous macaroni. Or near offer.
And then he moved on to the cheese. And
Indeed.
The rest was history, wasn't it?
It is in the last 5 years or so.
Did it not used to be you have to have a cathedral?
Yes, no, you're right.
Is that true? Yes. As Harmer is in, and this one's turned by Folkes in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Now, in Chelmsford's case, there is a cathedral.
Oh, there is there?
But there isn't one in Colchester.
Right. Whereabouts is Chelmsford Cathedral then? Chelmsford. I know it's in Chelmsford. As forward goes Folkes, looking to turn this one into the leg side, hits the pad, rolls away towards backward point, and there's no run.
Chelmsford always been called Chelmsford City Football.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes, true. Always been Chelmsford City.
John pointing out Chelmsford City, always been the name of the local football team.
Still got those 3 men around the batters. Harmer coming into Folkes. Folkes, pushes at this one. That squirts away down into the leg side. Nicely bowled by Harmer.
Yeah, he's perhaps not been quite at his best generally today, Simon Harmer, but this is a very testing over.
Yep. He's beginning to get into this now, Harmer, you feel. He's in here, and that's clipped by Folkes neatly out towards square leg. Snater does the fielding.
That's actually Bracewell.
Apologies, Bracewell does the fielding. As Harmer is over the wicket once more. And Folkes, again, just covers up, pushes this one back down the pitch. Good maiden over that from Simon Harmer. Surrey remain 110 for 3. So they are now trailing by... Oh, I shouldn't have done that, should I? They are trailing by 204.
Spot on. And Essex, good cricket in the last few overs from them, because if you bear in mind, going back to the period not so long ago when Surrey were going along very nicely at over 100 with only 1 wicket down, Essex, first of all, as Porter is about to replace Bracewell in the attack from the Hayes close end, I'd have given Bracewell another over, actually, because although his most recent over wasn't as good as the one where he got a wicket previously, but he'd taken 2 in fairly quick succession. I thought he'd bowled well enough to keep him going for a little bit longer. However, Tom Wesley knows better than I do, and Porter's come into the attack, and it's been good to see Jamie Porter come back to something like his best in the early matches this season, as he races in now from his favourite Hayes close end. Bowls, this could be an appeal for LBW. I told you that Tom Wesley knew more than I did. It's a wicket first ball. He's trapped the batsman right in front of the stumps there, and Pope has to make his way out of the arena, having played thoroughly well for his 26. But this is the virtue of the last sort of 4 or 5 overs, having really restricted Surrey's previously much faster run rate. Both Harmer from one end and Bracewell from the other had exerted pressure. Bracewell with the 2 wickets, but Harmer, I think, also causing the batsman problems. And Jamie Porter comes back into the attack, and well done to Tom Wesley. First ball, he traps him LBW. It looked a decent decision at face value from our vantage point looking over Slip's head. I'm just looking at the replay now, but Porter's just got this ability to move the ball around that he always had in his earlier part of his career and had lost a little bit in the last 2 years. He's 100% trier all the time. He's got a new Australian bowling coach to help him. 110 for 4. It's almost like watching yesterday's play again, with the two sides sort of pretty much getting to 100 with only one down, but then a little bit of cascade of wickets.
Yeah, good nip-backer, wasn't it, that from Jamie Porter? And it was out, and Ollie Boyd knew it was out. I don't think he even had to wait for the umpire's finger to go up. So, some work for Surrey to do now. Very good from Essex.
Shows the virtue of being able to put the ball right on the spot. With the, he hasn't bowled for quite a while, Jamie Porter, on the day. And there we are, he comes back into the attack and gets an absolutely key wicket, if not the key wicket. I mean, Ollie Pope's a wonderfully gifted batsman who, if you don't get him out, he's going to make big runs quite quickly.
Yeah, and new batter is Will Jacks. So his first championship bat of the summer. Of course, made that wonderful 100 against Essex last year in the championship.
It wasn't it just
the tail and then just went mad against Harbour.
Essex dropped him on 18 and he went on to get 150 not out, I think it was. And the last 70 or 80 runs he got came an absolute express pace. Here is Porter again, bowls to Jacks, and Jacks gets one that climbs on him, but he's deflected it nicely down to fine leg. They've come back for a second run and just waiting. In fact, those are leg buys. He didn't get any bat on that. Must have come off the hip. 112 for 4, 35th.
Excellent work down there at long leg as well. And the ball inside the boundary rope. But yeah, Will Jacks obviously out with injury for the first 3 championship games of the summer.
Very fine young cricketer. Should have a very good future ahead of him. Obviously, it helps when you happen to have been at a match where a player plays a magnificent knock of 150. As here he plays the ball into the covers. Nick Brown fields, moving across in front of mid-off from cover, and the result is a status quo, 112 for 4. But what a difference on the scoreboard now. Instead of 2 batsmen, one approaching a 50 and another moving very nicely into the 20s, suddenly Folkes is just underway with 2 to his name, and Jacks yet to get off the mark. Still the sun shines. Porter's in. Bowls. And that's a superb delivery. Just moves away. Pepper struggling a little bit with his keeping today. Doesn't take the ball cleanly, but there wasn't an edge. And score remaining at 112 for 4. But full credit to Tom Wesley, because I thought it was quite a brave call to take off a man who'd taken 2 wickets pretty quickly in Doug Bracewell. But totally vindicated when Porter 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 20. And here he comes again. 2 slips, no gully. Sum's gone in now, bowls to Jacks. And a one-legged shot here, in that he stood on his left leg, having come a yard down the pitch. Played it back to the bowler, who underarms the ball at the stumps. Applause for a very successful return to the attack from one of Essex's favoured sons, Jamie Porter, who very nearly never made it into first-class cricket, and having failed at his first attempt, decided he got just enough money back in 2014 to give it one more go, and he had the most tremendous end to that season, making his debut in September and impressing sufficiently to have been a leading light ever since, and took 75 wickets in Essex's celebrated championship win in 2017. 112 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and she's a very good bowler. Simon Harmer then. Ball to Ben Folkes. There is a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Harmer is in and Folkes is turning this one neatly into the leg side. Slater dives away to his right to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single. Yep. Oh no, they won't. Apologies. No, they won't. No, they won't. That was brilliant work from Slater. Actually, I thought they may have got through for a single there, but they stayed where they were. Messrs. Jackson Folkes. Folkes turns this one again into the leg side. Good player of spin is Ben Folkes.
Certainly is, and he's got a slip, a leg slip and a back pad. for close company.
An hour until tea on this second day, as this one's pushed away off the back foot by Ben Folkes.
I think the ground staff and umpires deserve every credit for there being as much play as there has been today on those difficult days where you get intermittent showers.
Harmer's in again, turned by Ben Folkes down into the leg side, picked up a shortish mid-wicket there by Shane Snater. Wanders off towards square leg. Folkes leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. Jacks certainly is. Harmer's in again. That's quicker. Turned by Jacks down into the leg side. End of the over. It's a good one from Harmer. It really is. And it's 113 for 4. So just the single off the Harmer over, backing up Jamie Porter. And Surrey 113 for 4. Porter with that big wicket of Ollie Pope. LBW for 26.
Good championship cricket being played by both sides here. Usually the games between the two sides are very hard fought indeed. They both pull out all the stops against each other, and good to see. So it's Porter getting ready to renew battle. Coming into Folkes. Bowls, and Folkes very expertly picks the bat up and then just lets the ball hit the bat and roll it on the ground to backward point. And no addition to the score. Dan Lawrence is the possessor of that position in the field. 2 slips, backward point, that is Dan Lawrence. And then we've got cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Porter's on his way and bowls to Folkes. Keeps a little bit low. Folkes plays it comfortably enough out to Snater at mid-wicket. Score remaining 113 for 4 with the men out. Rory Burns, the only wicket in the pre-lunch session, caught by Alistair Cook off Sam Cook for 27. And that made it 56 for 1. Then a partnership of 49 before Sibley was caught by Pepper off Bracewell for 48. And then Jamie Smith soon after caught Pepper bowled Bracewell for 2. Those latest 2 wickets at 105 and 107. Porter's in, bowls, and the lovely shot here has found the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. May not quite make the ropes. They'll certainly get 3, and that is all they're going to get here. But it was a nice shot. A very wayward throw comes in from near the boundary from Snater, but it's not to matter. 116 for 4 is the current score. Thank you very much to Don for delivering a cup of tea.
That's very good of him, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Most glamorous tea maker and coffee maker in his gilet.
Indeed. And just waiting for the ball to be slightly dried out, I think. I haven't had any rain for an hour or so, but there's probably still a bit of dampness in the outfield as Porter's in and bowls to Jacks. Jacks a little hurried here, but perfectly safely into the covers. Nick Brown fields 116 for 4, and the final dismissal I didn't get round to describing was Ollie Pope. Most valuable one from an Essex point of view. LBW to the first ball of a new spell from Jamie Porter, who up to that point had only bowled 4 overs, and got him with a beauty that nipped back, and Pope gone for 26.
Yeah, good bit of bowling from Porter. And as you say, big wicket that can get Ollie Pope.
A bit of a heavy cloud above now as Porter's in and bowls, and ball played back to the bowler, but I wouldn't say that it's necessarily going to dump some rain on us, but there is that possibility.
I'm a big fan of your shirt today, Mr. Newton.
Oh, thank you very much indeed.
Very smart floral number from you today.
Yeah. It was revealed.
Look at that. Yes,
yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Very nice, sir. Very nice.
A few flamingos actually flying around on it. Hit for Man from Man back in the day. Pretty flamingo.
Yes,
made
lovely.
number 1. Here is Porter in. Bowls down the pitch comes Jacks, who's hit this ball down to long leg. Just be a single. As Critchley fields and scored to 117 for 4. Jacks is off the mark, and I do like the way that he uses his feet actually even to the quicker bowlers.
Well, it was a big summer, of course, last summer for World Jacks, but the sort of innings I remember was that one against Essex, when he sort of had to bat with the tail, and then all of a sudden he sort of went into overdrive, didn't
Yes,
he?
he became manic.
Simon Harmer.
Yeah.
But it was a brilliant innings. I'm just looking at his numbers: 648 championship runs last summer, that 150 not out, 200s, 350s, average 54. So yeah, he had a really good summer with the bat. Will Jacks, of course, now an England player. As Harmer will come into him from the river end, and that's clipped by Jacks behind square on the leg side. And there is no run there. So nicely poised this at the moment, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Trailing by 197, 4 down.
Yeah, sorry, need to dig in again.
It was like yesterday, really. As Harmer is in, forward goes Jacks and nudges this one down into the leg side. I'll leave you at the end of this over. We'll bring Don Topley back in as we hit half 2. 3? Half 3. Not half 2. As in over the wicket comes Harmer, and this one's pushed by Jacks. And into the leg side, and there's no run.
This is the value of Simon Harmer, Mark, as you know, because he's got no wicket so far, and he may end up with no wicket, but he's keeping one end going, and the quicker bowlers rotate at the other end.
As short delivery from Harmer is pushed by Jacks out into the offside. Pick up another single. Well, he's just a brilliant bowler, Simon
Well,
Harmer.
yes, and for years before they signed Harmer, Essex were lingering in, or languishing, I think is the verb, in the second division. They didn't have a spinner once Danish Canaria had left, who the captain could trust to keep the runs down. And Harmer can do just about everything. He can take in loads of wickets if there's a bit of help, but he can also keep the runs down if there isn't any help.
It's in again, and this is turned by Folkes into the leg side, opened up his feet. It's beat a couple of diving Essex players, including Bracewell, and that's going to run away for 4. That's nicely played by Ben Folkes. Just opened up his feet and then worked it down towards fine leg. I have to be careful these days what I say about Ben Folkes opening up his legs, because I managed to get into the private eye with my commentary on Ben Folkes a couple of weeks ago in the commentators section there, Mr. Newton. So I have to just be a bit careful.
Well, I don't know. You presumably weren't careful on that occasion.
Well,
and of one national fame.
Well, someone won money, I know that much. As in comes Harmer, tosses this one up, whipped by Folkes, straight down the ground towards long on, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. It's the second time I've got in there as well, which is a bit of a worry. So, I beg your pardon?
Do you want to be?
Well, I don't know. I was in there though. Do you, Topley? I'm going to vacate.
Difficult man to dislodge. Not spectacular, but an absolute rock. And a bit of a discussion going on between Tom Wesley, Doug Bracewell and Jamie Porter. Don.
Mr. Newton, we're here.
We are indeed.
Watching cricket. Hey, we spent all winter wishing the winter passed, and we're here now at Chelmsford.
Very well described. For me anyway, I thought it was a hideously long winter.
Oh, please, mine too. And I didn't go travelling at all this winter. Missed that, but couldn't. Yeah, it was a strange one. Christmas took an age to get to us, and then once you get to Christmas, you think, well, the spring is coming, and it was a cold February, wasn't it?
Yeah, just let me say, change of ball. That's why there's no cricket going on.
That's why we're talking about the winter.
Yeah.
And the daffodils were a little later than normal, and the reason I mention that is I do enjoy the spring flowers, and I have a garden that is very good for spring flowers. And I really waited. I used to get up each morning thinking they'll be here this morning. No, they hadn't opened.
Yeah.
But, and of course you're not too far from me. We're in the middle of Constable country.
That's right.
And we enjoy that on the Essex-Suffolk border.
But it really did for me seem to just never get any closer to the cricket season for long weeks and months during that winter. I don't think I've ever known one go more slowly. So it is lovely to have the cricket back, but it's hardly been welcomed, the cricket, by good weather. You know, all the matches have been affected.
You won't be surprised to hear, I watch any amount of cricket that's on television, on any channel.
Yeah.
Do you watch a fair bit of winter cricket?
No, I haven't got anything other than free-to-air television for obvious reasons, and poverty and all that. No.
I can tell.
Yeah, exactly. You can see I come from very low. In fact, where I live is literally only about 20 feet above sea level. So I was answering the question, how low can you go, when I moved there. But here's Porter at last. Some more cricket to distract us. And it's a good delivery, and it has the better there of Ben Folkes, who pushes forward at it, and the ball just moves away fractionally. And that's good bowling from Porter, 123 for 4.
Yep, very good bowling. Can I say that I was in comms when Doug Bracewell bowled after lunch. Really impressed with his spell.
Yes.
He ran in and let the handbrake off, and I thought he bowled really well. Some tasty deliveries.
Well, so did I. More of that in a moment. But here comes Porter from the Hayes close end. Bowls to Folkes and drops a typically solid defensive bat on the ball that ends up in the hands of Nick Brown in the covers. 123 for 4. Folkes has 11 and Jacks 2. And when I saw Bracewell at Canterbury, he looked fairly innocuous, and with typical timing I said next door to the guys in the press box, not quite sure why we signed this bloke, and he got a wicket the very next ball and another wicket shortly after. And he really was bowling tremendously well. The over in which he took his second wicket was a beauty. There were 2 other balls that almost took a wicket. Porter's in and bowls, and this ball is played into the covers. There's no run. And to top it all, I was surprised that Bracewell was
raining.
Yep, it doesn't matter because the sunshine approaching again. I was surprised when Wesley took Bracewell off when he did, and I said, but Tom Wesley knows better than I do. And first ball of Jamie Porter's spell, he got a wicket, and not just any wicket, but that of Ollie Pope. Yes, it is raining. If we have an interruption, I think it'll be a very brief one. But it's raining quite steadily. They might go off after this ball, bowled by Porter and defended by Folkes, and the 2 umpires look as if they might be considering coming off. But even as I speak, the rain, which had become quite steady, has eased off, and we are about to get a substantial sunny period. So I think they'll try and see this one off.
Tom Pearce stand has got umbrellas up. A few people are heading for the Felsted stand, which has got a cover.
And Porter in again. Bowls to Folkes. Folkes forces this into the covers, but Nick Brown perfectly placed to the fielding. I was saying that he seems to me to do more fielding than any other member of the Essex team. 123 for 4.
Still raining.
It is.
In the sunshine.
Yeah.
Quite remarkable.
It'll soon pass.
Mark Church is sitting to our right, looking out the window. He needs a pair of window washers.
Porter's in, bowls, and that's outside off stump. Taken on the tumble by Michael Pepper. And that is the end of Porter's over. Not his best over, it would have to be said, but you can't always bowl your best over. Didn't give away any runs really, just a single. 123 for 4, Folkes, 11 Jacks 2.
Well, we've had the best part of an over and a half in rain, and it's now drizzling. We shall see the continuation. Then it's going to be Simon Harmer, who's removed his hat, given it to the umpire. Wesley, the captain, chatting with his bowler, walking back now to mid-off, and Harmer's on his way in. 2 men round the bat. That's probably best described as a poorish ball from Harmer, short and down the leg side, which I'm afraid the batsman Folkes didn't get anything on it. Sorry, Jacks to face Harmer. 2 men on the leg side catching. This is a sweep and safe sweep in behind square. It's gone to the little scoreboard here, and it's gone for 6. That's a super shot from Jacks.
I think he felt he probably missed out from the previous ball, which he would like to have seen land up where that one has, but he made up for it with a terrific pickup off the pads, going just behind square leg for 6 handsome runs. We've seen a fair helping of sixes. I make that 5 on the day, and the score 129 for 4 with Jacks on 8.
We'll chat about Simon Harmer. I heard you thought he might have bowled better on other days. For me, I thought he bowled quite well early doors, but Surrey didn't allow him to bowl. He's coming in again now, short down the leg side. That was nearly a chance. It's going to run away for 1, 2, perhaps 3. If they want to come back for the third, they don't. There's just 2 runs, but we do have to say that was a near chance at leg slip, as the ball's gone particularly fine towards the floodlight at the executive boxes here at Chelmsford at deep fine leg.
Yeah, just thwarted the dive of Dan Lawrence at leg slip to try and snatch it back, but went very quickly. And they should really have had 3 there, to be honest.
Harmer being made to wait by Jacks on 10. Jacks plays this ball straight back at Harmer. Props it's a little bit on off stump, a little looking to come back in with the spin, but he respectfully plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Quicker, flatter delivery there from Simon Harmer.
The sun is out, it's beautiful now. Harmer on his way in, bowls. This is slightly slower. Tickled round the corner with the spin, there is no run. Brown does the fielding. 131 for 4, Folkes 11, Jacks 10.
Lovely afternoon just at the moment with the sun shining brilliantly.
Harmer bowls. Little bit of bounce there from Harmer. Decent delivery, which is respected by Jacks to complete the end of Harmer's over. He's got none for 49 off 13 overs. For me, and I think we might have covered a bit of the game. There was a game Essex lost, of which Warwickshire went and got the required runs, and there was an Indian player, test player, hadn't played a lot of tests, but came over to play for Warwickshire for a couple of games, and Harmer was played beautifully by Yates, who got 100, and the Indian fella, and I can't remember the Indian test match player's name, but other than that particular game, this game here now with Surrey is the best I've ever seen Harmer played by the batsman.
Porter's in. From the Hayes close end, bowls to Folkes, and Porter to Folkes to Brown in the covers is becoming an almost inevitability for at least 3 balls in a 6-ball over. 131 for 4. Yes, I remember the game all too clearly, and as you say, Yates played a fine hand indeed, and Essex, Warwickshire wanted 270, something like that, to win, and apart from 1 or 2 early wickets, I think they only lost 3 altogether. They were
Did Chetan Patel play?
Not that I remember. That one beats. That's a good delivery from Porter. Pitched in line and then left Folkes, who himself had to play at it, and was relieved to see it pass safely into the gloves of Michael Pepper. So score remaining is 131 for 4, so 183 behind at the moment. Surrey chasing Essex's 314 yesterday. Both these batsmen now in double figures, 11 to Folkes and 10 to Jacks. And Porter bowls again to Folkes, who can leave another one. This time, whereas the previous one was a really good ball that might have taken a wicket, this one would have required an injudicious shot for Folkes to lose his wicket. He's not renowned for playing injudicious shots, and he didn't play any shot at all. He didn't need to. And not to matter, score 131 for 4. At the moment we have another cloud obscuring the sun, but I think we're probably going to get through all right to tea without any further interruption as Porter's in. Bowls to Folkes, solidly in behind a straight one. Plays it back whence it came, and no change to the score at 131 for 4 with the men to go today. Burns for 27 to beauty from Sam Cook that was well caught low at first slip by Alistair Cook. Sibley caught behind off Bracewell for 48, and Bracewell, who by now is bowling very well, also had Jamie Smith caught behind for 2, and Ollie Pope LBW to the first ball of a new spell from this man Porter, who bowls now and played very firmly down to mid-on, and Doug Bracewell, there's no run there. That completes good over from Jamie Porter without particularly looking like taking a wicket. So Pope went for 26 when he looked set to make a lot more than that, and Surrey 131 for 4 in 41 overs.
Still trying to find that fixture.
Yes, it was I think fairly early in the season.
It was.
And it was in the last 2 years. It's either last year or the one before, 21 or 22.
Searching for it now. Harmer's got the ball in his hand. 12th man is out there giving, I think it's Jamie Porter, a drink at cover. The umpire is at cover, not at square leg. I think that's there are two, and in particular Nick Brown is in his eye line at square leg. This time it's very well respectfully played by Jacks back to the bowler. Just tickles it onto the leg side with a spin.
Good duel this, because Jacks would love to get after Harmer, who would love to get Jacks out.
Slip, leg slip and a bat pad, short. It's pulled, it is short, and it's gone for 6, and I think it's gone over the marquee adjacent to the players' gateway here at Chelmsford. Just short, and picked up and punched and hit beautifully for 6. I don't know if that ball's coming back. The umpires are concerned.
Second 6 already from Jacks, and he does hit the ball with awesome certainty. And I think that one's going to require a replacement ball, and it was too short from Simon Harmer. I've seen him take wickets with that type of ball where a batsman hasn't just picked it up as well as he'd have liked, but that couldn't be said of that shot from Jacks, who's a mighty hitter of a cricket ball, that's for sure, as Essex found out at the Oval last year when Jacks played very circumspectly for 70 runs, accelerated to 100, and then that last 50 at the Oval that day, which completely turned the match on its head, was scored in little more than 10 minutes, I kid you not. I think it only took him about 11 balls to go from 100 to 150. Remarkable.
Well, that game I'm thinking of wasn't 2022, because although Warwickshire beat Essex at Edgbaston, Sibley got 30 odd and 40 odd in that game. That's not the game that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, I was just going to say, I know the one you're thinking of, where Warwickshire won the game not long before the close of the 4th day, but they were always going to win it. They had things firmly under control.
Right, we're ready to start again. I don't know if the ball has been found or a new one has been reproduced, but it's Harmer again. A little slower, this time again forced onto the leg side with the spin, and that is played out to deep square leg where there is 1 run.
Yeah, it's a replacement ball.
It is, isn't
it?
it?
So a little bit of a stand building now after 3 wickets fell at 105, 107 and 110. It's now 137 for 4, 27 put on.
Harmer on his way in, bowls, played into the leg side, finds the fielder at mid wicket. There is no run. I think I might have found it. Well, back in 2021, so this was during the COVID years, Essex travelled to Birmingham in April. This is played by Harmer into the offside, very sensibly played by Folkes. There is no run. Essex made 295, thanks largely to Brown's 68 and Waters' 66. As Harmer comes in and forces off the back foot, does Folkes. He takes a single up to the Tom Pearce stand where there is a fielder, 1 run. And in reply to Essex's 295, Warwickshire got 284. And thanks largely to Danny Briggs down at the death, he got 66. But that Indian chap was Hanuma Vihari, and he played for Warwickshire for about half a dozen games. But in the second innings, Essex got 244, and then knocking them off was Rob Yates with 120. Villari got 52, Sam Hain 60, and they amassed 256 for 3. And that was probably, it was quite a flat wicket at Edgbaston. It was quite dry, but it didn't really turn. But Warwickshire played Harmer very well that day, and to be fair, Surrey have played him well today too.
Porter begins a new over from the Hayes close end, bowls to Folkes, plays it firmly down to Tom Wesley at mid-off. He's very deep in that position. Edge of the one-day circle, as it were. 139 for 4 is the score. 17 to Jacks, who's now overtaken Ben Folkes on 12. And again, although there are 1 or 2 fairly heavy clouds around, but there's also a lot of blue sky and every chance that we'll, at the very least, make it to tea without further interruption. Tea now going to be taken at 4:25 precisely, regardless of how many overs have been bowled at the time. Porter's in, bowls, and this ball's fended off by Folkes into the onside. An easy single can be taken as Snater has to make ground from the wicket to just behind the square leg umpire. 140 for 4, and we're in the 43rd over.
That particular game in 2021 has 2 veteran players playing for Essex. One is still playing somewhere and one isn't. Who are those 2 players no longer playing for Essex? One is playing somewhere else and one has finished.
Yeah, would Adam Wheaton be...
No.
No? I think he did play, didn't he, in that game? Or perhaps not.
He did.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. I'm not letting you off with anything.
No, I can see that. I shall have to delve into the memory bank. Give me a couple of overs as Porter's in. And bowls, and this is a nice drive from Jacks down to mid-off. Wesley for no run, 144 for 4. Yes, a couple of points I'd like to make there. Hanumar Vihari, I didn't remember his name at all, even when you said it. I remember how well Sam Hain played there. He got his 60 and he was out with about 5 runs needed, or otherwise it would have been an 8-wicket victory for Warwickshire.
The gentleman, one of those 2 gentlemen I've just alluded to, is actually playing for someone else, and he made his season's debut for us.
Just interrupt as Porter is deflected down to 3rd man for a single by Jacks, moves along to 22, 145 for 4. Say that again?
One of those 2 gentlemen that are no longer playing, who still is playing county cricket somewhere.
Yeah.
But he arrived from overseas. I'm giving you so many clues here.
Yeah.
Arrived from overseas.
Yes, none of them are working, by the way.
And made his debut, season's debut for Essex at Edgbaston that day, that game.
Ah, gosh.
Ah, so he's come from overseas.
Yeah.
There's a clue.
As Porter's in. Bowls to Folkes. Decent delivery, but just started far enough outside off stump for Folkes to be able to wave it through to wicketkeeper Pepper. Porter's over ends, 145 for 4, 22 to Jacks, 13 to Folkes. And my brain, as is often the case nowadays, has frozen over.
The other chap who's retired,
yeah.
Well, he's one of your favourite cricketers of all time at Essex.
It's Ryan Tenderscar.
It is, in 1, well done.
If only you'd said that to start with.
See, I'm a nice man.
Yes.
Now, the other chap, I'll just say it again.
I reserve judgment on that last one.
I'll say it again. The other chap is an overseas player who arrived to play at Edgbaston. I think that was his first game that summer. He's still playing county cricket for someone.
Well, Don is now furiously beating me over the wrist with admonishments and that. And I got Ryan Tenderscar in the end, but I cannot remotely think who this...
You'll kick yourself, Paul. You will.
Yeah.
He's still playing. He might eat the occasional banana. God, blimey.
Yeah, talking of which, it's
Shane Snater. who replaces Simon Harmer. He's on his way in away from us. He bowls. It's keeper standing up. Love the tactic. And this is driven by Jacks simply to mid-off. Oh, what a man, Mark Church. He's listening to us outside. Yeah. He's the devoted cricket badger. The answer is
Peter Siddle.
I thought the banana would give it away.
Ouch! Just kicked myself. You did warn me. Yeah, no, I like Peter Siddle. Great. Yeah. Do you know, the difference is Mark has ability and I don't.
No, disagree with that. As Snater's in bowls, and this is played back to Snater, who plays a bit of football. There was no Ajax there or Feyenoord. Really, none there. He tried to play keep me uppy and he failed.
One of the most enthusiastic men I've ever had the pleasure of interviewing, Peter Siddle.
Yes.
He'd always give you his time, and he'd always look as if he was just having the time of his life. So I love the man dearly, and just a shame that I couldn't bring him to mind.
How on earth can he be playing for Somerset?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have got him in another hour, I'm afraid.
Snater bowls, well bowled, sir. That's a decent ball. It's beaten the bat, really. It's got a thick outside edge. It's missed second slip, and it's gone to the vacant third man boundary for 4. Fortuitous that there for Jacks, but well bowled Shane Snater. But it's cost Essex 4, and Surrey have moved on to... I'm waiting to see if I'm going to be quick or slow on the scoreboard. 145 for 4.
Yes, actually, it's not your fault. I think it is 149 with that boundary, because I remember calling 145 in the previous over.
Square leg scoreboard is really quite slow at Chelmsford.
Updated now.
Snater's in. Along the floor! That is out! If anything, that was going to go and hit him on the toes on the second bounce. My word. Listen, there's nothing he could do with that, Jacks. It was a decent ball, the ball before for 4. But this particular ball just went along the deck. And he will be absolutely gutted with that dismissal, disappointed, but Essex will just hang on to that at the moment. 149 for 5. Well, where is this game going? Because we only ever say in cricket, let's see 2 sides bat on the surface to determine where it's going. But I will say yesterday on commentary a few times, with the dryness of this surface, I said with the traffic that goes on this pitch here at Chelmsford, and if we don't get the rain that might be forecast, this will be very much up and down on day 4.
Well, certainly, just looking at the replay there, Jacks had anticipated a ball from Snater lifting and had sort of got onto the back foot to play it accordingly, and instead it virtually grubbed on him and shot low straight into the pads. It was one of those we could have given out from here. Not that we're in a bad position, we're sort of at a very fine long on. But as Don has said, there was just nothing the batsman could have done. He made a superb 26. He's a lovely player to watch. And the supporters here will be both glad that Essex have got the wicket, but also disappointed that a great stroke player has departed in distinctly unlucky fashion. And he will certainly, I think his colleagues in the dressing room will very much be ducking as he goes back there, because I don't know if he's a man to throw the bat, possibly not, but he's got every reason to curse his luck.
Well, Essex have got rid of Will Jacks and Ollie Pope, both for 26.
And that, by the way, Don, I think is virtually Shane Snater's first wicket of the season.
I think it is. He's on his way in this time to bowl to Cameron Still, who has been in good nick for Surrey. I think he made his maiden first-class century up at Old Trafford in a recent fixture for Surrey. I like to think he's played and missed there as the keeper's standing up and takes it well. Pepper. 2 slips waiting, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and a squarish fine leg.
Interesting that the keeper is standing up, even though Cameron Steele's new to the crease. I could understand it with Will Jacks.
Well, Snater's in, bowls. This is pitched up quite full, which brings the the diminutive batsman, leg spinner, formerly of Durham, forward, and it concludes the end of the over. A good over for Snater. It would do him good to get a wicket. Probably a little bit suffering with a little bit of lack of confidence and form and rhythm just at the moment, but he gets a wicket. Still is on 0. Folkes is on 13. The score is 149 for 5. Surrey were in the end ascendancy this morning. They looked good at lunch on 80 for 1, and Essex have fought back this afternoon. And the comment I made yesterday as well about getting first innings runs is essential, but what you don't want to be doing, Surrey, is chasing too many on that last day, subject to the weather. So they're going to battle hard to get as many runs as they can in this first innings. Folkes to face on 13.
Sam Cook replaces Jamie Porter at the Hayes close end. Glorious sunshine at the moment. Cook's in. Bowls, and that's a lead outside off stump. The end of this over will bring back Mark Church, who is just away to our right, enjoying sitting in the sun, and 149 for 5.
Always looks tan, doesn't he, Mark?
He does,
Church,
that's right, yeah.
Beautiful skin, Mark Church. Lovely man, always tanned.
And here comes Cook, second ball of the over. In and bowls to Folkes. Not out of the middle of the bat this time, but perfectly safely, enabling Nick Brown to move across from cover in front of mid-off, who's deep, Tom Wesley, to do the fielding for his skipper. 149 for 5, wickets at 56, 105, 107, 110 and 149, 27 to Rory Burns, 48 Tom Sibley. Jamie Smith made 26 each from the last two men out, Ollie Pope and Will Jackson. Here again, folks, anything but what he intended there. He's looking to push that fairly straight, goes to mid-wicket and dug at Bracewell. But every time I see Sam Cook bowl, I think what a wonderful bowler he is, Don, and he really does cause the batsman no end of trouble. Don will be going into the 4 o'clock news for BBC Essex very shortly, as Cook is on his way in. Bowls to Folkes. Folkes plays this one. He's been troubled in this over. Again, not looking comfortable with that, but safely enough plays it to Bracewell again at mid-wicket. And as soon as I hear Don about to be introduced, I'll hand it over to him and vacate this seat in order that Mark Church may replace me. Tea, remember, taken at 4:25, regardless of the number of overs that have been bowled at the time. And Cook is on his way again. Bowls to Folkes, and Folkes has hit this in the air and is fortunate. He's been troubled in this over by the returning Sam Cook. It just goes over Nick Brown's head in the covers. When I say just, it wasn't very close to being a catch. Landed about 10 yards away from him, but he wasn't in charge of that shot. Brings up the Surrey 150, 151 for 5, and 15 now to Folkes. But whereas Folkes has looked very, very solid throughout this innings hitherto, he's not really played any ball of this over with any great deal of confidence, and that's not to be critical of Folkes, but to point out what a fine bowler Sam Cook is as he comes in now to bowl to Folkes. And that's a leave outside off stump. He'll be slightly annoyed with himself for that being offline. The next voice you hear will be Don Topley, and he'll be joined by Mark Church with Surrey 151 for 5, 163 behind.
Thank you, Paul. We've got beautiful bright sunshine now, Chelmsford, and lots of blue sky, cumulonimbus clouds. No sign of rain at the moment, which is great news because this is a great 4-day championship cricket match here at the Cloud FM County Cricket Ground. Chelmsford, Snater, who got the wicket in his last over, is going to continue. Here we go with an update. Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to Chelmsford. Well, Surrey recommenced after lunch at 80 for 1, but Essex, the bowlers of Essex, have fought hard. In particular, Doug Bracewell. He got a brace of wickets. Sibley and Smith, he bowled beautifully after lunch with a lot of effort and indeed some pace. And then Porter got Pope LBW for 26, and then Surrey lost Jacks LBW to Snater for 26. So the Essex boys are fighting hard in this intensive 4-day battle.
They've just plugged away, really. Felt a bit for Will Jacks. Not a lot you could do about that. Just shot along the floor at him, basically.
As Snater comes in, this ball bounces a fraction, goes away from the right-handed Cameron Still. There is no run. Just a couple of things that we've just been saying. Me and you have been the constant commentators for 2 days. We said it was quite a good toss to win, one, because it might get, if you had forward 3.5 days traffic on this surface, it would get a little bit more uneven. We're seeing the unevenness come in to play on day 2. Snater with 2 slips in. This time Cameron Still plays off the back foot into the offside and plays sensibly, no run.
Well, I think from a Surrey perspective, it's get as near as you can to that 314. If you could go past it, any sort of lead's going to be very important on here. It really is. Because I think you'll see that more and more as the game progresses. And there was absolutely nothing Will Jacks could have done about that. It just literally hit him on the boot.
It did. From a ball that was short of a length.
Yeah, but to be fair to Snater, it was straight. That's the most important thing.
He's in again, Snater, outside off stump, which this time is cannoned off the keeper's gloves, goes out to backward point. There is no run. Essex will be, will be absolutely ecstatic about getting these couple of wickets. They needed them, but importantly against Surrey, to get Pope and Jacks, 2 absolute quality players, out for 26. They will bite your hand off.
Yeah, and I think you just need to look at the dismissals.
Snater away from us, past the umpire. This ball bounced, but I have to say Michael Pepper has taken that beautifully as it's bounced and got big outside of off stump. End of the over, and the score is 153 for 5.
Burns caught at first slip. Sibley caught behind. Smith caught behind. Pope LBW, Jacks LBW. So that just shows you how it's going. And that shows you they're looking to hit the stumps, which is absolutely key on here. And I think that will become more and more important as the game goes on. I know it sounds a strange thing to say because you'd think you'd always try to hit the stumps, but if the pitch is going to go a little bit up and down, you've got to be bringing those stumps into play, really.
Correct.
As Cook from the Hayes Close end is in over the wicket to Ben Folkes. He lets that one go outside his off stump. It's taken by Pepper, moving away to his right. What I would say about Surrey is they do bat all the way down. They do bat to 11. So they normally find a way of getting something on the board.
How important is that going to be for Surrey with their tail wagging, batting sensibly? Just to reiterate what I said earlier yesterday, that Essex had 3 half
over the wicket again goes Cook. Oh, shot from Ben Folkes, just leant on this and driven that square of the wicket. The chase is on for Dan Lawrence. He's not going to get there. It's going to beat him over the rope and away for 4. It's a typical Ben Folkes shot, that. Elegant, just easing the ball into a gap and getting enough on it to get it over the rope and away for 4. He'll move on to 19 and Surrey move on to 157 for 5.
Mum's here today, Fiona Folkes.
Excellent, lovely.
What I've said is Essex had notched up 3 half centuries, and we've seen Sibley with 48, 2 other guys get in, 3 guys getting in.
As forward goes Folkes here to Cook and plays this one down into the leg side. There's no run.
You haven't got a half century yet, but we do have a number of Surrey players who have got in, not gone on. Essex had 3 half centuries, didn't go on. That tells a little bit of a story of the wicket again, that you're never in all the time. Little dryness, the odd one does turn.
Cook over the wicket he comes, and Folkes, that just stopped on him a touch as he's looking to turn it into the leg side. He had one in the last over from Cook as well. I just wonder how important that 62-run partnership between Harmer and Cook last night will be in the grand scheme of things.
Cook didn't half bat well.
Yeah.
At number 10, played played properly. To be honest, he played better than 7, 8 and 9.
You take that out of the equation though, it does make a big difference. You're sort of looking at 250 rather than 314 as Cook is in, and that's the Yorker dug out well by Folkes, clips it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So yeah, fascinatingly poised all this. It really is at the moment. Great game of cricket, as we expected it to be, with two very good sides going head to head. And there's quality on show throughout here at the moment. It really is.
Raymond East this morning was talking about that famous Essex Surrey B&H final back in the day. Gooch got 100. Sylvester Clark didn't play in that final.
This one's left alone by Folkes. Wide outside is off stump from Sam Cook. End of the over. We've got, what, 15 minutes till tea, because tea will be at 4:25, however many overs there are remaining in the day. And Surrey are 157 for 5 in reply to Essex's 314.
Thank you, Mark. It's going to be Snater again.
I do enjoy Snater's streaks.
In his hair?
Yeah, but it looks
almost... You're a connoisseur of hair.
Yes, what I would say is it almost looks like he had them done whilst he was wearing a baseball cap, because it seems to be the bits that would stick out of the side of your cap that he had straight.
It looks very shiny as well.
Lovely.
It does,
No,
doesn't
there's
it,
nothing wrong with that at all.
Snater moving in with Locks away from us. Oh, that ball has just gone like a leg cutter, with Pepper standing up and takes it beautifully there. 2 slips awaiting. Of course, the 2 slips, certainly the first slip, will be blind with Pepper standing up, so it's a bigger challenge for the slips with the keeper standing up. So well bowled. But the good thing about the keeper standing up, it keeps the batsman in the crease, which then brings in the LBW again.
Cameron still can't get out to Snater at the moment.
In he comes. Snater bowls. This is played off the back foot out into the cover. There is no run.
What I mean by that is he can get out to Snater, obviously, but what I mean is that front foot. He can't back.
Sight screen. Slightly fortuitous. There's no way the keeper standing up is going to catch that. But nonetheless, it's 4 creditable runs to Surrey. Surrey move on to 161 for 5.
He looked in 2 minds there, really, didn't he, Cameron Steele? Whether to run it down to third man or absolutely belt the living daylights out of it. And he didn't really do either, just sort of hung the bat there and got a thick inside edge that whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4.
2 slips still waiting. Keeper standing up still. Snater on his way in. Right arm over. This one bounces, and again, like last over, Pepper takes it beautifully high around shoulder height as the ball does get big.
This is not easy, and Pepper's making it look pretty straightforward at the moment, because Snater's no slouch. That's the thing. He's getting it down there at a good enough pace, but Pepper there took that one with it rising up shoulder height.
In he goes with gorgeous hair. This is played into the leg side. There's going to be a quick single by Steele. He calls. He's going to be running to the danger end, and he calls correctly. Good bit of batting there. Well bowled, well played, and good calling, Mark Church.
Well, that's going to be, we said it straight away this morning, didn't we? Those singles are going to be absolutely crucial today. And if you get a bad ball trying to put it away, Jacks was looking in great nick for a first sort of innings of the season, and yeah, as I say, there wasn't a lot he could do about that. As he walked off, he sort of rather sort of begrudgingly whacked his pad with his bat.
Snater pitches this up, and this time Folkes comes forward, just push drives to Brown at cover for the completion of that 48th over. Score 162 for 5. Folkes on 7. No, sorry, Folkes on 19, and indeed it's Cameron Steele to face. And if his father's listening, a good day, sir, in Australia.
Absolutely. And Cameron Steele's having a good season for Surrey. Opened up with that unbeaten 100.
Lancashire?
Against Lancashire at Old Trafford in the first innings. Played beautifully in that innings.
Well, I haven't seen a lot of him. Where does he's a smallish lad.
Yeah, he
Is he? Where does he score
He's
his runs?
very
Is he a prolific
strong leg-
driver?
Yeah, he drives down the ground, but he's also very strong leg side with the bottom hand. As here is Sam Cook into him, and he whips this one into short mid wicket, and there's no run. He's also got this shot where he almost sweeps the quicker bowler, gets that front foot forward, and then just brings the bottom hand in and goes up and over the top. And what was so impressive in that game at Old Trafford was A, when he scored his runs, and B, he got into the 90s, and I think went through the 90s in 3 shots. So it took any nerves out the equation whatsoever. But it was a lovely innings from him. Sam Cook is over the wicket and beats him on the outside edge. Great length. Sam Cook's been really impressive here. He really has.
Watching Essex as I do, for me, he has taken over the mantle of the chief operator. He's our senior bowler today, and he's improved his pace. He's well known for his red ball cricket, but he also won the 100 with Notts, with Trent Rockets. And let me tell you, he's actually a decent white ball, skilled bowler with things like Yorkers, the odd slower ball. He's a vastly improved performer.
He's in and looking to work it leg side is Cameron Steele. Just stood up on him a touch, hits him on the thigh guard, rolls down in front of him. Well, every time I've seen him bowl, I can see why England are talking about him.
Yes.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes. And in that game I was mentioning when Jamie Smith made his debut, he was playing for the MCC against Surrey in 2019 in Abu Dhabi and bowled really well there. He's a quality performer. Yeah. He really is.
He's a quality guy too. He really is. Academic as well. Did you know? I think he went to Loughborough University. So you've got an intelligent bowler. That's unusual.
As over the wicket he comes to Cameron Steele. That's down the leg side. Steele gets absolutely nothing on this whatsoever. And that's taken by a tumbling Pepper away to his left-hand side. I think some of the best bowlers in the world are the most intelligent cricketers there are, I think.
Well, you saw him bat yesterday, and you just one defining word for me would be he was smart. Smart.
You have to be a good bowler, don't you? As in over the wicket comes Cook. Oh, and that one he's pushed a bit wider, and Cam Steele's feet didn't go anywhere again. He's just sort of fenced at that, and that's beaten the edge of the bat. And that's taken by Pepper away to his right-hand side. Very nice afternoon now, after the rain that we had this morning.
Thunder.
Got a bit of sun now, nice and warm. Very pleasant. I keep waiting for sort of summer to start, and it hasn't yet. So fingers crossed at some point it does. And if it does start, it'd be nice if it hung around for a bit.
It would, wouldn't it?
It would be lovely.
Everything in the garden is quite late.
As waiting once more is Steele. Oh, and he's looked to let that go, and that one's jagged back and come back at him and hit the face of the bat. Good over from Sam Cook again. The ball just rolled down to Alistair Cook at first slip. They're going both ways there. Sam Cook to Cameron Steele. He survives, and Surrey 162 for 5 with Ben Folkes on 19 and Cameron Steele on 7.
What do you reckon we got? 2 overs?
Yeah, we should get a couple more in. It's good bowling from Sam Cook, that.
You know, we were talking about Harmer, and Warwickshire 2021 played him beautifully at Edgbaston. This particular game today, Surrey have played Harmer beautifully. What I would have done, and I know the seamers have been wanting to bowl from the Hayes close end, you know, behind each other. I may have got Harmer to gone up that far end just to see what would happen, because we haven't bowled a spinner from the Hayes close end. But it's from the river end, Shane Snater. This is a beautiful forward defensive by Ben Stokes of this parish, formerly of this parish. He played for North Essex in the district, played for Frinton. A lot of the cricketers, there was some decent cricketers who have played for North Essex over the years, including the likes of Graham Napier, all under the eyes of a chap called David Merriday up at 8 Ash Green. Snater in, this is driven up to mid-on, but mid-on fields it. And Pepper actually dropped it. There was no edge, no runs, no byes or anything, but didn't go cleanly in his hands. Yeah, I think I'm right in Shane Snater is the cousin of Jason Roy, who got 20 yesterday for the KKR.
Did he? I didn't know that until they played against each other.
in Holland. I was there as Snater bowls. This is our leg stump, tickled all the way to fine leg at the executive offices, the executive boxes here at Chelmsford, and that's one more run to Folkes. He moves to 20, still facing on 7, score 163 for 5.
I didn't know that until he got him out, didn't he, in a one-dayer?
Yeah.
And it was all his cousin got his cousin out. And I didn't realise they were cousins.
I was there for all those ODIs in Holland, and what was quite funny was on day 1 by lunch, ODI 1. Oh, good ball. Plays and misses through to the keeper. There is a dot ball. The Dutch Cricket Association run out of beer by lunchtime.
Oh dear.
They did.
Yes.
There was one certain. Go on.
Should have known he was coming, really, shouldn't they?
Well, they thought they'd be all right till tea when a new load of beer would come in, but it had all gone by lunchtime.
Yes.
And probably the guilty party were the Barmy Army.
Yes, I would have thought so.
But the locals did well too.
Yes.
And it was a Amstelveen in Amsterdam. Outside off stump, left alone, shoulders arm through to the keeper, end of the over, and Surrey have moved to 163 for 5. Amstelveen, which is famous in Amsterdam for its hockey. There is 3 or 4 grass pitches with a stadium. Hockey's played seriously at Amstelveen in a park, beautiful park in Amsterdam, and we stayed. England were playing 3 ODIs there, Owen Morgan and the team, and we stayed quite near to the Johan Cruyff Stadium.
Lovely. One of the greats.
We could see it in the distance. Very enjoyable 5 nights, 6 nights in Amstelveen and Amsterdam.
Sam Cook is into Ben Folkes. He's up on his toes and pushes this one down into the leg side. Did you wear clogs at any point?
There were around, but no.
If I wore in a pair of clogs,
I've got rather large feet.
Yes. Oh, and your toe as well, of course. At that point, that probably wasn't the greatest time for clogs.
That would have been a challenge.
Yes, and tulips, isn't it?
Tulips and cheese.
And cheese.
Gouda.
Yes, indeed. As over the wicket is Sam Cook, and turned into the leg side again by Ben Folkes. He's just going stump to stump here, Cook, at the moment. It's very good bowling from him.
Other things you can get in Amsterdam, but I didn't partay.
I've never been actually, but I know the cricket's super out there, and I know it's a great place to go and watch cricket. Because Ireland and Sri Lanka are coming here, aren't they, for one day?
Next week.
Yep.
There's the 3 ODIs, of which are going to be played on those 2 strips, which are covered by what I call the banana matting.
Yeah, absolutely. As Cook down the slope he comes over the wicket, and a bouncer, which is ducking underneath, is Ben Folkes. That's taken by Pepper, moving away to his left.
ODI 1, Ireland, Bangladesh, is sold out.
That's great, isn't it?
ODI 3 is also sold out.
Away to our right. But, yes, well, that's excellent, isn't it, to have a bit of ODI cricket here, and let's keep our fingers crossed weather-wise as well, that the weather stays
always sunny
fair.
in Chelmsford.
Always sunny in Chelmsford, the birthplace of the radio, of course. As in over the wicket once more comes Cook. That's a good leave from Ben Folkes. Again, he's just got that to stand up. It's probably gone over the top of Folkes' off stump, I'd say. That really good leave from Ben Folkes. This might be our last over before tea. So after this one, we've still got 33 remaining.
2 minutes left.
Yep, so we're going to have a late-ish finish tonight.
Are we?
If the weather holds.
I hope Mrs. T's listening. A latest finish.
Latest finish, Mrs. Topley.
Okay.
As in over the wicket once again comes Cook, and forward goes Folkes. Plays this one down towards backward point. Are we going to get another one? They'd probably like to, because that would leave 32 in the last session, which is what it's meant to be. But of course, tea is at 4:25, so I think we are going to get another one in here. And I think it's going to be Simon Harmer to bowl it. So we're going to get an over of Harmer before the tea break. A few people are going into the pavilion to get their teas and coffees and bits of cake.
Good crowd yesterday, Mark. Officially, I got told 2,400 came through the turnstiles yesterday.
That's a good number. It is a really good number, that.
Looks good at Chelmsford. Obviously, a good crowd of 2,500 at the Oval occasionally can get lost a little bit, because the capacity today is at the Oval.
Oh, that's a good question.
28, 28 and a half?
27, I think, something like that.
Harmer bowls. This is played into the leg side sensibly. Plays with the spin by Cameron Steele. Now Ben Folkes is standing cross-legged with his bat. He's leaning on his bat with an attempted teapot in many respects, because he fancies a cup of tea. He doesn't want to face any of these 5 remaining balls. Harmer in this time. He waits for the ball, turns it round the corner, and Nick Brown on his knees fields. There is no run.
Yeah, it's interesting this. 80 for 1 at lunch. So what are we? 83 for 4 in this session.
Harmer short, this is pulled, and he's been caught on the boundary, in front of the player's boundary, a balcony. That is a wicket just on the stroke of tee. My word, Cameron Steele eyes is lit up as he tried to hit a 6. He did go from low to high, not high to low, and the ball has travelled in the air and he's been caught. It may have been from Jamie Porter's hands, but nonetheless Simon Harmer has got his wicket, and he's got the man Cameron Steele caught at deep square leg for 7 runs. 163 for 6.
Well, that's a bonus wicket, isn't it? Because Cam Steele will be devastated by that. He could have put that anywhere, and he pulled it straight to the one man stood in front of the pavilion. So they'll be happy with that, Essex, definitely. That is a session of 83 for 5 now. Surrey, so they've some work to do after the tea break, but yeah, Essex will dine happier than Surrey in the tea break, but well bowled Essex, and Surrey have some work to do in the final session.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and we genuinely will welcome you back to what's becoming an intriguing game of 4-day championship cricket. It's ebb and flowing, but it's intense, and it's really very, very entertaining. Join us in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Paul Newton here with Mark Church, and later you'll hear again from Don Topley. We're just about to resume after a delayed tea interval taken at 4:25, going up to 4:45, and players now are retaking the field, with Essex having had a very, very good session actually in the delayed, well, not the delayed lunch, but the delayed resumption. The session ran from 2:30 to 4:25, in which time Surrey, who at one point were 105 for 1, actually added only 58 from that point forward in losing 5 wickets, so 163 for 6. Surrey, we know, back right the way down, so Essex will know they've a lot of work still to do to get a decent first innings lead. At the moment they're 151 in front, with Ben Folkes, who's looked his usual solid self on 20, and to what turned out to be the last ball before tea, Cameron Steele, I think he'll kick himself a little bit. It was the last over before tea, which is yet to be finished, and he pulled Simon Harmer straight down the throat of Sam Cook on the deep square leg boundary and departed 163 for 6. I'll just take the closing of this over from Harmer, and this one turns. It's an appeal really only from behind the wicket. Harmer could see that that ball pitched well outside off stump, and the batsman himself had moved well outside off stump. 163 for 6, Mark.
I think the game's here and now. I think this game could be decided in these 32 overs tonight.
Yeah, as Harmer's in again, that one doesn't turn. But yes, we have 32 overs at the end of this over, which was in mid-over at the time of the departure of Cameron Steele, and perhaps he didn't choose the right moment to go for the big hit, as this next one takes a thickish inside edge and is played a few yards into the onside by Jordan Clark, who's replaced Cameron Steele. So 163 for 6, Clark yet to get off the mark, and Folkes on 20, and certainly the game is fascinatingly poised, but if Surrey play true to type, these last 4 wickets will give Essex plenty to think about.
They will. Slope to Ben Folkes, who tucks this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. What I would say is Folkes is very experienced at all this, sort of batting with the middle to lower order.
Yes, he's so calm and composed.
He won't change the way he plays at all.
No, rightly not.
Just go on his own tempo. There's a lot of stretching being done out there at the moment. Simon Harmer's continuing to do his stretches.
Yes, he likes a good stretch.
Yes, well, it's very good for you, I believe.
There's a lot of him to stretch.
In over the wicket comes Cook. Oh, and that beats Folkes on the outside and then bounces once in front of Pepper. That's interesting. Oh, a bit of edge on that. So there was a bit of edge from Ben Folkes. Little thin edge. Lovely delivery from Cook, and then it doesn't get to Pepper. And that's 4 runs off the bat of Ben Folkes. And whistles away down below us for 4, but nicely bowled by Cook. Yeah, just played it as late as he could, and it's just not got through to Pepper at all.
No, he probably should have stopped it. I thought by far Pepper's most impressive work was when he was standing up to the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, he did, he kept beautifully.
Yeah.
There. 167 for 6. Folkes has moved on to 24 and is bowled. All ends up by Cook. Nips it back through the drive. Not sure whether there was an inside edge on that or not, but this now does change things. It's really good bowling again from Sam Cook. He's been so impressive today. And Ben Folkes just looked for the drive. And I'm not sure whether there was an inside edge on that or not, but it's nipped back, it's knocked out his off stump, and Surrey in trouble at 167 for 7.
I was just about to say, before that ball, that Cook's figures were 1 for 33 in 15 overs, or this is his 15th, which doesn't remotely tell the story. You know, you could have someone who's taken 1 for 33 in the 15th over and say, well, he kept it reasonably quiet. Apart from that, nothing outstanding. Well, there's everything outstanding about his bowling. He's just really is top-class bowler. He gives very little away. It'll doubtless haunt the England selectors that he's not of express pace, but I would draw their attention to the fact that 2 men who shared over 1,200 wickets in Test cricket, neither of them is express pace, Jimmy Anderson or Stuart Broad. Perhaps they waste their time in spending so much time thinking about the Juffer Archers of this world, who usually end up being only occasionally available because of injury. And I don't mean that unkindly to the players. They're giving it all they've got. But give me someone who can play year in, year out, like Jimmy and Stuart.
Well, Sean Abbott is out there in the middle. There was a big inside edge on that from Folkes. Back onto his stumps. So Abbott right-handed. As Cook is over the wicket to him, and his first ball, he's just turning into the leg side, is Sean Abbott. He'll scamper a single, and he gets off the mark straight away. Good player, Sean Abbott, to have coming in at number 9 for Surrey, but they need some runs from him today. And his last innings, 52 not out off 40 balls with 7 fours and 2 sixes against Hampshire. Was rested for the game against Warwickshire. Jordan Clark comes on to strike, a very noisy motorbike going up the road behind us. 2 slips in there for the right-handed Clark as Cook is over the wicket to him, and Clark lets this one go outside his off stump. So it means that Surrey still trail by 146. So trailing by 146, Surrey. But yeah, good bowling from Cook. And Folkes looking for the drive. Inside edge straight back, cannon straight back onto his off stump, and they'll be delighted to get rid of Folkes at this stage, because as I was saying, he's very experienced at sort of shepherding the lower to middle order through an innings. But gone now, Ben Folkes, as over the wicket goes Cook and forward goes Clark, and just pushes this one behind square on the offside. They should get 2, and they will get 2. As Critchley comes around to do the fielding, but excellent over from Sam Cook. The wicket of Ben Folkes for 24, and Surrey 170 for 7 here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, and on the Essex live stream.
And during the interval, we had the parade of 2 very successful Essex teams. We're referring here, they have 2 teams in the over 50s league, and both the A team and the B team won their respective county championships last season. And better still, 2 members of the A team went to South Africa in the over 50s World Cup in March, which England won. So triple cause for celebration there for Essex's old age range teams. Over 50s really doing the club proud as Harmer begins a new over, gives this a splendid amount of air, a little bit of drift, and well negotiated by Clark, as by Abbott, who plays it down into the onside, and Harmer will bowl again to Sean Abbott. Oh, he comes forward to this, it's completely done in the flight, and fortunately he's got his pads in the way, because he missed the attempted flick into the onside by some way. Taken on the pad, there's no run.
See how Abbott's going to go about this, though.
Yes, indeed.
It's going to look to be positive.
Got a slip, leg slip, back pad. Next delivery sees Abbott go right back on his stumps. Potentially perilous, but he manages to fend it off into the offside. Again, there will be no run, 170 for 7.
I think that is the archetypal playing it late.
Yes.
From Sean Abbott there.
Harmer bowls to him again, and he's run this down to slip. No need to tell you who's fielding there. It's his nightly right, I think, Knighthty right, to field wherever he likes, and he has really taken to first slip.
It was a magnificent roll to his right,
yeah,
wasn't it there?
Harmer bowls again. Abbott comes forward, and a repeat of the previous ball as Cook fields on the dive. 170 for 7, with 1 to Abbott and 2 to Clark. And Essex have really come back very strongly in the post-lunch period. Harmer bowls outside off stump, and that ball is played away through backward point. Didn't get all of it by any manner of means, the batsman there, but he'll be happy to pick up 2 runs, and 172 for 7, with Abbott now overtaking Clark 3-2. It's the end of the over. 54 overs have now been bowled, and we have a further 30 minimum to come, provided the weather holds, and at the moment it's not looking too bad.
Well, it's actually drizzling at the moment, but we played in heavier rain than this
today.
Yeah. We were out there in very heavy rain for 3 or 4 balls earlier, but there was a little bit of drizzle falling.
Yes, I hadn't noticed until I've seen it landing on my playfair.
Yes, but I think it's sort of stopping now. Magnificent from Sir Alistair Cook there. Fell over twice, didn't he, in that over? Did what he needed to do. So it's going to be
all that fitness
Cook.
training has paid off.
It does, absolutely. It's going to be Sam Cook from the Hayes close end, coming in over the wicket to Jordan Clark, and Clark is covering up, playing this one back up the pitch.
He did well there, actually, the batsman, because that was arrowing into the stumps, and he just came down late on it, kept a bit low, did well to keep that one out.
Well, I saw the over 50s. They were certainly enjoying their lap of honour.
Well, they got all sorts of trophies, and enthusiastically received by second-day crowd here. The crowd isn't as big as it would have been, but we've seen far more cricket than anyone anticipated.
Sam Cook once again is over the wicket to Jordan Clark, beats the outside edge, nicely bowled by Sam Cook.
What I like, one of the many things I like about Sam Cook is that, you know, he's beaten the batsman there, but no histrionics, you know, he just calmly goes back to the top of his run-up, and he's a very well-controlled man, and as Don Topley was saying earlier, also a very intelligent bowler, and that helps a lot, you know, he really thinks about his bowling, and as Don was saying as well, he's very good with white balls as well.
Just a good cricketer, Sam Cook. He's over the wicket here to Jordan Clark, and Clark again gets a ball that's arrowing in on around about middle and off, and he's playing it very solidly straight back up the pitch.
And again, echoing what you were saying with Don earlier, that partnership for the 8th wicket yesterday, 9th wicket, was so vital for Essex, putting on 62. It changed both the contours of the game and the sense of who was on top.
Very much so. As Cook down the slope he comes, over the wicket to Jordan Clark and beats him again. Great length. He's got to play at that. It's just going away enough to beat the outside edge of Jordan Clark. Very well bowled.
And again, Cook, though, he's beaten him all ends up, but no staring at the batsman and anything like that, just calmly wheels round and gets on with it.
May I be honest, I'm not sure I'd stare down Jordan Clark.
No, well, that is a fair point.
Pick your fights, Mr. Newton. I'm not sure I'd be picking any verbals with Jordan Clark. As he waits once again, Sam Cook is in, and Clark punches off the back foot into the offside. Doesn't really time this. And Nick Brown will get round to his left. So the sun's coming out again now. We've just sort of had this all day, really, haven't we? Sunshine and showers.
Yeah, it's been, certainly from the forecast I saw, we've been very, very fortunate indeed here to get, well, I suppose we could yet get quite close to a full day's play.
Could do. 6:30 finish, or there or thereabouts. As Sam Cook is in to Clark, and Clark nicely timed, just works it into the leg side, chases on for Bracewell, and they will pick up a couple of runs here. That'll be 2 more to Jordan Clark, 2 more to the Surrey total. They move on to 4, or Clark moves on to 4. Abbott has 3, Surrey 174 for 7, so they trail by 140.
And I think tribute must be paid to Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, who doesn't get the credit he deserves at times, and he had 3 bowling changes that all paid handsome dividends in that post-lunch period. First of all, Doug Bracewell he brought on, and he picked up 2 wickets, and I thought he was taking off rather unfairly after he'd only bowled 1 further over, but he brought Jamie Porter on, who got Pope out first ball as Harmer is in, bowls, and this ball is played into the onside, and right on the stroke of tea he brought Simon Harmer back for a single over in which he picked up a wicket halfway through it, and the players left the field for tea. Harmer's in and now bowling to Sean Abbott, who plays the ball to mid-on. Shane Snater, there's no run, the score is 174 for 7, and Surrey currently are 140 behind. Harmer's in again with a slip, a leg slip and a bat pad, and this ball's nicely nudged, but it won't bring a run because Abbott has picked out the shin pads of the man at bat pad, who is Nick Brown for Essex, as the sun again graces us with its presence, and it really, grass is lovely and green. It's a lovely colour here, and this one has been hit in the air but safely and away for 4. Sam Cook could do nothing about that. He's on the mid-wicket boundary, but that would encompass around about 40 yards of the outfield, and Cook, despite nipping away to his right, had no chance of cutting it off. 178 for 7.
He got enough of that, didn't he, Sean Abbott? Cook would have been interested for a second.
Yep. So Abbott on 7. Harmer bowls him again, and all defence on this occasion. Down to mid-wicket, Shane Snater. No run. So Snater's at a sort of inside the circle mid-wicket, and Cook is Sam Cook is on the boundary there in front of the pavilion at mid-wicket. The last ball of the over, Abbott just stops the ball in the crease, and that over concludes. 56 have been bowled, and Surrey at one point 105 for 1, or 178 for 7, with 7 to Abbott and 4 to Clark.
Yep. And you've seen the way that Sean Abbott's going to go about it. 7 off 13. Clark positive by nature as well. Still to come, Gus Atkinson and Kemar Roach for Surrey. And Sam Cook it will be from the Hayes close end, trailing by 136 Surrey, so there's every chance that Essex will have quite a bit of batting to do tonight. But that's why I think this session is so crucial to the game, as Sam Cook is into Jordan Clark, beats him on the outside edge again. It's just a lovely piece of bowling. It's a gorgeous delivery. That'll look so good on the live stream. The replay of that'll look fantastic. Jordan Clark's playing the ball lovely, full face of the bat, but the ball just doing enough to go past the outside edge. But Jordan Clark will sort of say to himself, the key thing there is it didn't find the outside edge. But
no, absolutely.
Lovely bowling again from Sam
Terrific
Cook.
bowling.
Turns once more. The spectators sat there by the side screen behind him as he's in over the wicket to Clark, who's watching this one go. Outside is off stump. Pepper takes it. Hurst is pulling the bat inside the line. Just went back of a length that time. Did Cook. Very good bowling again from him.
Yes, he's been quite outstanding. As I say, his figures, which are good enough at 2 for 30 odd, but he's actually could have had a 5-fer. You know, people have bowled a lot less well and picked up 5-fers right, left and centre.
Waits again, does Jordan Clark. Right-handed, of course, as Cook's into him. He's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. But as I say, the weather at the moment's fine.
Yep, there's a potentially rain-bearing cloud around, but even if it were to have a little bit of a shower, I don't think it would be curtains for the day or anything like that. And we've been blessed with quite a fair percentage of sunshine during the post-lunch session, and again into the tea time, post-tea session.
I think the light will be okay today as Cook's in, and that's just coming back at Jordan Clark. He gets bat on it, squirts away into the leg side.
It's always a pleasure, the matches between the two counties, and for some reason this is about the 3rd year in a row when the two counties have only met once in the competition, so there's no game between the two at the Oval this year, which is disappointing. I love going there. And of course last year coincided, or day one did, with the 40-degree temperatures.
Oh yes, there was that there. That was the Essex day, wasn't it? Yeah, that was hot, wasn't it? Really was hot. As Cook is in, and in behind a short ball goes Jordan Clark. Pushes it down into the leg side. There's no run. Maiden over from Sam Cook. Another good one from Sam Cook. 178 for 7. So yes, Surrey played Lancashire twice, Hampshire twice, Warwickshire twice, Middlesex twice, and Kent twice. They played Essex, Nottingham, Somerset, and Northamptonshire once.
Yep, I do remember the great pleasure I had at the Oval last year of sharing the microphone with Jeremy Coney.
Jeremy was with us,
who
yes,
I've always
indeed.
very much enjoyed,
Yes.
the great New Zealand summariser and former distinguished player, and Ricky Clark, who I've always been a fan of, and two excellent blokes as well, lovely people to spend the time with.
Yep, it was a lovely, hottest day ever, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hottest day ever it was.
That's right. Incredible how we all survived it. Simon Harmer from the River End will resume hostilities with Sean Abbott.
I agree with you there, Paul.
And this ball is played down to Shane Snater at mid-wicket. There's no run, 178 for 7.
Yes, it was all we heard about on the news that day was it was the hottest day ever.
Yeah.
Still here though.
Yeah, Harmer's in. To Abbott, reverse sweep, and he's got hold of that. 4 runs. Very nicely played indeed. Caught it beautifully. 182 for 7. Abbott into double figures on 11.
Yeah, it's a good shot that from Sean Abbott, isn't it? Harmer's just pushed it a bit wider, which has enabled him to play that shot.
Harmer won't mind. Probably if he was sitting next to me, he'd say, well, actually I do, but he doesn't mind people going after him because he thinks, OK, you win that round, but I'll win, if not the next, well, the next but one sort of thing. But it's well played, very nicely played indeed by man coming in at number 9. Harmer bowls to him. Appeal here, but I think there's a bit of bat on that. The bowler didn't appeal. And 182 for 7.
A little drop of rain again now.
Yeah, but good to say there's still blue sky around. We can still see evidence of the sun, even though it's not directly shining. Slower, faster ball, and that ball's 4 more. But that was, he threw the bat at that, Sean Abbott, and it flew just out of the reach of Sir Alistair at slip and disappears very quickly to the boundary at third man. 186 for 7, and Abbott has 15.
Yeah, he was looking to pull that into the pavilion, and it's actually flown straight over Alistair Cook at first slip. It's effective.
Yep.
From Sean Abbott, not exactly where he intended, but he picks up 4 more and moves on to 15.
Harmer bowls to him again, and all defence here, and no run. The men out. Burns 27, Sibley 48, Jamie Smith 2. Then Ollie Pope for 26, Will Jacks for 26. Come back to that, but Harmer's in and bowls, and this ball is played to Snater at mid-wicket for no run. Steele made 7, and Ben Folkes 24 is the man to go since tea, which the position now is, after 58 overs, Surrey 128 behind, Essex is 314 on 186 for 7.
Yep. And this is Abbott and Clark get together for a bit of natter out there in the middle about what they're going to do from here, and you can see Sean Abbott chatting away to Jordan Clark about the way Harmer's going about it and the way he's going to go about it, and there'll be all sorts of discussions between those two. And we're going to get a bit of Mr. Bracewell now, replacing Sam Cook, so Doug Bracewell into the attack. As I say, reminds me very much of Craig White with that action. We're playing in the rain again at the moment, ironically, and the sun.
Sam Cook, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 38.
Yeah, very impressive today. Bracewell, 7 overs, 2 for 18 thus far, as he's over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's letting this first one go. Outside his off stump, taken by Pepper. Low down to his right-hand side.
Yes, well judged that by Jordan Clark, but it's still something that the lead there, he does tend to pull the ball in quite sharply at times, Doug Bracewell, so it's a way you could see him getting out if he were to do that once too often.
Settles over his bat once more. Still the 2 slips in there, Alistair Cook and Simon Harmer, as Bracewell is in, and that's left alone by Jordan Clark. Outside his off stump, Jamie Porter clapping away down there at long leg.
Certainly got a better rhythm about him today, Doug Bracewell, compared to what I saw of him, which was the first I'd seen of him. I didn't see any of the first games of the season. In any case, Bracewell missed the first game. He played in the second one here. I didn't see that. But at Canterbury, he wasn't bowling with as good a rhythm as he's got out there today. And I think it also helps him to come in from the slight downslope from the Hayes close end.
He's over the wicket here to Jordan Clark, who's cutting him firmly for 4. Little bit of width. And Jordan Clark has flung his hands at that. And that has whizzed away for 4 runs. Jordan Clark's first boundary. He moves on to 8, and Surrey move on to 190 for 7.
124 now is the deficit, and this pair both very capable, doing the right thing, I think, taking whatever runs they can take a few risks, yes, but if they don't, they can just as easily be out anyway, so they're making good inroads into the deficit.
Bracewell in again, and this one Jordan Clark plays late off a thickish edge down towards third man. We'll just get a single. That's one more to the total, one more to Jordan Clark. He moves on to 9. Surrey moving on to 191 for 7. Sean Abbott comes back onto strike. They have put a man out on the hook for Bracewell.
This pair have put on 24 already in pretty quick time. And if Essex thought they'd got the key wicket when they had Ben Folkes out, the wicket to go since tea, well, they're having to think again.
Right-handed Abbott waits over his bat as Bracewell's into him, and Abbott, he's looked to let that go, and it's hit the toe end of his bat and rolled out towards cover. So he was looking to let that go in the end.
Yeah.
Sean Abbott just sort of hit the bottom of his bat and potted out towards cover.
Looked slightly accusingly at his bat, but it probably wasn't the bat's fault.
He's probably looking at the toe end as well, because that's where a chunk of your bat can sort of fly across the pitch when it hits the bottom of your bat. Waits again, does Abbott. Bracewell runs towards us, comes right arm over the wicket, and Abbott's on the back foot this time, just pushing this one out into the covers. Critchley comes up to do the fielding. End of the over, 191 for 7 then Surrey. 9 to Jordan Clark, 15 to Sean Abbott. 25 overs remaining today, and it means that Surrey trail by 123.
So, game fascinatingly poised here. At the moment, you'd rather be in the Essex position because 123 is quite a significant deficit. But we saw what a difference it made when Essex made that 9th wicket partnership between Harmer and Sam Cook yesterday, putting on 62 for the 9th wicket. And it would be no surprise to see a partnership of similar or maybe even greater proportions were to come from one of these last 3 Surrey wickets. They bat right down, still got Gus Atkinson and Kemar Roach to come. And Simon Harmer has departed the attack for the time being, been replaced by Shane Snater. 7 overs, 1 for 22, and the one he got, well, it was a shooter that rather unluckily did for Will Jacks as Snater's in. Bowls and hurries the batsman a little bit here, but played perfectly safely down to mid-off by Jordan Clark, who remains on 9. Sean Abbott at the non-striker's end has 15.
Yep. This will be a good battle between Snater and Clark. 2 aggressive cricketers.
Yes, gone are the days when your tailenders could barely hold the bat. As Snater's in, bowls to Clark. Clark plays this defensively into the offside. Someone from the behind the wicket cordon shouts in dismay as though the batsman was incredibly lucky to get away with that, but for me it seemed to come out of the middle of the bat. And Surrey remain at 191 for 7 in the 60th over of the innings.
You know, days finishing on time are becoming fewer and further between, aren't they?
They are.
You don't get many days that sort of finish at the allotted finishing time
very
anymore.
few indeed. Snater's in. Bowls, nicely taken by Harmer. That one left the batsman off the pitch. Score remaining 191 for 7. Of course, today, the day we will be adding half an hour from the time lost. Particularly, there was already some lost during the morning session, but then between the players leaving a fraction early at lunch with the time at 12:59 as the rain began to fall, it would be 2:30 before they could resume.
Yeah.
Snater from the river end, just the 2 slips. Bowls. Clark has whacked this ball into the offside, but very nicely fielded at point by Dan Lawrence, and there is no run.
Yeah, might feel he's missed out a little bit there. Jordan Clark just hit the fielder at cover point. Dan Lawrence timed it beautifully, but just straight to Dan Lawrence. He actually did very well there because he's got that matting that is sort of covering the 2 pitches for the ODIs. Yes. So you've got that right in your line of sight.
That was a good bit of fielding. Snater again bowls to Clark. Leaves a ball well outside off stump. 191 for 7. So we now have a period where there is some cloud cover on its way over the ground. There's a much brighter area beyond where it's coming from, beyond this bank of clouds. So if we do get an interruption, which we may, I don't think it would be curtains for the day. Clouds moving not particularly swiftly, but not that slowly either. Snater into bowl to Clark. And strays onto leg stump, and that facilitates a fairly comfortable single as the ball goes just in front of the square leg umpire. The end of the Snater over, an uneventful one really, single off that last ball, eventually fielded by Sam Cook. 192 for 7. Clark will keep the strike and move into double figures on 10.
Yeah, and Clark and Abbott just starting a partnership now. Again, just continuing their mid-over conference in the middle of the pitch. Clark and Abbott, two very experienced cricketers, of course, out there in the middle together now. We brace well from the Hayes close end. Couple of slips in there. Again, Messrs Cook and Harmer, Alistair Cook and Simon Harmer. As Bracewell is in, that's a good lead from Jordan Clark. So that's just bounced a touch on him, and he just violently makes sure the bat is absolutely nowhere near that.
Yeah, he's a tallish man, Doug Bracewell. I'd say about 6 foot 1 or 2, and not particularly quick, but he can get quite good lift with good arm action and coming down from quite a height.
Yep, he gets it down there at good pace. Strong man, obviously, is. Over the wicket he comes to Jordan Clark, and Clark again just lets this one go outside his off stump. Watches it all the way into the gloves of Pepper. Sound of a seagull there, somewhere around Chelmsford. Not sure, is Chelmsford famous for seagulls, Paul?
Well, not particularly,
no.
It's a fair way away. Well, say a fair way away.
Famous for radio, yes, because of course it's the birthplace of the radio, yes. But not the seagull, no. As waiting once again is Jordan Clark. In over the wicket is Bracewell, and this is punched off the back foot by Clark straight down to Dan Lawrence again. In there at backward point, and there is no run.
Yes, Dan Lawrence began the season well with a century in the first game, but he's struggled a little bit since then, and obviously only made 2 in the first innings here, so he would like to do rather better in the second innings, to be sure.
Waiting again is Jordan Clark. Doug Bracewell over the wicket to him, and that nips back at Clark. He gets bat on it, plays it out into the offside.
Very well bowled and very well played, I would say there, because having had 2 or 3 deliveries earlier in the over that were quick and that would have bounced well over stump height, that one kept a little bit low and was a different type of delivery, an off-cutter, and the batsman there doing very well to come down late on it and keep it out. Jordan Clark.
Bracewell away in the distance with the sight screen behind him. The houses of the Hayes close behind him is in to Jordan Clark, who's forward and just gets bat on this and then scrambles a quick single with Sean Abbott running from Abbott and Jordan Clark. Had a nice little stroll through the park this morning, Paul, behind us.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Very pleasant, very pleasant. A stroll through Chelmsford Centre, all the coffee shops, etc. Sean Abbott waiting over his bat once more as Doug Bracewell turns again, and then will come right arm over the wicket to Abbott. Abbott plays him off the back foot, wants a single, there isn't one there because Lawrence is quickly up from backward point. He had the cry no from Jordan Clark. I think it was a sensible call, that, from Jordan Clark. Otherwise he'd have been in all sorts of bother. End of the over, 23 to go today. Surrey trailing by 121. Find themselves 193 for 7.
And I think probably it's Don's turn to come back. Thanks, Mark. You will replace me in half an hour's time. Thank you very much for the moment. So 193 for 7, 121 behind Essex's 314, but an incipient partnership could yet take Surrey a long way closer to closing that gap. So far, this partnership has put on 26 since Ben Folkes was bowled inside edging into his stumps from Sam Cook, who again has bowled beautifully today, as he nearly always does. Snater's in, light not great at the moment, possibly the floodlights need to come back on shortly, as the first ball of the Snater over is played into the covers by Clark, and there is no run. Clark's made 11 from 33 deliveries and Abbott 15 from 22, and we have 22 overs to be bowled after the current one. Don, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. They're fighting hard again here. Essex 193 for 7. Surrey are in reply.
Snater bowls, and that's a long way outside off stump, left alone by Clark, who's quite prepared to take his time here, and rightly so. Surrey will savour every run they can get to cut down this deficit, and stranger things have happened in cricket than to end up with a first innings lead.
Well, absolutely right. Surrey, on the other hand, would have looked at it and said, could we squeeze a bit of a lead out here if we bat so well with 5 England batsmen? But Essex now will be saying, can we get a little lead?
And this next one's pushed into the offside, comfortably played by Clark. Brown, who fields so many deliveries, does so again in the covers. And the score remains at 193 for 7. We're in the 62nd over of the innings, with 15 to Abbott and 11 to Clark.
2 very fine all-rounders at the crease, Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott. Sean Abbott is well known as an overseas player, has played for Australia. Jordan Clark, I'll talk about him in a moment.
Snater bowls to Clark, bit of an inside edge here, but along the ground down to Porter at mid-on, there's no run.
I'm sure his parents, Ian and Mary Clark, up in Cumbria. They have another son, Graham Clark, who plays for Durham. Both Jordan and Graham have come through the Cumbrian pathway under quite a well-known individual up there called Dinger Bell. He certainly ran the pathway for a good 20-30 years.
Snater bowls to Clark, turns the batsman round a little bit here. The ball squirts out perfectly safely along the ground to Lawrence, moving from cover toward cover point, and again there's no run.
Dinger Bell worked in the nuclear fraternity up there, Sellafield and whatever the other nuclear places are up in Cumbria, but not that he unearthed, but he had a lot to do with another decent all-rounder, quite a glamorous all-rounder, in the name of Ben Stokes, who arrived from New Zealand at the age of 14.
Indeed, this falls quite a good...
All-rounders, dependable all-rounders, effective all-rounders. I certainly would include your son as a most effective all-rounder. Not always glamorous, like your Ben Stokes, Freddie Flintoff and Ian Botham, but Jordan Clark has done a great job for Lancashire over the years, and I'm sure they were desperately sad to lose him when he came down to Surrey some years ago. But a very healthy, hearty, what I call a bit of Cumbrian granite is Jordan Clark.
Yes, good county cricketer. This is what you want in your team.
It's going to be the New Zealander who comes in, roars in for Essex from the Hayes close end, and Bracewell bowls this ball a little bit leg side-ish, and it goes down for, I think, a leg bye down to Jamie Porter, who's fielding up fine leg near the large scoreboard here at Chelmsford. Clark 11, Abbott 15 on strike, and the score 194 for 7.
120 behind now, Surrey.
Both teams will be thinking about bonus points here. Surrey need another 56. Bracewell bowls a bouncer. It's going to be one for the over, I am sure, signalled by the umpire. Slow tennis ball bounce there with the ball that is now in 63rd over.
Well, worth a try. You've mentioned Porter down near the scoreboard, and the batsman was initially going after that a little bit. Could well have ended up in Porter's hands.
No, isn't that a place?
What's that?
Portadown.
It is in Ireland, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's well, good spot on your part.
Thank you. Portadown by the scoreboard. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. In comes Bracewell. Bowls short of a length, played with an open face bat, sensibly, smartly to backward point where Dan Lawrence does the fielding. There is no run. Sunshine still here in Chelmsford.
Yep, that sort of quite heavy bank of cloud that I referred to a few minutes ago. It's still the back end of it over us at the moment, but nevertheless there's plenty of blue sky around, and I'm fairly hopeful we could get through the remaining overs, which are after this one we've still got 21 remaining.
Bracewell in, bouncer again. This is played down to Porter in that said position, down by the scoreboard fine leg, and there is just the one run. Controlled hook there from Clark.
So Porter down is likely to get quite a few mentions, I think. Anybody?
Do they have racing in Porter down?
No, there are two.
I knew the man to ask.
Yeah, there are two race courses in Northern Ireland, and one is called Down Patrick.
Right.
The other, I'm just trying to think, might be Down Royal, but.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they're the only two in Northern Ireland.
Bracewell in, outside off stump, that's a nick, and there's, well, Essex think they've got their man, but I'm afraid Sean Abbott is not moving, and he wandered away towards square leg, which is in completely the opposite end or side to the pavilion, so he was not walking. But Cook has had a word. I don't know if it's a friendly word or a feisty word, but certainly Pepper, Cook and Harmer thought he'd nicked it.
Well, either way, the word will begin with F.
As, yeah, they really thought they had the man. In comes Bracewell. Not a lot of foot movement there from Abbott. Maybe he was expecting a bumper. It wasn't. He only slightly came forward. Played from the crease, but played a forward defensive from the crease. And that concludes the Bracewell over. Decent over from Bracewell. He has quite impressed me today. He's bowled wholeheartedly. He's run in. He's bowled some effort. And he's got a little bit for his reward. So well bowled, Dougie Bracewell.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's bowled very much better than he did at Canterbury, and distinctly quicker as well. Of course, part of it may be that having come across, first game was the second game for Essex against Lancashire here. He's probably getting fitter and more and more. I think there's been a much better rhythm, I was saying to Mark, to his bowling here than what I saw at Canterbury. Good cricket from Essex, though, with Snater coming up the slight slope from the river end and bowling to Sean Abbott, and that's gone down leg side. And Pepper, who struggled a little bit, we have to say, I thought his best wicket keeping was when he was standing up to the quicker bowlers. That one, he does get gloves on it, and they get through for a leg by, 195 for 7, and Clark comes into strike on 12. But what I think is quite interesting cricket, I think Wesley's captaincy has been very good today. He's made 3 or 4 inspired bowling changes that have all paid off almost immediately. Porter, first ball of the bowling change. Harmer coming back for 1 over before tea. Bracewell himself getting 2 wickets in a short spell. Slater's in a bowls, and it's hit very firmly, but straight to Nick Brown in the covers. No run, 195 for 7. And I notice Wesley's taken Harmer out of the attack at the moment. I think it's because he wants to try and see that Essex get a lead, and he sensed that Sean Abbott in particular was going to go over Harmer and was scoring quite quickly. So he's looking for 2 of his quicker bowlers to see if they can keep the runs down and build up a bit of pressure.
Well, there's a long way to go in this game, and we really and sincerely hope that the weather does not play a part.
Here is Snater's in, bowls a ball of fullish length, played to Wesley at mid-off, and again there'll be no run, 196 for 7.
It is my humble opinion, been here for the 2 days, that nobody's really mastered this wicket today, nor yesterday.
No.
There have been a few half centuries, and the top score is 48 by Surrey Sibley, and there are 2 26s, a 27 for Burn. So a few people, folks 24, have got in and got out. It's not an easy wicket surface to master.
On this one, takes the batsman on the pad, he being Sean Abbott, and there is no run, and he has 15, Abbott, and Clark 12.
Which brings me on to the fact that we've said it, and we said it certainly yesterday, you've got to score the majority of your runs in the first innings. If you don't, runs could get harder later in the game, in the third innings, and then the fourth innings. You know, Harmer, listen, they've mastered him in this innings. They've played Simon Harmer really well, but there is a fourth innings.
Snater bowls again, and Abbott defends the ball to Brown in the covers, 196 for 7. Useful 8-wicket partnership developing here, so far worth 29 after Ben Folkes, the 1 wicket to fall since tea, was bowled getting an inside edge into his off stump, which was removed from the ground from the bowling of Sam Cook, who again Don has bowled quite beautifully here.
Yeah, terrific performer today. And not just in red ball. We know he's a very fine red ball player, but he's a decent white ball skilled bowler too.
Good delivery from Snater in the block hole and well defended by Abbott. There's no run, the end of that over. 196 for 7.
Sam Cook, one of our favourites, if my memory serves me right, got man of the match in the 100 final at Lords for the Trent Rockets.
He did, got 4 wickets, brilliant bowling. And
exactly what I said, highly skilled.
Yeah, there were other Essex players who did very well in the tournament, notably Paul Walter.
Yes.
Who did very well with the ball, having hardly got an over for Essex last season.
Yeah, Rossington.
Yeah, he had one particular innings where he got the fastest 50 of the tournament.
Rossington did very well in South Africa for the Eastern Cape Sunrisers. I think he showed a few people his pedigree in opening the batting. As Doug Bracewell comes in with his first ball, which forces Jordan Clark to go back and play into the offside. I do think this surface is just a little dry now, and the ball is gripping, maybe off the seam, and this ball is in its 65th over, so there's 14.5 balls left in before they get a second new ball. But ideally Essex will want to polish off this Surrey tail. 3 wickets to go, but they still bat all the way down. Gus Atkinson is an all-rounder. This time they take a quick single, smart play. Jordan Clark is aware, he calls yes. I have to say Sean Abbott was looking and ball watching, and Nick Brown couldn't stop the single, but Jordan Clark was running to the danger end, and he was so positive in 1 is running and 2 is calling.
Yeah, I think Nick Brown was also caught a little bit on heels there, but in all fairness there was a run there, and it wouldn't have made too much difference, that being the case, even if the fielder had been a little bit quicker to the ball.
Bracewell in, pitched up, not a lot of foot movement. I think it's a no ball, foot no ball. Pitched up, driven, and it's fielded by... I can't see who's got the sun hat on at mid-off or extra.
Probably Matt Critchley. If
is it Critchley with a sun hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is a no ball, foot no ball there. Means he's going to have to bowl that ball again. Right arm over the wicket from the Hayes close end. 2 slips are in. He bowls. This is nice and straight. Quick single by Abbott. Abbott calls. And again, Brown can't stop the single. Good cricket by Surrey. Well bowled this particular delivery by Bracewell. But Surrey, and you can hear the applause now. There are still a few Surrey members here, fans, supporting on this sunny early evening, and they're applauding for Surrey's 200. Last year that would have been a bonus point, but not this year.
No, that's right.
250 is the start of the batting bonus points. Bracewell, oh, playing a miss. He's come down the wicket a little bit, and listen, that was a pretty good delivery. Too good for Jordan Clark, would have been too good for many. That was a decent Jaffa bowled by the Kiwi, Dougie Bracewell.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. He, I think, was a little bit peeved that it didn't just take the edge. But 200 for 7, 114 behind now, Surrey. Partnership now put on 33. Frustrating Essex.
Yep, very much so. Just sensible, smart batting. Bracewell in, 2 slips waiting. This is cut beautifully. I'm afraid that's probably the worst ball of the over. It get what it deserved. and it's raced to the backward point boundary for 4. Good looking shot from Jordan Clark. I should imagine he has spent in the indoor school, is it the Barrington Centre at the Oval, he has spent so many hours on the bowling machine executing that particular delivery.
Well, yes, I think it was partly in lieu of the previous delivery, which he'd beaten the batsman. I think he probably tried a little bit too hard there and dropped it in too short.
In comes Bracewell, short of a length, forced off the back foot. Another good looking shot which goes to the boundary, which Jamie Porter will pick up as he comes back on the park. And the 12th man, probably, the 12th man will now go off unless Essex are very shrewd and they keep 12 fielders on the park. That would be a bit of a cunning plan.
Yes, expensive over that one because there was a no ball and 2 fours as well as 2 singles, so that's 12 off the over. And of course, the second of 2 consecutive 4s came by dint of the no ball. So it was a 7-ball over, and I think probably time to perhaps bring Jamie Porter back at the Hayes close end.
And right on cue, he's warming up, Mr. Newton.
Yes, well, I like to cheat a little bit and notice these things, but it would make sense, wouldn't it, you know? Anyway, it's going to continue to be Shane Snater in the meantime from the river end, continuing his spell. Sun returns and Snater bowls. Oh, and that's a loose shot. No foot movement there from Abbott, who is fortunate not to get the edge there. He's got 16, and Clark, with those 2 boundaries at the end of the previous over, has raced on to 21. 208 for 7.
These 2 all-rounders are certainly looking for any width, and when there is just a little bit of width, they're looking to maximise the opportunity with that width.
Yep. They played very well, both of them. All right, little bit of luck here and there, but you don't get far without that. Next ball is punched without timing into the covers. Nick Brown inevitably is the man there to prevent a run. 208 for 7. An intriguing battle between 2 of the sides who potentially could be vying for the title at the end of the season. Always good games between Essex and Surrey. Hard-fought games. Snater turns at the top of his run, comes in from the river end, bowls to Abbott, stylish shot into the covers but straight to Nick Brown, no run.
Had a tweet from Nick Hobbs, I think he's son of Robin Hobbs. He says, time for a bit of second innings baseball here to try and force a result between the rain. Not entirely convinced. It would be nice to see Essex play some baseball, but actually it's a conversation we've had before. County cricket doesn't advocate baseball for me.
That's down leg side from Snater, and Abbott tries to flick it away for 4 but doesn't make contact. 208 for 7, 106 runs behind. Worth just pointing out that although the forecast for tomorrow is pretty dire, it's on the whole, the forecast for Sunday is mainly dry, cloudy but dry, so there's still quite a bit of time left in the game.
Very much so, Paul. And not being funny, you often mention this. You don't necessarily win a game in a session, but you can lose a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Snater bowls, and this time too far down the offside, and there's no need for a stroke.
And if you're careless, and I'm not saying Essex will be, but if you just decide to be positive and you find yourself 20 for 1, 25 for 2, 30 for 3, 40 for 4, suddenly you can lose the game because, you know, once again, Keith Fletcher used to say this, you only need to bowl the opposition out cheaply once to win a game of 4-day cricket. So Essex will have to be smart when it is their turn to bat again.
Snater's in, another wayward delivery. It hasn't been one of his better overs, this from Snater. Struggling for rhythm, not really finding the right line and length. It hasn't proved an expensive over, but in fact it's a maiden. But nevertheless, never looked like taking a wicket. 208 for 7, and that's 66 overs bowled.
So that's really important when Essex get the opportunity. Look, they haven't got, well, they've got an international class spinner. Might be not quite as good as Simon Harmer yet, but Will Jackson Cameron Steele, the leggy and the off spinner, not forgetting that against Pakistan, Will Jack's got a 6 for.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So, you know, treat him with respect, because if you don't, as cricket does, it bites you on the backside. So you have to be really careful, and you play for the ball that you're going to get. The surface might, with another new rock on it, the surface might get a little trickier again when Essex back in their second innings. And then, you know, to be honest, Surrey are going to have to bat on this last. How will that play? Will they want to try and chase the largest score of the game, or indeed a decent score in their fourth innings, in the fourth innings of the game to win? We don't know. There's still a lot of cricket to be played, and whatever cricket is played in the next 2 days, both sides have to be on their guard, because if they're not, they could struggle. Jamie Porter into the attack from the Hayes close end. 2 slips waiting. It's a play and a miss. It's a shortish and a wideish, but it has got quite big, and Jordan Clark has played underneath the ball as it carries through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, this and the further 17 overs available tonight, and as has been said, the light is holding up pretty well. There are always the floodlights that people can have recourse to here. We saw them, ironically, in the morning session, but they haven't been needed since then.
Porter starting his run, coming down the slope at the Hayes close end. He bowls. This is a play and a miss. Little bit closer. Bounces again, but this time Clark just plays and misses. He plays a forceful back foot drive, but it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yes, well, if he keeps playing that shot, he probably will get the edge sooner rather than later. Of course, you never know. It might go over the top of wicketkeeper and slips, of which there are 2, Sir Alistair and Simon Harmer.
Have Essex dropped anything today?
There was a very, very difficult chance to Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, as Porter bowls. That's short and wide, and somebody has to go and collect it from the where the T20 bus shelter would be in a white ball game. It's gone at backward point, a short boundary, but my word, if the wall wasn't there, that would have travelled another 50, 60 metres. That's gone, and the umpire's actually looking at the ball because it did hit the wall. Porter, that was a poor delivery.
It was. Possibly just looking a little bit tired at this end of the day.
In he come. At the crease, he bowls, and that's an LBW shout. I'm interested, the umpire's interested, and he's been given out. Jordan Clark goes to the ball that's straight. Most of the balls this over have been a little bit wideish. That one was straight, it ducked in, it kept low, and Clark has gone. LBW to Porter for 25, Surrey 212 for 8.
Yeah, good partnership that of 45 between the two of them after Folkes was out. That, again, for me, was another ball that kept low. And once he played over the top of it, there was never going to be too much doubt that the umpire would raise his finger. So a little bit unfortunate. But then again, you do know that this pitch at Chelmsford, not just for this match, not just this season, but habitually over the years, if it has a tendency, it is that it keeps a bit low, particularly as the game goes on. And point you were making earlier, Don, has comes home to roost as I run down the scores of the dismissed batsmen: 27, 48, 26, 26, 24, 2.
They won. And it just reiterates what a good toss I believe it was for Essex to win and bat first.
Yeah, it's probably more often the case that the side winning the toss here will put the opposition in than choose to bat first, but certainly that's because a lot of teams, including Essex on several occasions, have struggled to reach 200 batting first on pitches at Chelmsford, whereas they got over 300, and that could be a useful score.
Porter with a 100 lead, 102. This time he bowls at Atkinson. Atkinson goes back, gets behind the ball, plays it tall. He is a tall man, and there is no run. He got 6 for 68 in the first innings, Paul. Bowled nicely. but he's no mug. He can bat. Atkinson.
Yeah, indeed. He's having a great game. If he does nothing else, he's still had a very good game, you know, with a career best.
Brown at square leg talking to the umpire. Porter on his way in. 2 slips are down. He bowls. That's a good looking ball. Squares Atkinson up. It runs down to third man to the Tom Pearce boundary. There is a fielder there, and well done to Jamie Porter, who picks up his second wicket. 2 for 35. He'll be pleased with that, and it's 1 run to Gus Atkinson. They move to 213 for 8. Atkinson's going to be on strike, and Abbott is on 16 and watching.
So Shane Snater will continue from the river end. We'll bring Mark Church back at the end of this over. And 213 for 8. Essex currently, their lead is 101, but they have 2 more wickets to take. And Essex need to be mindful that their own 9th wicket yesterday turned the game on its head with 62 runs put on between Sam Cook and Simon Harmer. And we know that Surrey backed right the way down, so it's going to be interesting to see what, if any, of Essex's lead survives by the time Surrey's last wicket falls. Snater's in, the 1 wicket to his name. Really struggled so far this season. That's quite a decent Yorker, and the ball goes off the edge down for a single towards third man, and score along to 214 for 8. Surrey now exactly 100 behind. Abbott coming into strike on 16. Atkinson, new to the crease, has 2. Porter just giving a bit of advice to Snater for running back to his position at mid-on. Comes in to bowl to Sean Abbott. 2 slips. Bowls, and Abbott just lets the ball hit the bat, whence it rolls slowly out to Matt Critchley. Matt Critchley in the covers. 214 for 8.
Have you had a little look at the scores elsewhere, Paul?
I can't, because rather bizarrely I can get emails on my Chromebook, but no one so far has been able to explain why I can't get Google.
Right, I am going to just reveal a couple of the interesting scores of the day.
Good idea, as normally I do go through the scores quite regularly. Here's Snater in, and bowls to Abbott, and Abbott's pulled this one away down to long leg. Just be the 1 run there as Doug Bracewell fields, and scored to 215 for 8. And the lead comes down to less than 100.
Interesting one here at Southampton. Hampshire 229 all out. In reply, Warwickshire have a lead. They are 38 runs ahead with 5 wickets remaining. Well, it's not often Hampshire don't have it their own way at Southampton.
Yeah, exactly. They're a home side, aren't they? As Snater's in, bowls, and this one is left alone by Atkinson. Yes, Hampshire really, I think, Don, should have won at least 2 titles in recent years. They've got a very strong team, but for me, what lets them down, they're almost unbeatable at the Aegeus, but on their travels they can fold up very tamely.
They've lost successive years to Surrey at the Oval.
Yeah.
They hate playing in London. Notts and Lancashire, Broady versus Jimmy, as I will wait for the ball.
Snater's in sunlight. Bowls a leave outside off stump.
Nottinghamshire 249 all out. Lancashire gave them a lead of 214 all out, and in the third innings Lancashire are 98 for 1, so Lancashire lead Nottinghamshire by 63 runs with 9 wickets remaining.
Yeah, rather fancy Lancashire, if the weather permits, to go on and win that game. Notts can fold rather tamely at times, as Snater completes the over by running in and bowls to Atkinson, who's played the ball into the covers for no run. The over ends, and we'll bring Mark Church back in to join Don Topley with Surrey 99 behind on.
Appreciate what's happening here at Chelmsford. 2 slips are still in place. Porter's still going to be bowling. There's 2 men back. Deep square leg, fine leg are back on the long boundary on the flat side here at Chelmsford, as Porter starts his run up from the Hayes Close end. He bowls. This is played by Abbott up to mid-on where there is no run. A very, very good evening to Mark Church.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Don Topley. And this is very interestingly poised at the moment. Essex have just chipped away all day. And good innings that from Jordan Clark. Very good innings. Good partnership with Sean Abbott. But every single one of these runs is absolutely crucial at the moment. Essex in the boxing. Armour and Sam Cook could be crucial in a low-scoring game. Could be absolutely crucial. 63 they put on for the 9th wicket.
Yeah, very much so. Porter's in, bowls. This is a little straighter, a little fuller, played into the offside. Abbott cannot get a run. Just a couple of other scores. Leicestershire were bowled out for 122. Derbyshire in reply 299 for 4. Play is due to restart at 6 p.m. Worcester and Sussex. Will Smith got out for 30. Worcester made 264 all out. Sussex 373. So they got a good 100-run lead over Worcestershire. Have Sussex. Porter in, bowls. This is driven into the offside, up to Tom Wesley at mid-off. A slight lack of foot movement. He's prepared to hang back his Sean Abbott. He's looking for any short balls. He's looking for a bit of width from Porter. Porter won't want to give him any width. He wants to bowl nice and straight and tight.
Yeah, Pajara another 100 from the captain.
Cool. How well has he done there?
150 last week, 130 this week.
Abbott, bat aloft, waiting, pulled into the leg side. They're going to go all the way out to the man in front of square, a deep square leg, where they take the single, just the single. Abbott goes to 18, Atkinson to face on 2.
Yep, and he's just checking the bottom of his bat there. Sean Abbott made a horrible noise, that did, off the bottom of his bat, but it's still in one piece. But the old hands might be ringing a bit down there at the non-strikers then for Sean Abbott.
Sounded as if it was made of balsa wood. Do you know the Yorkshire score? Abbott is, Porter bowls his last ball of the over, left by Atkinson, through to the keeper, 216 for 8. Do you know anything about Yorkshire?
Well, I know Michael Neese took 7 and a hat-trick.
Did he?
Yeah, and Bairstow finished 20 not out, and wickets tumbled, and now it's rained. So I think
they're back on now.
Oh, are they back on now?
Glamorgan 245 all out. Yorkshire, I'm surprised at this, 106 all out.
That was Neese.
Neese 7 for 32.
And a hat-trick.
And a hat-trick, wow.
And he didn't involve anybody else in the hat-trick.
What, bowled and LB?
They're all bowled and LBs.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Glamorgan in the second innings, the third innings of the game, are 57 for 2. So Glamorgan lead Yorkshire by 196 runs with 8 wickets left.
Shane Snater in the sunshine from the River End comes in, and Sean Abbott swung everything at this and went straight over the top of it. A slower one from Snater. And Sean Abbott is looking to launch that into the Tom Pearce stand. And one bounce into the gloves of Pepper, moving away to his right hand side. Rolled the fingers across that one, I think, Snater. And Abbott's eyes lit up. The other thing that could come into play tonight is a new ball. If Surrey is still going in 11 overs time, as Snater turns once again. Comes in over the wicket to Abbott. Oh, and that one's kept low on Sean Abbott. We've seen a bit of that today. Abbott sort of stayed in the crease, and then that ball's gone under his bat and taken by Pepper. So again, all Abbott will think to himself is, thank goodness that wasn't straight.
Absolutely. You said in about 11 overs, and there's 14.4 overs left in the day.
They could get 3 with the new ball.
They could, yeah.
If they need it.
And do you think Cook and Brown will be happy to bat tonight?
Well, I think if they hold Surrey out with a lead, they'll be very happy. And Snater's in, and this one's pushed by the right-handed Abbott out into the offside. They'll pick up a single, and Abbott will move on to 18 to 17 for 8. Apologies, Abbott moves on. Does the fielding and there's no run.
I know Surrey over 50s quite well because I've taken a large group of them abroad to Barbados a few years ago, and I think now Surrey over 50s have 3 teams, an A, a B and a C, which is tremendous. It's a very popular game over age cricket in terms of 50s, 60s and indeed 70s. Essex are not only the over 50s champion, but they're the over 60s League and Cup champions.
Slater in again. This is turned by Gus Atkinson into the leg side.
Something they're very proud of. It's an interesting discussion, this, because it's great to see 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds playing. That really is. They put us to shame because we don't really play these days, do we, Churchy?
Oh, all right. No.
I'm the same. I'm an armchair cricketer.
Yes, absolutely.
But that's the good bit. These gentlemen are still playing. Probably the challenging bit is most of these lads don't play club cricket. They like to play with themselves on a Wednesday and a Tuesday.
Yes, and this one from Snater is driven by Atkinson up towards mid-off. Wesley will do the fielding. End of the over, 2:17 for 8.
And the reason I say that is club cricket, we know the participating numbers are dwindling. You know, it's a shame that we miss out on those players, because I'm sure when you were a young man, I was playing second 11, third 11, you would play with a number of 50 and 60-year-olds who would look after the youngsters. So we hope that these lads are still playing, but the reality is they prefer to play with each other in their Tuesday, Wednesday games in the over age than perhaps play club cricket every weekend. But it is great that they're still playing.
Oh, absolutely.
In comes Porter, 2 slips awaiting, bright sunshine. This is nipped back, it's gone off the inside edge or the thigh pad. We wait and see what the umpire does, and it's come off the bat, as it's 2 runs. 2 runs indeed to Abbott, and the score moves to 219 for 8.
Nice looking trophy as well.
Was.
I saw going round the ground.
They won that. I think they were for grounds there, but they aborted it because of COVID. Everyone had to go home. They only just got home as well because of COVID. This time Porter bowls short of a length, of which Abbott goes, Atkinson goes back and across and plays it up to beside the bowler. There is no run.
Yeah, well, they were enjoying the guard of honour and the parade around the ground during tea time.
Yeah.
As I sat outside, quite rightly.
Did you applaud them?
Did I applaud them? That's a very good question, D. Topley. I think I did. Whether it was enthusiastically, I'm not quite sure, but I think I did a slight ripple, I think it would be fair to say.
This time outside off stump. It's well watched there by Atkinson, who shaped up to play and left it shouldered arms. The ball's gone through to the keeper, Pepper, for no run.
Absolutely. So no, yes, any sort of trophy is a good trophy, isn't it? And it looked a big old trophy, that one, that I saw going around during the tea break.
Well, the manager is also
over 50.
Over 50, yeah. But an Essex man. Peter Ryder. I think he works in the construction industry, has run a lot of the Essex over age group cricket for best part of 5-10 years. Porter bowls. This is an LBW half-hearted appeal. It's probably got a bit of bat on it, onto pad, into the leg side. It runs down all the way to Snater, who does the fielding for just the 1 run. 221 for 8.
Yep, and each of these runs are important. Surrey trail now by 93. So 93 they trail by. As we were saying yesterday, it was the 9th wicket partnership that was crucial for Essex last night.
Porter, right arm over, forced into the leg side. Abbott takes a quick single. I have to say, it would have been close, but I did think mid-on was on his heels.
It would have been tight. It was Doug Bracewell that did the fielding and let the ball go. but we'll never know because he missed the stumps. So we will never know. Abbott and Atkinson get together for a bit of a natter. 13 overs remaining today. So still a lot of cricket to be played today. Yeah, getting back to Brown and Cook, I think they would say, if we've got to go out and face 5 overs tonight, but we've got a lead of 60, we'll take that. Thank you very much indeed in the game situation. I think it's if you have to go out there and sides declared and you run a hide into nothing. But I think, although I did enjoy yesterday that 2 night watchmen were sent out to protect Johnny Bairstow last night, and they were both out, and he still had to go out there and have a bat. Snater from the river end is coming in over the wicket to Sean Abbott, and the right-handed Abbott plays a good length delivery out into the offside, and there's no run.
The Yorkshire game was abandoned for the day quite a while ago. Kate Holdsworth sends our best wishes, and she's listening to us all the way from, we mentioned it earlier today,
Amsterdam.
Absolutely. Hope the tulips are good.
Yes, and the clogs.
The clogs, we
Yes.
mentioned those, didn't we?
Yes.
I had a tweet earlier, which probably I'm going to introduce to you. I did answer it, but we share the same opinion.
Snater is in over the wicket, and here goes
Shot.
Abbott over pitch and slams it straight down the ground for 4. And I'm not sure he got all of that, Abbott. I think he was eyeing up the river there actually, but it whistles away for 4 runs. Strong shot that from Sean Abbott. He's on to 27. It's 226 for 8.
If it was in his half, he was going to have a little bite at it. Nick Hobbs said, time for a bit of second innings baseball and trying to force a result between the rain for Essex. It was an interesting discussion we had off air, and we had a similar opinion about baseball, and I know you had a very academic conversation with those in higher authority.
As outside edge is dropped by Simon Harmer, the man with the bucket hands, and Abbott's fenced at that outside edge, and Harmer's put it down. Well, what speed could that be? And I'll tell you what, that is a real collector's item, because Harmer never drops it. But he's put that one down. I don't think he can quite believe it either. Sort of looking up towards the heavens, but Abbott had a push at it, big outside edge, and down it went. As I say, Simon Harmer has got hands like spades. And he's put that one down as Snater comes bustling in once again. Over the wicket to Abbott, and Abbott's forward, wants a quick single, gets a quick single. Snater does the fielding off his own bowling. Thought about having a shy at the stumps, but then realised the backing up might not be there. Keeps hold of the ball, they pick up a single. Abbott moves on to 28, and Surrey move on to 227 for 8.
Do you remember that song, 80s song, I'm only human?
Oh my lord. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, Simon Harmer.
I know it's after 6 o'clock.
Simon Harmer.
That's
the connection.
That song. I see what you're saying, yes, I do. I have to say, it's not a song I remember.
Human League.
Was it the Human League?
Yes.
Yes.
With the lopsided hairdos of the 80s.
Yeah. I'm not sure it sounded that much like the Human League.
Oh,
but I know what you're saying. Is in comes Snater, and this one nips back, bounces a touch at Atkinson, runs away down into the gully, and there's no run.
Moving on,
Yes.
Nick Hobbs asked us, and he says, and we share the same opinion, but I know you've had some serious conversations about this.
Have I?
Yeah, time for a bit of second innings baseball. Baseball at county cricket.
Yeah, it's my thing with that, and it's a podcast with Kevin Howes, Mickey Arthur, and Alex Stewart. And obviously, I didn't make any points. As in comes Snater over the wicket to Atkinson, and that's just nipping back. Height will be an issue there as it hits him on the back thigh, rolls away. There is no run. 227 for 8. 3 of those belonging to Gus Atkinson, 28 belonging to Sean Abbott. It means Surrey trail by 87. They are very good players that do that.
The England players.
Yes, they are very, very, very good players. Now, the point being that you can't expect every county player to be able to do the same thing as those that are playing for England at the highest level. And as I say, they are very, very good players. And I think you have to play what's in front of you as well. And I think people are getting slightly obsessed by all this now. And they're just expecting players to go out and whack it. And the other thing that everybody tends to forget with England is, and I said this to you, that they worked out by picking up 20 wickets as well. You can score as many runs as you want to, but if you can't take 20 wickets, you're never going to win a test match. So Yeah, I'm a little bit sceptical about all that stuff.
Porter in, bowls just short of a length. Abbott opens the face of the bat, sort of runs it down to backward point. They take a quick single, and that brings Atkinson on to strike. 228 for 8.
Yeah, my fear is it's not so much sort of your Alistair Cooks and those guys who are experienced players. It's these younger players sort of making their way in the game and sort of feeling under pressure to go out there and do what your Popes and your Stokes and Root, and these blokes are exceptional cricketers. Harry Brook is an exceptional cricketer. They don't come along that often.
I agree with you, Mark Church. I've often said this. You can't play baseball in county cricket. This is pulled. It beats Brown. It's in the air. It's going to roll on, and it's going to be Shane Snater doing the fielding at fine leg, who has to move the best part of 40 metres to prevent the boundary, but he gives away 2, which is acceptable. 230 for 8. Genuine bouncer, good bouncer, top edge, but the square leg was up in the inner ring. There was no one back, and I'm just looking at now. Brown has gone back from square leg to deep square leg. He's just in front. Will this be another bouncer, or will it be pitched up? Porter's in. It's pitched up. It's driven down the ground. Well fielded, sir. Is that Dougie Bracewell mid-on?
Yep, very good work.
He dived straight. It was powerfully hit. Really was powerfully hit, and he's dived very straight at mid-on, and he's parried it and prevented the single. What a terrific bit of cricket. Good batting, good ball, and a wonderful bit of fielding. Yep. 230 for 8.
And they all count, these at the moment. These runs are absolutely crucial at this stage of the game.
Porter, Cook still at slip with Harmer, driven on the up into the offside. Probably a little bit of late foot movement, but nonetheless good hands, and he gets away with it as it goes to Critchley at cover. No run.
Just getting back to that, you can go and give baseball a go in county cricket. I'm not sure you'd win many games. In fact, I think you'd find yourselves being bowled out for about 50 on a regular basis. So I think people have got to remember they are exceptionally good cricketers that are doing that. And I just worry about younger players feeling they've got to go out and do that.
Well said, Mark Church. 2 slips awaiting. Bouncer. He's taken his eye off it, but he's hit it down in the ground. Has Atkinson. He takes a single. He fancies the cross-bat shot against the short ball. He takes a single. Surrey have got a single. 231 for 8. These two all-rounders. Atkinson is an all-rounder. Listen, they're getting closer to a bonus point, and bonus points are massive, especially these batting bonus points. I did look actually at the league table before this game, and I will mention it after this ball, as Porter on his way down from the Hayes close end, he bowls. This is fought off the back foot by Abbott, and there is no run. End of the over. Batting bonus points. The leader, which before this game, who do you think it was? Go on, you saw my list.
No, I didn't actually. For batting bonus points, Lancashire.
No. Lancashire have 6. The highest is Warwickshire at and of course playing at Edgbaston. They've got 8. 6 are Surrey, Essex prior to this game, Lancashire. Northants have none.
I tell you what, this change in the points to 250s really worked, didn't it?
Yes.
Really, they're all picking up loads of batting points.
Middlesex have 1.
Marvellous.
Kent have 2. Northants have 0. Somerset have 4, together with Notts. Hampshire have 4. But the leading batting bonus point team before this game commenced was Warwickshire. What about bowling bonus points? Any thoughts about that?
Bowling bonus points.
Doesn't surprise me, this one.
Surrey will be up there in the fact they've won a couple of games.
Well, 9, joint 9, has 4 teams.
It's Critchley into the attack, so we're going to get a bit of spin from Mr. Critchley, some leg spin. He tosses the first one up, and it's driven nicely by Gus Atkinson out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll get a single, and Gus Atkinson will move on to 7. 232 for 8.
So Surrey Hampshire, Warwickshire, Notts all have 9 bonus points, but the clear leader is Middlesex with 12.
Well, they've got their Mr. Merters doing his stuff, isn't he? As in comes Critchley, that is tossed up and driven by Abbott. He had to wait for it to come down and then drove it down the ground towards long off. They'll take another single. That'll be one more to the total. 233 for 8. Surrey trail by 81.
Surrey have played 3 and have got 52 points. Hampshire have played 3 and got 45. Middlesex have played 4.
Forward comes Gus Atkinson, just pushes Critchley away into the leg side.
Middlesex have played 4 and got 45. They've got a game off this week. Essex have played 3 and got 40. So there's 12 points between Surrey and Essex, who have both played 3 games.
Critchley's in, that's short, and it's the googly, and he didn't pick it, Gus Atkinson, and he lay back to cut it and had to get something on it, and he just about got the bat down in time. It's well bowled by Critchley. Mr. Cook's enjoyed that in there at slip as Critchley's in again. As short again, and he's trying to whip that through the leg side is Gus Atkinson, but a thick inside edge on it. It rolls away back down the pitch, and Critchley does the fielding off his own bowling. 233 for 8 Surrey. 10 overs to go after this one today. As forward comes Atkinson, just reaches for that a touch. Prods it into the offside. Brown gets round to do the fielding. Good over that from Critchley. 10 to go tonight. The sun is shining. We should be all right for those 10. It's been a latish finish, and 233 for 8.
Critchley played a little bit of Big Bash League for Melbourne Renegades this winter and would have played against Sean Abbott in Australia. Abbott played for Sydney Sixers?
Sydney, that's the one thing.
Sixers?
Yep.
Because there's 2 in Sydney.
Yes, there is. No, he's the Sixers.
Yep.
Yes.
Dressed in pink.
Pink, yes.
So,
and the others are the Thunder.
Yes.
Aren't they?
And they're
the Thunder.
lime or green.
Greeny colour, yes. I should really know that, shouldn't I? But yeah.
Churchy?
Yes.
I'm not saying a word.
No. But he's definitely a Sixer.
He is.
Sean Abbott. Yeah.
Yes, he is. As it's going to be Porter who starts into his run. 2 slips waiting. He bowls nice and straight. Does a little bit that delivery, which I'm pleased to say Sean Abbott does come eventually forward, plays into the offside. They take a quick single. There is no backward point. Backward point is actually deep backward point on the player's entrance gate to the arena.
He's a mighty fine cricketer, Sean Abbott.
Yep.
He's showing that again here with the bat. Really good cricketer.
Has he played for anyone else in county cricket other than Surrey?
I don't think so. Did he play for Hampshire? I don't know why I've got that.
He's in. Bowls. Atkinson comes forward. Solid forward defence there on the front foot.
It may be that, of course, I'm thinking of Carl Abbott.
Yeah, Carl. Yeah.
Let me have a look, and I'll see what I can find.
He played for Surrey a couple of years ago during the COVID years.
No, was it?
Was
no,
he injured?
It wasn't. It was before the COVID.
Was
2019, and I think he played 1 game.
Yeah, he got injured. Was it something like a stomach muscle?
Yes.
Porter, 2 slips waiting. On his way in, bowls a decent delivery. Bowl Jamie Porter. Just leaves the right-handed Gus Atkinson. He done that himself to Essex when he bowled from both ends. Porter's done nicely. Porter, well, he's bowled 13.3 overs, 2 for 46.
Yeah, this is his first county, sorry.
Is it?
Abbott, yeah. Very good acquisition.
Not a tall man. Athletic. Bowls, and it's a nick. No, it's not actually. It's a genuine play and miss. It's gone like a leg spin. It's gone very late. It's seamed and then carried on swinging away. That was a gorgeous delivery.
Yeah,
that.
nicely bowled by Porter.
Thought he nicked it.
Yep.
The way the movement.
It went after it went past the outside edge.
Yeah.
Well taken by Pepper. See, there's still a fair amount there, isn't there? So the closest Surrey can get to that 314 just squeezes the game.
Porter. shot down the wicket. Oh, he's dived over the ball. They're going to take a sick. Dougie Bracewell can't stop the single. Atkinson powerfully drives. Well, he's parried it. He's gone over the ball. Got something on it. Reduced the pace of it. But Atkinson gets a single. Surrey get a single. 235 for 8. 15 away from a batting bonus point.
He did pretty well there, Bracewell. Just got something on it. Wasn't really timed by Atkinson. I think he thought it was going quicker than it did.
Ball picked up, well fielded, and he's been caught one-handed by Nick Brown at short mid-wicket. Listen, that's like plucking apples off an apple tree. That was sensational. We've seen some great catches in this game, but that equals many of them. Well caught, Nick Brown.
I think he's given himself the shock of his life there, Nick Brown, because he got it completely wrong. Wrong-footed himself, and just got a right hand down to it. And I think he's absolutely shocked himself there. That's Nick Brown, but that's a big wicket. Abbott's played nicely for that 31, but it's a good time for Essex to get him, and Surrey are now 9 down, 3 bowling points for Essex, and they trail by 79. But I think Nick Brown got the shock of his life there when he hung on to that.
He did, he really did. It was clipped quite powerfully, and it wasn't clipped massively in the air. I would tend to say about shin height. And he just moved to his right and just took a catch, and the ball was in his hand. As I said, it was like plucking apples off an apple tree.
It was, and he did it very well, but as I say, sort of came up and looked as surprised as everybody else, really. So Kemar Roach is out there in the middle now. He's just strolled out to join Gus Atkinson.
Well, 80 for 1 at lunch. We had a little bit of rain. Going back to Burns in the morning, who batted well for his 27. Sibley batted well for his 48. They lost Burns first just before lunch. He was dropped on 11. But at 80 for 1, I do honestly believe Batty, Stewart, Burns would have been thinking we can still get a small lead.
Critchley is in and driving is Atkinson down towards long off. And this will bring Kemar Roach on to strike for the first time as Atkinson strolls a single. He's played nicely here, Gus Atkinson. Moves on to 9.
Proper cricketer.
He can bat. He can bat. As can Kemar Roach, of course.
Right, can he?
Yes, he can, absolutely.
Will he fancy a little bit of leg spin?
Just play normally, I think, because he's driving, thick inside edge, straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
A number 11 West Indian is not going to wind up against a leggy.
I don't think he will here, actually. As Critchley's into him, you see, forward studiously and plays it out into the offside.
That's come out of the Mickey Stewart textbook.
Rolls out there to Nick Brown at extra cover. He's just taking that catch. Critchley wanders in again. Tidy stuff this from Critchley. Goes past the outside edge of Kemar Roach's forward push. Nicely taken by Pepper. So there's a chance here that Brown and Cook will have to do a bit of batting tonight. As Critchley's in once more. Forward goes Kemar Roach. And he prods this straight down in front of him. Then very kindly, he was about to nip out and do the fielding, but Pepper said, I'll do that for you. And Kemar Roach just pops his back foot in the crease once again as Critchley's over the wicket to him. That's the googly.
Ooh.
Well bowled. That bounced as well. It's that flatter trajectory, isn't it? It's just a bit more round on that googly from Critchley. And Kemar Roach just hit the glove and went down into the leg side. So tidy over from Critchley. 8 to go tonight. And Surrey 236 for 9, trail by 78.
The meaningful words there from Mark Church. Minimum remaining 8 overs tonight. And if Essex get another wicket, we will take 3 off. 2 off. 2 off.
And the over you're in.
And the over you're in. And so we'll have to face a few unless they can get to sort of, well, use up a few overs. But to have a lead of 60, 65 would be quite significant.
Well, funnily enough, that partnership last night was 63.
Yeah.
Between Harmer and Cook.
Yeah.
Crucial.
Porter on his way in. 2 slips still in place. Man back on the hook. They're not going to take the single. He's going to protect Kemar Roach with number 66 on his back.
Well, here's the game plan. It's
Gus Atkinson.
Going to be Gus Atkinson that plays some shots.
Yeah, where's he going to look? There's going to be a bouncer or 2 this over with 2 men back. 2 slips are there. There's a deep backward cover on the boundary. There's a 3rd man on the boundary. Mid-off and mid-on are a little bit deeper. They would be outside of the 30-metre circle, in my opinion. 2 slips. No, Harmer's now moving from 2nd slip. He's going to go out towards mid-wicket. They're probably going to give him the single there on the inner ring. So only the keeper and Alistair Cook at slip are really on the inner ring. Harmer's actually not going to mid-wicket. He's going to deep mid-wicket, which is a hell of a strike. He's about 20 yards in on the boundary. He's on the netting area. Porter bowls, short of a length. Gus Atkinson stands tall, tries to force it off the back foot. It goes beneath him into the first adjacent strip. There is no run.
So Essex will be in control of this game with a lead. And it could be quite a healthy lead on this surface going into tomorrow. So all Essex will be thinking to themselves is, let's just bat well second time round. Surrey will be saying, can we knock Essex over fairly cheaply and then chase?
The weather on day 4 looks okay. As Porter bowls a bouncer, it's a top edge, it's gone over the keeper. It races down to fine leg for 4 runs. Gus Atkinson was always going to have a go, and it's certainly, well, he's gone at it and got a top edge and got 4 for it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that from Gus Atkinson. It's 4 in the book. I've just noticed Alistair Cook his jumpers are much brighter white than his trousers and his shirt. I think the Essex jumpers are very bright white, aren't they? Very bright.
Do you remember when England had a very bright white kit?
Yes.
Joe Root's captaincy, wasn't it? As Porter bowls a length ball, he looks for a single, late coming forward, but plays with a straight bat, then there is no run. Got a question for you, sorry. Very important question, really. We talked about, had Surrey fielded and conceded 300 runs? They hadn't prior to this game. What's Surrey's lowest total this season? Have you got?
Yes,
have you got in the hundreds, or is it in the 200s?
Oh, I don't know. Give me a sec. I'll go into the computer.
Thank you, Porter. 1 slip. Square. It's an LBW shout, and he's been given. That sounded particularly soft to me in terms of fleshy, but Gus Atkinson has gone, being not aggressive, but trying to be attacking towards Porter. Porter gets another man. He gets his wicket. 4 for 41 for him, Porter. Well done, Jamie's come back well. But Surrey today, who started overnight on 44 for no wicket when they resumed this morning. Burns and indeed Dom Sibley were at the crease. Burns was dropped on 11. Finally, he was the first to go before lunch. He was caught by Cook, bowled by Cook for 27, 56 for 1. Lunch on 80 for 1. And then Sibley, well, he played beautifully, really, until he was caught by Pepper, bowled by Bracewell for 48. Smith was in and out quite quickly, caught Pepper, bowled Bracewell for 2. Bracewell bowled nicely after lunch. Pope was LBW Porter for 26. Jacks LBW to Snater for another 26. Still was caught, bowled off the bowling of Harmer for 7. T was 163 for 6, and Essex had really fought their way back into this game. Folkes played really well on a patient innings of 24. He was bowled by Cook. Jordan Clark, ever dependable, was LBW Porter for 25. That was 212 for 8. And Abbott was Court Brown, bowled Porter for a very healthy 31. Lots of players have got in, but it's been a very difficult pitch to master, and Essex do have a lead in this game. It's 314 plays 240, so according to me that is a lead of 74.
It is indeed, and it's a handy lead. It really is, and there'll be a few overs for Messrs Cook and Brown to negotiate tonight, and then tomorrow we'll wait to see what the weather's like, but that's been good from Essex. It really has, and I'll go back to what I said. With a 74-run lead, that partnership last night between Messrs Harmer and Cook worth 62. That does change things. So that's crucial, that 9th wicket stand last night. But yeah, we've got a 10-minute break now, and then we'll be back for the final overs.
Have you got anything about that score I mentioned?
That's their lowest score in sort of a proper innings, if that makes sense, when they're not chasing to win. Or... What's nice for Essex, and we are playing the champions with utmost respect, they've made Surrey bowlers work to get them out, and Essex have made it's the first time this season that Surrey have fielded for an over 300 score, and you're saying today was one of the lowest scores of the season? In a proper innings where they've been
bowled out?
Yeah, they've been bowled out. That is the lowest, the 240.
And I think that can be great credit to Essex's bowlers, because they had to fight, and Sibley and Burns played so nicely this morning, so well done to the Essex bowlers. Quick look from the bowling point of view: 4 for 51 off nearly 15 for Porter. Bracewell bowled well today, certainly after lunch, 2 for 37. Cook 2 for 38 off 17. Snater 1 for 31 off 14. So we'll just go and powder our noses, have a 5-minute break, and we look forward to bringing you the last few overs, the remaining overs of this day 2 here at Chelmsford.
for Essex to negotiate, leading by 74 on first innings. Kemar Roach is preparing to bowl the first over the innings from the River End. We're just waiting for the Essex pair, Cook and Brown, two left-handers, to make their way out into the middle. The Surrey fieldsmen are already getting themselves into position, and well, compared to the forecast, we have been so lucky today. I think we've lost about 13 overs from the day altogether, with the addition of the bonus 8 that they can add at the end. Otherwise it would have been 21 overs, but forecast was pretty dire, and to say that from 2:30 onwards we haven't lost anything at all, assuming that we get these 5 overs it's going to be. You were right, Mark. All from the River End, and floodlights now on, comes in and bowls to Brown, and that's well down leg side. And umpire looking at the line there, give it a thought as to whether it was a wide. It didn't look it to me, and indeed he hasn't signalled it. So no run yet after one delivery.
Yep, and Essex putting Surrey under pressure here. 74 that lead is. Those are very handy runs.
Well, they are, because particularly bearing in mind Surrey at one stage were 105 for 1, though Essex, Surrey can say the same about Essex, having been 218 for 3. Roach bowls. Ooh, what a good delivery that is, a crackerjack. It came in bowling round the wicket to a left-hander, and the ball was angling in to the batsman only to straighten off the pitch, or off the seam, and left Brown groping at thin air basically, and fortunate to survive.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of bowling that from Kemar Roach. Great length, new ball of course, but Brown will just say to himself, I've got nothing on it.
Again, not absolute express pace, but such a well-crafted delivery. This isn't, and it probably takes a batsman on the thigh pad there, I think, and just rolls out rather tamely towards square leg. But Roach, with 2 of his deliveries, has strayed down leg side, but the one in between was a corker.
Yep, absolutely brilliant delivery. That's interesting, isn't it? What would you be happy chasing if you're Essex? How many do you want to put Surrey under real pressure in this game?
Those are the questions. Roach is in. Bowls, and this ball looked as if it would go down leg side, but straightened up. And it's first run of the innings as it's played out to Ollie Pope at backward point. And 1 for no wicket in the first of 5 overs to be bowled this evening if the light holds up.
Yeah, and Alistair Cook comes on to strike for the first time. Brown's wandered down for a couple of words with Alistair Cook. I wonder how many times in his career Cook's had to go out and do this. Be a fair few.
Oh, you're darn right. Kemar Roach with a typical lithe West Indian build, very muscly. Not a particularly tall man. Comes in, bowls. Cook plays the ball into the covers. There's no run, and Essex continue to be 75 runs to the good at 1 for no wicket in their second innings, leading by 74 on first.
Yeah, it was Sean Abbott that took the new ball in the first innings. Of course, Gus Atkinson took his 6 wickets in that first innings, but you'd expect it to be Abbott again. He's out there at short extra cover in his white floppy sun hat.
Roach with the last ball of the over, bowls to Cook. Cook turns it into the onside, goes to Milan, there's no run. So Essex 1 for no wicket. Just give you the bowling figures in Surrey's 240 all out in 76.5 overs. Just wickets and runs. Cook 2 for 38, Harmer 1 for 71, Porter 4 for 51, Snater 1 for 31, and Bracewell 2 for 37.
It's going to be Jordan Clark. It's going to be Jordan Clark from the Hayes close end. So I overheard you chatting about Jordan Clark earlier, and I always say with Jordan Clark, if you gave me a blank piece of paper just with Surrey, your captain would go on, the next name would be Jordan Clark for me. He is such an important cricketer for Surrey, Jordan Clark, and he will come round the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown. 2 slips in there, and they've got a third man. There's the short extra cover, short mid-wicket, mid on, mid off, and they've got a man at deep backward square and the fine leg. As this one goes past the edge, nicely bowled.
Well, that's a good advertisement for what you were just saying about Clark. Good northern stock, and coming down south to join Surrey. Looks a very, very good signing indeed. Made very useful runs, involved in an important partnership for the 8th wicket at 45, and that was a beauty to find first time up.
He's a very good cricketer, Jordan Clark. He's such a good all-round cricketer, but he never really sort of gets a mention in those circles, Jordan Clark. As round the wicket once again goes Clark to Alistair Cook, and Cook's turning this one off his hip down towards fine leg. There is Kemar Roach to do the fielding. And they will pick up a single.
Yeah, I think some of it, I think it is a fair comment to say that over particularly the last couple of decades, the England selectors have been obsessed with 90 miles an hour plus. As we were saying earlier, you know, the two prolificos, come back to that.
Clark round the wicket to Brown. Brown just pushes him down towards backward point. We'll take a single. It's good running from Cook and Brown, sensibly played.
The two prolificos, Broad and Anderson, 1,200 test wickets between them. Neither has ever reached anywhere particularly near 90 miles an hour. You might just find an odd 88 somewhere from one or other. But, of course, you know, the trouble is if you bowl at really express pace, you get injuries.
And there aren't that many that do.
No, exactly right.
As Jordan Clark, round the wicket he comes, forward goes Alistair Cook. Plays this one straight back down the pitch. You can see the floodlights having an effect, even though there is a bit of sun. Stuck behind a crowd? Stuck behind a cloud at the moment. Those floodlights, you can see again the players' shadows sort of coming out from their feet like stars. Sibley at first, Slip Pope at second as Jordan Clark goes round the wicket to Alistair Cook. Forward he comes, just pokes this one out into the offside. End of the over, 3 to go tonight. That leads up to 78. And Essex are 4 without loss.
He's had a interesting career, Sibley, hasn't he? Because if I remember rightly, he started at Surrey, looked a great prospect. Then I think he may have given up the game altogether, didn't he?
No. What happened to him? He started off like a train. He got that double 100 against Yorkshire when he was still at school. There were some sort of good players in that Surrey top 7.
As Roach begins the third of 5 overs, we shall see this evening, and it's well outside off stump and left by Brown.
And totally understandably, he wanted to be opening the batting, but it wasn't happening for him in Championship cricket. And ironically, when he left Surrey, he was opening the bowling in T20 and batting 4 and batting about 7 for Surrey in Championship cricket. So it was what everyone tends to forget. It was a lone move, and Ricky Clark came the other way, and it worked out really well for all parties. Surrey didn't want him to go, but they got Ricky Clark back. He went to Warwickshire, scored loads of runs.
Roach bowls to Brown. Brown pushes it for a single into the offside, and Pope retrieves, and the score 2-5 for no wicket.
Ended up opening the batting for England. Surrey won the championship in 2018. He won the championship with Warwickshire. He was always going to come back though at some point. So actually he's come back now as the sort of complete package, really.
Yeah.
Terrific player. He really is. He looks in good nick at the moment.
He did. He played very well. Top scorer, remember, as Roach is in, bowls to Cook. Cook clips it off the pads, and this is going to bring him at least 2 runs. They're going for the second now. Long chase, unavailing, and 4 runs to backward square leg. Andy Flower memorably described a nascent Alistair Cook as the best leg side player he'd ever seen. And I think Andy Flower used to know what he was talking about. 9 for no wicket, Cook 5, Brown 4.
Yeah, he'll put those away all day, won't he?
Yeah. Roach is in and bowls once more to Cook. 2 slips. Cook with a good straight bat, plays it into the covers, there's no run. And score remaining at 9 for no wickets. Add 74 to that. Essex led by that number. And they are in a lead of 83.
Yeah, and so they're going to have to do some hard graft here to sort of get themselves back into this.
Yes, it would be lovely to think we'd be as lucky tomorrow
with the weather.
Because I think, you know, if the game went a distance, there'd be a winner, and it'd be fascinating as This next ball slightly turns Cook round, but plays it safely enough into the covers. Again, there's no run.
Well, of course, tomorrow there's a big event going on, so I'm sure everybody's hoping the weather's all right for tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
Get the old Royal umbrellas up.
Yes, I was reminded in the paper the other day that it was a pretty...
And 9 without loss, as you say. 11 without loss, apologies. 11 without loss, as you say. And Jordan Clark is taking off his sweater at the moment, getting himself ready to bowl the penultimate over of the day from that Hayes close end. Nice evening now for the journey home tonight, and then we'll all be back tomorrow. So, can Jordan Clark find a wicket this evening? As round the wicket he comes to Nick Brown, and Brown is forward and just pushes this one away down towards third man, and we'll get a single. One more to the total. It's a bit late for the ice cream man, isn't it? So what do you think he's going home?
Well, I availed myself of her services. Lady who serves there had it before coming back on air here. So
did you?
Yeah, it was good that she was working so late.
Indeed. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this is clipped away off his toes again by Alistair Cook out there towards deep backward square, and they will pick up a single. Not many ice cream vans though that play their tune as they leave. Normally it's when they arrive, isn't it, to sort of let everybody know they're here.
I think perhaps they want to remind the faithful they'll be back tomorrow, sort of thing.
Very true, very true. And Rory Burns having a long chat with Jordan Clark here. So they're pointing away down towards third man. Sun's out again now. It's going to be a very nice finish weather-wise to today. It's a late old finish this, 10 to 7.
Yeah, won't be much change from 7 o'clock by the time we're done.
87 runs is the lead. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Brown. Brown is forward, pushes away into the offside. The field change was they got an extra man across into the covers, brought the short mid-wicket across, brought him into the covers, Sean Abbott.
Yes, and this is, although I shouldn't really read anything into it, but Cook is a very, very intelligent man, and if he sees the chance to get a single and get off strike at this part of the day where you've got nothing to gain really with just a very small number of overs left, he will take it.
Round the wicket again goes Jordan Clark to Brown. Forward he goes to a good length ball, just squirts away off a thickish edge down towards Will Jacks at third man. They will pick up a single. 14 without loss. 8 balls to go this evening. High white fluffy cloud.
Which thankfully the worst of it missed the ground here.
Round the wicket then goes Jordan Clark to Cook. Cook is forward solidly. Pushes this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. That was a real thou shalt not pass defensive shot from Alistair Cook. He wanders off towards square leg.
And if a wicket doesn't fall from the next delivery, it means the worst that Essex could be overnight would be one down.
Indeed, whoever might have the pads on as the night, whatever they call it these days. Didn't work for Yorkshire last night, did it? Round the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark, and this is turned off his hip by Alistair Cook. Goes across his stumps, just tucks it off his hip in pure Alistair Cook style. He will be on strike for the start of the final over. I think we're going to get some spin because all the paraphernalia is coming on, and Will Jacks, it will be to bowl it because he is stripping off his short sleeve sweater and handing in his Surrey cap. So the final over will be off spin from Will Jacks from the river end.
Yeah, probably a good move. You never know, it might turn out that if they persevered with Roach, he would have got a wicket, but I didn't feel he got his line right in the 2 overs he did bowl, and always good to have some variation. As we see a seagull drop down in front of us, possibly looking for some discarded sandwich.
Oh, he should coming here with D. Topley.
Yeah.
Never seen so much food.
A couple of overs left here.
So, just waiting for Jax, who's in conflab with Rory Burns, to agree on his field. Looks like we've got silly point, slip, bat pad as the close fieldsman, and Burns himself is looking like he may well join in a quartet. So a man at each corner, as it were, each of them about 3 to 4 yards from the bat. And Jax preparing to bowl to Sir Alistair. Last over of the day. Cook dabs the ball into the offside backward point, ensures there is no run. 15 without loss.
Yeah, it's like a star shape surrounding Alistair Cook at the moment.
89, the Essex lead overall. Jax bowls to Cook. Plays this one out into the covers. No run. 15 for none. 4 deliveries remain.
Very much Essex's day, though.
Surrey resumed 1 for no wicket, and Essex bowled them out for 240, enabling the home side to gain a lead of 74. Jax to Cook. Back to the bowler. 3 balls remain. No addition to the score.
Yep.
And Cook was actually there in more danger from Pope's quick reactions, flicking the ball back at the stumps, than he was from the delivery. But he got back in time, and the throw didn't actually hit the wicket. Now 5th man close to the bat, and that's played back to the bowler, and that will be it, ladies and gentlemen. So Surrey resumed at 1 for no wicket and bowled out for 240. Nobody getting more than Dom Sibley's 48. Nobody more wickets than Jamie Porter, 4 for 51. Essex were left with 5 overs, having led by 74 on first innings, in which they took their second innings score to 15 without loss, leading by 89. Cook will resume tomorrow on 9 not out, and with him will be Nick Brown on 6 not out. So fingers crossed that tomorrow's weather won't be as unkind as it is forecast to be. We've certainly got away with plenty today, and had, I think, 83 overs in the course of the day. Actually, technically, I think it's 80.5 overs were actually bowled. But we've done very well, and if we can do as well tomorrow, or even half as well, I think I'd probably settle for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Essex's day, well played to them. Surrey will try and come up with a plan to wrestle their way back into this, but a fascinating day ahead of us tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
Please have a